way too long. Yeah, you make a wish, you get it. Closest thing to heaven's right in your hands like it's magic. Imagine that happiness can happen. All the time, just look around us. Yeah, everything is right. We don't need four-leaf clovers, luckily to be.
Hi everyone! The Honor of Kings Flowborn Outfit Design Contest is officially underway. We've always wanted to make HOK more fun for players. We hope the highly customizable outfit feature of Flowborn becomes a way for players to express themselves. In this contest, we welcome all players to submit their ideas through original outfit designs. Create your own exclusive hero. Outstanding entries will win cash prizes and may even be implemented in-game. The submission period is from July 4th to July 25th, so don't miss out. Before submitting, please make sure to download the official template to keep your submission format correct. After completing your design, follow the steps to submit your work. Please wait patiently for the official review results. What are you waiting for? This time, be your own hero.
Come on, let's go.
Rush mid now. Come on. Jungle combat. Rotate back to low HP. Victory!
EWC, we lost half them, but this time you won't win us.
Mine is a very strong team. They got good strategy.
Yang pasti Blackstone Esports adalah salah satu tim yang aku nggak ngincer kayak hadiahnya atau slot ke EWC-nya sih. Aku lebih ngincer untuk pride-nya.
I think they are so good because they drop to the loser bracket and then win against champion.
Noi non abbiamo giocato mai contro di loro nel torneo, però noi abbiamo confidenza di vincere.
한 번쯤은 붙어보고 싶은 생각이 있었는데 이번에 긴장하면서 잘 상대해 보도록 하겠습니다.
I think we can beat them 2-0.
ก็รู้สึกตื่นเต้นครับเพราะเขาเป็นทีมที่แข็งแกร่งพอตัวเลยครับเราก็จะทำให้เต็มที่ที่จะช่วยที่จะชนะเขาครับ
The arena is ours to dominate.
No fear, only fight.
This match will define our legacy.
No retreat, no surrender.
Day 2 is here and the energy in Riyadh is just getting started. The Esports World Cup continues and the pressure is building in the Honor of Kings Arena. I am Isaac Peña and welcome to the KWC 2025 Day 2. With me, Holler, Blam, bringing you the action for today. Holler, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I mean, especially after yesterday where we saw 3 out of the 4 series go the distance in terms of that Game 3, proving that all the teams really want it.
Exactly. We had so many good games yesterday. A lot of people thought that we were going to have a lot more of 2-0s, but it was always 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. Only 1-0 in the whole day. Lam, what are your thoughts on that?
Like I said, I mean, this is a day that's going to be, well, a tournament that you cannot allow just a single best of 3 to drop within your grasp, right? Like, you have to fight tooth and nail to get that best result possible for your team.
And that's for sure, man. Like, the teams already understood that they need to go all in. They have to try their very best if they want to actually move forward. Taking that game 1 is going to be crucial. And yesterday, we saw a lot of teams just taking that game 1, just going all the way until game 3.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest thing. All of the teams need to win at least 2. That's the magical number. That's what gets them to the next phase. If they lose 2 games, unfortunately for them, they would go home. So again, it's a fight to the finish.
You can see it, man. Like, yesterday was amazing. We had so much energy. Alpha 7 first taking a victory against Loops, and then we move forward through all the 4 games, isn't it?
Exactly that. I mean, like, we saw great battles yesterday, like you were saying earlier, Isaac. I mean, it's just one of those days that was an amazing way to kick off KWC, and I don't think today is going to be anything less, right?
Yeah, exactly, man. You can see it on your screens, right? Like the recap from yesterday. It was full of upsets. Pulse Gaming taking a 2-0 right over there against Blacklist. That was, what do you think? Was it on your cards?
I mean, look, we knew Pulse Gaming was going to be very good. They really showed up. That was the most convincing win in terms of that series. I mean, that was an amazing game, and I mean, very quick games at that.
Very quick.
It was fast, right? On the other hand, like, we saw a lot of fighting.
Yes.
And I know that people at home, they love when they just started throwing punches, man. Like, it was just a lot of fun just seeing them, like, what strat, man? Like, just put your hands up and just throw some hits.
Yeah, I mean, all of the teams are kind of throwing haymakers at one another. I mean, there was no holds bar yesterday. It almost seemed personal at times. I mean, especially when that first series, you had the Brazilians, and then the second one with the Indonesians, and you saw a bit of an upset as Dominated Esports losing to Team Vitality. That was a great series, though.
Yeah, 3rd seed losing to 2nd seed. I mean, it was obviously the step up of Gen.G and San as well. Obviously, his Marco Polo in one of those matches was absolutely phenomenal. Like, it wasn't there to completely sort of run down the enemy team. It did enough to start the fight. It like right down like their helves, and then the rest of the team could just collapse and just capitalize on that.
Do you think that the teams for today, they have learned a lot from what they saw yesterday here in the performances?
I think so. I think so. I mean, you're always going to see teams that are kind of, you know, doing a little scouting report, cheating a little bit on their homework, just trying to see what those other teams are there. But of course, we've kind of split things up where each of the groups will play in a single day. So if anything, they need to be watching today's matches and to see what those opponents will be bringing to them.
Well, you can hear it, man. Like, it's everyone already, like, the energy is off the roof, man. Like, everyone is just getting ready. Right now, we have everyone just already warming up. But before we start with today's action, we've got prepared for you a VCR explaining everyone how everything is going to work out. So the tournament format right over here, we're going to have 4 groups. We already saw the action from Group A and Group B yesterday, and today we're going to be moving to C and D.
Yeah, and I mean, Group D is probably where we're going to be starting off. It's going to be a A.C.T versus APG, and then OG going up against Nongshim Red Force to kind of just finish it out. Who's going to be in that upper bracket, which is going to be ever so key moving forward.
Ever so key moving forward, right? I mean, we saw it yesterday that that's what all the teams were fighting for, was to get to that upper bracket, because then they don't have to do the last chance, which is obviously going to be taking place in a few days' time.
That last chance seems like bad news, isn't it?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I mean, that's going to be like, if you get to the lower part of that one, you are not advancing to the same pool as obviously the KPL teams. You could be the victim of the KPL teams.
Yeah, it's actually kind of scary. I mean, just being able to, like, that elimination, backs on the wall, everything on the line, and having to go in, that is stress that I do not want.
That is totally true, man. Like, we just saw how the format is going to be working out. But you know what? We try our very best to use our words to explain it to you. And if it is not clear enough, we've already put the video together for you to understand.
Welcome to the Honor of Kings World Cup 2025. 18 of the best teams from around the world have gathered here to prove that they are the best. The tournament happens over 2 weeks and consists of 4 phases. In week 1, we have groups, group kings, and last chance. And in week 2 is where the playoffs begin. In the group stage, 16 teams will be split evenly into 4 groups.
They will then go through a double elimination bracket through best-of-3 matches to become the top team and get their spot in the playoffs. These 4 teams, known as the Group Kings, will then go through one best-of-3 match to determine their position on the playoffs bracket. The second-place teams from the group stage will have their shot at redemption in the last chance phase. Here, these 4 teams will go through one best-of-5 match each, and only 2 will win and prove their worthiness for the playoffs. That's all the action to expect in Week 1 of the Honor of Kings World Cup 2025. It's time for victory.
Everyone wants to make it to Group Kings. Making it to Group Kings already puts you in a place where, you are already top 8 in the world of Honor of Kings.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be a huge honor, right? I mean, being in Kings is way better than being in Legends, so this is where you want to be. You have the most options and the opportunities. This is where you want to be.
Exactly right. I mean, definitely some of these teams that were here last year didn't even get anywhere to the top 8, and they're already looking like they're in positions within the upper bracket to beat where they were last year in the EWC, right?
I'm talking about brackets. Well, we have today Group C and Group D, and that is the way that it's going to be working. Twisted Minds against Nova Esports are going to be clashing it out to see who's going to make it through, and Kagendra against Black Shrew Esports as well.
Yeah, I mean, both of those series are going to be bangers. Those are beginning the second half of today. I think that it's going to be super exciting. I'm actually very interested in the Twisted Minds Nova one, but we're going to talk about Group D first.
Yes, Group D. I mean, you were just quoting on that same sentiment there. I think every game today is a banger, right? Like APG going to be against A.C.T, the first game of the day. And then the reason why we're on the broadcast here, Kohler, OG Esports, KMW, second place, even though they were the Giants, going against KME Nongshim Red Force, the first place. I mean, this is going to be a battle that we're going to be absolutely loving.
I mean, is it even going to be a challenge? I mean, your second place team from KM West, they're not even the first place team, and they're going in on this one. East side, best side.
East side is definitely not the best side. I mean, if Season 3 Invitational had this match, Nongshim would have been second place.
Oh, please, please.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a day full of this. What you just saw in the last 20 seconds, you're going to have 4 hours of this, and it's going to be 8 hours in total for today's matches, but we're gonna have 4 amazing games that hopefully are going to bring us the top level competition that Riyadh and Saudi Arabia and the whole world is expecting.
Yeah, and actually, I'm actually more excited about this first one to kind of set the tone. Where do these teams really belong in the grand scheme of things? APG, a lot of expectations, the third place team in the MKL, and then of course A.C.T, the third place team in the Philippines.
Well, let's talk APG, man. What about if we just start right now, just jumping into the game 1, Alpha Gaming. The 5 men that we have right over there are going to be representing their club, trying to move forward.
Yeah, so up into the clash lane, we have Daohen. Into the jungle, we have Hugh Long. We have PHY into the mid lane. JD and Saber are cozying it up into the farm lane. And this has been the third place team of the MKL. On their good days, they are great. But on some days, they just can't quite get the formation they need. But I feel like with all the preparation they've had up until this point, this could be a new page for APG.
What do you think are the factors that make them just be sometimes unstable, you could say? Just saying that sometimes they're amazing, sometimes they aren't that amazing. What do you think it is?
I think it is more of the fact that Yulong and JD had joined this year. So the synergy, the coordination is not all there yet. Sometimes, again, to Blam's point, they're brilliant. They're absolutely amazing, and there's a reason why they're here. But of course, the fact that they still haven't worked out some of the kinks, they still kind of get out of position at times. They kind of go a little bit solo, and they get caught out at certain moments.
I know that someone that is going to be really looking forward that they do not have an amazing game today, that they do not have an amazing day, is going to be this team right over here. A.C.T Esports Club. Look at them. Switch, Flukeo, Shai, JC1, Ormson. That's going to be the formation that is going to be looking to really make the upset today. And I'm going to put that word out there, upset.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is a team that was 5th place in the PKL in the regular season. There were the expectations were like, can they beat an Elevate? Can they beat a Rough World KD? But they were up to the task. They knocked out both of those 2. They ended up securing their spot into the final slot in that 3rd one, but they're very young. And of course, on the back of Flukio, he had 5 MVPs in the playoffs. This guy is an absolute beast. Watch out for him.
One to watch indeed, but I mean, I think it's the journey of this team that's even more kind of exciting, especially for those at home who are watching Honor of Kings right now and have any kind of aspiration of getting into the competitive scene. This is a team that got all the way to the KWC through the Open Series. So that if that's any proof that you need that you can get 5 friends together, and if you play well, you gel well, you can be on this stage next year.
Isn't that the dream, man? Isn't that the dream, that you are at home and that you're playing with your friends and then you just go through the Open Series, make it all the way through from home to here, to the stage in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, my problem is that I would love to play in the Open Series, but I actually don't have 4 other friends.
Wait, you have friends?
No, shots fired, buddy. Shots fired. I thought we were friends.
Only on the gorge.
All right, we can already see the BP is going to start with the bans. The first round of bans is already grayed out, and the choices for the game are starting.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing very Dharma-eccentric sort of bans in the first phase of all the games yesterday as well. And I mean, the Zhang Fei here, Saber loves this pick, but doesn't want to pick it up for themselves. Obviously, this is also going to be against Ormson. This was one of his big picks. And you don't really want to be going against the Zhang Fei in game number 1, especially all the assets that this pick gives. Obviously, the Unbridled Outburst really can upset such great teamfight potentials. But we're looking at the power couple in here, the Princess Frost and the Liang.
A very strong combination, right? Very difficult to lock down, the potential just gank opportunities right when the Liang hits level 4. You got to watch out for that. But I think the biggest thing from Alpha Gaming is they start out with the Lung. They understand that in the PKL, the Lung was actually the most picked hero, and they're trying to take it away, especially in these best of 3s where, again, every single game matters.
Every single game matters. I mean, the Arlie being taken off the board there as well. He's another, obviously, tier 0 marksman into the farm lane. We are seeing here, okay, the control, like you were saying there, the control of the Princess Frost and the Liang comes through on a level 4, right? So these activate at level 4. Let's look at the second ban phase here. Agudo being banned out here. Obviously, the Orgren's going to pair very nicely into these 2 picks.
I'm telling you, man, like that Princess Frost and Liang, that's got to be meta. That's got to be the meta right now. We've seen already yesterday teams using that combo and already just taking wins. A.C.T, they did their homework, they watched the game yesterday, and they're trying to prove us today that they can turn the things around.
But in the same way, Alpha Gaming, if you're kind of looking at what they do, it's like, yeah, the Liang has that control, but he's very static. He's like a statue, and it makes it very easy for the Nuwa or the Moats with the Cannon Blast to kind of disrupt that. So you have that counter pay, but Alpha Gaming, the issue right now with their draft is that they're very much on the squishier side of things.
They are on the squishy side of things, but they still have those last 2 picks, right? I mean, we're looking at the jungle pick, and we're looking at up into the Clash lane, right? I mean, we still have the likes of the Byron up onto the board. Will we see that Pei Byron pick come through? Pei actually being banned up to the top side there. First ban of A.C.T. So we're probably going to look at something that is going to come through a little bit different here. So Flowborn Marksman coming through for the KWC. We had Tank yesterday. We're getting Marksman today.
Yeah, actually, this is, I think, the first time we've seen it on at least the global stage. I mean, again, to your point, we did see the Tank yesterday. So this is going to be very interesting to kind of play out here. What are your thoughts on this hero just overall? I know it's been ruining rank games throughout, but I mean, to bring it in with the synergy, especially with this, like the Ogren as well.
The thing I love the pick, but it's squishy. It's very squishy in the early game, but when the power spikes come through, it's kind of like a Shoyu. So it comes on activated around about level 13 as when you got the itemization. The amount of damage that Flowborn can do to your turrets is absolutely nuts. But looking over to Alpha Gaming here, they've got the Sunset and they've got the Jing. So a lot of catch-up potential, a lot of setup, a lot of responsibility onto the back of Saber on the Motsu.
My question right now is going to be, is that Flowborn going to be able to survive with so much initiation coming in from Alpha Gaming? Like the positioning of that Flowborn during team fights is going to be critical to be able to see that.
Oh, very critical. I mean, that's where a lot of the damage is going to come from. I mean, Orgren can do the damage. He has to get that point into the game first, but he also needs to build items like Eye of the Phoenix, the Burning Cape as well, to actually survive these fights also. But Byron being locked in here is going to be that kind of engage potential for the side of A.C.T. But like you were saying there, Isaac, is that I feel like they are going to go and pick off the Flowborn down to the bot side of the map, especially with picks like Sunset. Using that set sail ultimate can get from one side of the gorge to the other with like 0 to 90.
What's going to be the critical moment of this fight, Holler? What do you think?
Look, it's going to be about APG, Lung, and of course Yulong's Jing just being able to just pop off, has that mobility. If he gets locked down, then you have the counter initiation. That's where the rest of the Alpha Gaming lineup is going to be about. But it's like, how can they keep those two alive? Because they're going to do so much damage.
A lot of damage. A lot of damage is going to come through within these team fights. I feel like in terms of obviously control, they're really going to be heavily reliant on the Princess Frost and the Liang.
Yes.
We saw yesterday, obviously, Gen.G, the flash, the suppression combo that can come through for Liang as well. 1 second, you think you're clear of this guy. The next, he's in your face. He's suppressed you. He's locked you down.
Look at that. Like, all the players already just warming up. Look at the speed of those fingers, man. Like, the dexterity is a completely different level. Ladies and gentlemen, the drafts are locked. The Gorge is waiting. Blam, Holler, please, boys, take it from here and let the battle begin.
Okay. The battle is beginning here. It is game number 1 between APG and A.C.T. Both teams started with A, but somebody is going to have to be the B team by the end of this series.
Which is a little unfortunate. I mean, all of the teams are in that situation.
Yeah.
There's so much risk, right? Getting dropped down. The GSL format is amazing because of that. But A.C.T, again, PKL's last hope. All of the other teams have gone 0-2, or they lost. They didn't have a great time yesterday. Hopefully they can bounce back. Daohan has to flash away.
Ooh, I mean, forcing the flash this early on means that they can put a little bit more pressure up into the clash lane. They got to be careful onto the side of APG. Sunset, Daohan not having the greatest. Another flash expanded here by Saber. A little bit too aggressive, don't you think, Holt?
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't even been a minute in, and 2 common spells have been expended like that. But again, A.C.T doing a great job. They need to work around Flukio, letting this man get as much farm as possible. Ormson is kind of babysitting, ensuring that he gets that farm. He is your lifeblood. If you win, it's because of him.
Exactly that. But I mean, instead of also getting farm, you can get the exclusive frames by watching the KWC, obviously in-game, and also with the CD key fight on, you can get some free Brucey bonuses within game. We're seeing the teleportation here into the bot side of the map on the Princess Frost Shy here. Tried to land the Frigid Prison, didn't quite connect.
Yeah, didn't quite connect at that point. But again, we got to look at how Yulong is going to be farming. I mean, is A.C.T going to be able to take away some of those buffs, hopefully slowing down Jing's progression, because he's going to be wanting to get going, and if he's left alone, you're going to have a bad time.
Left alone, and I mean, speaking about times, I mean, we're already seeing here that Flukio has got the level lead onto Yulong, which is a little bit of a shaky start here for Yulong. We really need that Jing to be fast-paced into the jungle. There's the Ride the Wind. First blood, potentially. Ooh,
just barely surviving on the annihilation, just barely missing JC1. He was just like, oh man, I'm gonna step and not cross this busy street.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of like a blindfold moment, right? They put the blindfold on, they just thought, let's just put the place to be and put down the annihilation. It didn't quite connect. But already between these two teams, there's already a little bit of a difference in the gold resources, right? APG are ahead. They aren't having the most aggressive early game, but they really just need to wait till Yulong gets his footing on this Jing.
But you're seeing exactly how the teams are moving about. A.C.T has kind of been grouping up, letting Flukio take all of the farm, and just basically funneling everything into him. JC1 hasn't had the greatest of times. If we're looking at him, the lane matchup against JD, he is losing, so it seems like the net worth of APG is being spread throughout.
Being spread throughout, exactly. I mean, onto Lung, onto some JD and Yulong, that is going to be their key kind of components within this draft, right? I mean, then PHY can just kind of play his game at the same pace onto the Nua and then get that damage towards that mid to late game. So then they have that kind of tertiary damage output for the side of APG. But looking at the itemization, obviously we got the Meteor here going onto JD, so potentially the Axe of Torment or Starbreaker coming through later on down the line.
Yeah, and this is a moment where A.C.T is a little bit scary. Ormson, I mean, he's level 5. The potential gank, the flash control could be there. So APG need to ensure that, hey, if we're going to move out, we got to be careful that, you know, that potential ambush from any sort of brush is going to be covered for.
Yeah, I mean, we could already see here, obviously, the priority down to the bot side of the map as well, looking to just make a little bit more of an ease into that neutral objective. At 18 seconds, now slowly counting down, Tyrant could be the thing that could change the whole pace of this early game.
Yeah, and I mean, Flukio doing a great job. You need to steal whatever you can. He took away those boars. I mean, anything that you could take away from APG is going to be great. You want to dictate the pace early, especially in this game 1.
Exactly. You want your best foot going forward, right? A.C.T representing the Philippines, they need to do something within this game number 1 to set their pace.
Oh, but Tyrant getting very, very low. Flukio will take this, and he gets on out. A.C.T get away with robbery.
They get away with robbery. I mean, that's going to be a problem here for APG for the next 80 seconds. The side of A.C.T are going to have the extra little bit of damage, but Yulong is like, hey, if we can't get that neutral objective, we're going to go for that Crimson, which effectively is going to stop the damage output from the Ogryn at this point in the game.
And this comes back to APG's vision game, right? They understood that, hey, both of the buffs were up, and the blue one is going to be picked up by Flukio, so the top one was available for the steal. Yulong took that, and now he's back in his own jungle. This should accelerate his farm quite a bit.
Accelerate his farm, also accelerate JD's
damage. The set sail, they've caught him. The flash away, Ormson staying alive. Shy flashes as well, but here's Yulong looking for the kill, and that's going to be first blood. Yulong makes an appearance at the KWC.
Yulong came in lung there. I mean, he traveled the distance, he got the kill onto Ormson, and the fact is, we saw an A.C.T JC1 going down there as well.
Yeah, JD was just like, okay, I'll just absorb the Aerostorm machine gun that you've got on me. It doesn't really matter. You cannot get away from him. He had infinite vastness as well, so he knew that he could be in a dangerous position.
Yeah, very overextended. Yes, he exhausted the flash, but it was the flash that got him that kill, right? And even the T1 here, so already we're starting to see that slow early game transfer into such a good part of this game.
Yeah, and Switch backing away, and again, you're just kind of seeing exactly how APG like to play the map. They've been playing things wrong. They've taken the bottom T1 already, the map control, and basically this noose is starting to tighten just a little bit.
Tighten a little bit. I mean, they definitely want to be getting out of that noose, right? But I feel like for the side of A.C.T, if they start punishing, obviously,
Switch, he just face checked that brush, the force field suppression, not enough, and he tries to get away, but Yulong makes him pay. APG with the surprise in that brush.
Like I was saying there, like we was hoping that Dowhem was going to get punished up into the top side of the map, but it's
they're not done. They actually find Shy as well. He's stuck around, and he found out, and the Crimson Golem looking to be stolen away as well. A.C.T on the defensive, not having a great early game.
Not having the greatest of early games at this point, no. Shy going down, Switch down. I mean, that's kind of going to already put them at a little bit of a disadvantage. I mean, speaking of disadvantages, though, the gold lead is 3K ahead for the side of APG. That's a lot of gold funneled over to Yulong, funneled over to JD.
Yeah, but not only have the map invasion really turned into, you know, like extra buffs and kills and things like that, but they've turned it and converted it into towers. That's less space. Of course, the mid T1 is still standing, so A.C.T still have that last beacon of hope.
They do have a beacon of hope. They have a means to get in, which is obviously keeping that T1 alive into the mid lane. But obviously, we do see the Siege Breaker, that Master Sword being built there onto Yulong. That's going to be a lot of damage coming through at some points within these team fights. But just now, we was on about the XP level being ahead for Flukio in the early game. The gold is still near abouts for both of these.
I mean, if you're looking at Flukio, he was kind of given that silver spoon. He was being fed all of that farm. The team was actually sacrificing for him. On the other end, Yulong was like, he will take that farm for himself. He's been greedy, and he's been that entrepreneur, so to speak.
Entrepreneur onto the gorge. I mean, he is the gorge entrepreneur. I tried to do a little bit of a blend there, and it kind of went a bit skew.
I see where you're going.
But yeah, somebody will appreciate that one. But still ahead by 3K gold is APG. But like you were saying, Yulong has definitely, now that he has that means of access into the enemy jungle, he's going ham.
Yeah, it's going to be going ham. And of course, him and as well as JD. JD is starting to get going. He has a 1.6K net worth lead over JC1. I mean, yes, the Flowborn marksman has been new to the game, but it's been tough. Here's the emergence. They're going to go right to the backside. They find Ormson. They get that pick, and they want to go for more. The Annihilation is also going to connect, and that's a double kill going the way of Yulong. And my gosh, Yulong is on another level.
Yeah, I mean, he was straight into the back line. Like, that was crazy. Double kill going up to Yulong. The aggression from JD was enough to put the pressure and take the high ground turret into the top side of the map, which is obviously going to be very punishing for the likes of A.C.T Switch on the Byron. He's going to be having to try and find those catch-ups by waiting in the brushes, right?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you win a team fight, you get 2 kills. That turns into a potential T3. JC1 sniped out Yulong. Makes the kill and gets on out.
It makes the kill? Makes the insta-kill. That was 91% damage within an instant. I blinked, JC1 was there. The next, he was gone. But you can already see the A.C.T, like you were saying earlier, Holer, are just holding onto that last bastion, which is obviously that T1 into the mid lane. That's really what's going to keep them sort of like having a fighting chance. But my problem is the split push potential that we could get in here. The backdoor potential, like we saw in day number 1, could happen in the clash lane.
Yeah, and I mean, there's so much like space that's being taken away away right now. A.C.T on the defensive. Flukio just like finding whatever scraps he can, and he is at risk, and so the rest of A.C.T are protecting him, and they want to give him that buff as well.
Yeah, I feel like they got to at this point in the game. They can't let any of their members go astray. I mean, especially JC1. I mean, you can already see here, Yulong's like, right, I've got the timer on the Crimson Golem. I could go and get this, get another easy kill, push the minion wave, but there seems to be a bit of a team fight here, a bit of a brawl into the mid lane, but nicely done by A.C.T. They have evade off the side of APG for now.
Look at how far back JC1 is. He knows that he can get ambushed at a moment's notice by Yulong and insta-give him at any time. So he has to play it safe, and he's been playing so scared that he actually really can't even leave the base. This is in a very uncomfortable position for A.C.T.
I feel like he's just heard you all, and he's like, no, I'm risking it. I'm risking it. He's very far away from any kind of help. Liang is down here into the Tyrant of the Overlord objective.
But it's a game knowledge thing. They know that it's going to be 10 minutes. Yulong will be making an appearance to that Shadow Tyrant, so he's not going to be in that position. But here's the emergence. Daohan looking to go ham, goes for the attempt to play, and he finds Switch, and he doesn't care that it's not his base, as it looks like they're going to take the bottom T3 as well.
Yeah, you got to see here that A.C.T was really hoping to get that Shadow Overlord and just to kind of wipe down that bot side of the map to stop these minions going through to the crystal as they have right now. But this really opens up the pressure for the side of A.C.T. APG now gets that free mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, look at the top and the bottom T3 is completely empty at this point. This is like a Monty Python skit where it's like, it's just a flesh wound. It's like the middle part is the only thing standing.
Put a bandage on it. Put a bandage on it. Be fine. Don't worry about it. It's all good. But no, they've literally got one turret last alive. A.C.T, yes, they're able to kind of keep themselves afloat into the early game, but now we're getting into that mid to late game, right? Like 11 minutes in, we see that APG went for the Tyrant. They're already ahead. They're not looking at that Shadow Overlord, right? They just want the extra damage. They want the extra movement speed so they can wrap up this game.
Yeah, but look at how they're playing as well. They're so aggressive, and they're just like, again, A.C.T, they have to huddle around that mid T3, just whatever they can. Yes, the Vanguards will push, provide a little bit of space, but that's pretty much as far as they can go. They really can't get into the heart of the APG lineup.
They really can't. I mean, definitely a solid lineup here. Like, PHY has been very proactive on the Nua, right? Using that emergence to put a lot of pressure onto the side of A.C.T. They've not been able to catch their breath and not even been able to catch kill just yet.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's just having his way with things. PHY just really, the creation blocks, the annihilation has been really on point. The communication and the synergy of when those skills go off has been on point.
Yeah, you can see here, obviously baiting them with a mirror image there from Yulong onto the Jing. It's like, hey guys, can you catch me? No, you can't. You haven't catch me yet, and it looks like you're not going to catch me just yet. It just seems like they're constantly putting pressure onto this mid lane just to open up the base of A.C.T once again. But look at that goal difference. It's night and day.
Yeah, really rough at this point. I mean, 8 kills to nothing. A.C.T not even finding a single one. APG playing a perfect game at this moment. But here's the set sail. He's trying to wind it up. No, he's going to go the long way around. Switch with the force field suppression. He thought he was going to get jumped on, and this mid T3 is under siege. They're looking to go. Ormson has to go golden, but he flashes away, tries to stay alive, but he gets knocked down. JC1 with the first kill onto Yulong, finds it, and the Aerostorm is starting to do some work. Daohan has been killed. He's been seer stated for his troubles, and Flukio is angry, looking to go, and there's 3 members of APG, but he's going to let him go.
He's going to let him go. I mean, that annihilation could have probably been just enough to give the aid over to the rest of APG to get the kill, but it wasn't quite enough. So again, already trying to stop and punish the overstepping here of APG is A.C.T right now. Finally getting 2 kills onto the board, but that set sail into the backline was beautiful. That should have been the game-winning play.
Yeah, it should have been at that point. But I mean, A.C.T right under the tower. But it was a moment where they potentially could have done it. But again, they lost the mid T3 in that process. Yes, the crystal is there, but you know, at the end of the day, I don't know if it's going to really matter because APG are just so far ahead.
They are very far ahead. I feel like at this moment in time, it's just going to be a few more of those kind of team fights that hope for to give the side of A.C.T a little bit more room to breathe, because they're able to take obviously the T1 up into the clash lane now, so they've got the side lanes open. This could be a very long game if they're careful.
Oh, they found Saber. He was just on a scouting report. He just got killed here, but that's an initial attempt. But now JC1 gets sniped out. Yulong finds him, and they want more. The Flaming Palm snipes out Shy, finds him out, and Yulong, here's the emergence. PHY looking for that flank, looking to go. JD finds Ormson, and now Flukio, he snipes it down, 2 members down, and that's a double, and he wants PHY. He knows that he's strong at this point. It took him some time, but now PHY gets executed.
Flukio went brrrr and took them down. That was a triple kill. That was just like drive-by there for A.C.T. That really put them in a safe spot here. I mean, it's only Dowhen alive, but he can still put the pressure on by feeding these waves into A.C.T's base, but it does mean 3 neutral objectives.
So it's at that point, I mean, we're the 14-minute mark where you like, yeah, you have that damage, but you're still squishy at the end of the day. Flukio has gotten to the point where, hey, if you're not going to focus me, I'm actually tanky enough. I have that damage to kind of just make amends onto the back line. I'm able to find JD and Yulong and just make your life tough because you're so squishy.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, like, if you take JD off, if you take Yulong off, that's a lot of damage already been taken off to the side of APG, and then PHY on the Nua is always seeming to be a little bit of like a scaredy cat. He's like, oh, like, I'm the last one alive. Yep. Don't come for me. And that's when Flukio just capitalized on that. But right now, looking to push this mid lane is A.C.T, and they've managed to bring back that goal lead.
Oh, the control. They found him on the boat, and then Dowhead is looking to get killed here. Oh, he was just sailing through the river, found out, but Shy, it gets picked off by JD. He's going to infinite fastness on back, but it's still 4-on-4, and Flukio still wants more. He tries to go for Yulong, the Mirror Domain staying alive. The Conductor of Souls kind of whiffed on that one, though.
Kind of whiffed. It could have been huge. We saw the potential with this within the player observation, but look at this now. JC1 on the global marksman doing a lot of damage, but still not enough. JD with the takedown.
Yeah, the Flaming Palm, just way too much damage. Unfortunately, support lives are, you know, very squishy lives. And Ormson going down on that one. JD found him out, gets him back to safety with that dragon. But APG right now, this is the attempt. They want to find it. They go for Saber. That's a squishy one for their own. But now Yulong trying to find JC1, not able to draw a beat on him. He's trying to mirror domain, trying to zig and zag, but JD gets picked off. Flukio finds him.
Switch right there. It's kind of like a cartoon where you see the birds just flying around his head. Like, Jing had him dazed. Luckily for the side of APG, Yulong stayed alive. But right now, that gold lead is getting pretty much neck and neck. Could we be seeing a Tempest Dragon game, first game of the day?
I mean, not only that, look, it could potentially be their A.C.T has clawed their way back. Things were looking very rough. Again, they don't have a single tower to their name other than the Crystal, right? So at the end of the day, they've somehow survived. They need to be careful about where the creeps are at a moment's notice, but they have a potential to come back.
It's the PH team's fighting spirits, right? I mean, we saw this in Season 3. Elevate, not a single turret was standing, but they still came back and took the fight to Gen.G. A.C.T still looking very strong.
I think it's funny that you're like, hey, the fighting spirit of the Philippines from Season 3. We saw 2 Philippine teams play yesterday. There was a fighting spirit then.
This is their last hope. They've got a lot of weight to bear on their shoulders, so yeah. I'm giving it to A.C.T right now, but 6-slotted is going to be Flukio on the Orgrun. He has the Ominous Premonition, which is going to make it very difficult for the likes of Yulong, the likes of JD, to get out of those team fights.
I mean, look, he's 8-1-0, Flukio, right?
Yeah.
Just an absolute beast. He is that raid boss. How did they deal with him? APG lineups kind of on the squishier side. Yeah, they have a lot of high damage, but they don't really have the sustain to fight a long, drawn-out fight.
Yeah, and I think this pressure of obviously the T3's being taken down is already showing onto the side of APG. They need somebody to go back to base and tend the farm, because that's exactly what's happening right now. Byron, we see Switch having to go there just to keep that crystal not taking any damage.
Yeah, and I love the fact that Flukio is just like, hey, I got you, bros. Like, I don't care how many towers we have at the end of the day. I'm going to find ways to get back in this game and carry it. He has been so strong, and APG are scared because they don't have an answer to Flukio.
Yeah, they've got to be careful of how they manage these team fights, right? I mean, we saw there the emergence being used to try and fluke out the Flukio, but it wasn't quite enough. He used the second skill of Orgrun there just to try and get him out.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing right now is for APG to not really take a 5-man deathball fight, but to kind of split push. But you use the waves to your advantage. They're going to be constantly pushing, so it's going to be a lot of pressure on the outside lanes. You have a potential to just end the game if A.C.T get out of position, but this Overlord picked up by Yulong here.
Yes, Yulong goes along, it gets the Overlord, but is this going to be it? Into the backline, set sail.
Oh, the set sail, he dodged it. He did a stutter step, and he actually got it off. He has to go golden shy, that is. Here's the infinite fastness. The box not actually connecting. Flukio's still up in front. He's kind of being a little isolated. JC1 trying to fight it out, but he looks like he's going to go down. Ormson is going to go first and switch now with that force field suppression, trying to turn it off, but JC1 already down. You don't know damage. You have 3 members down. APG looking to end the game now.
Yeah, the mini wave down to the bot side of the map here. Flukio, Shy looking to take those down, and they're able to keep themselves alive with the crystal for now, but their vanguards are coming through.
Just a little bit of a pause, a break in the action, so to speak. Wait for those vanguards to be here. Dowhan has got that set sail, but Flukio is still alive. Do they avoid him? They're going to take Shy, and they're going to take the crystal, but they want to go for Flukio. They want to send a message more than anything else going into game 2 as they take this first one.
Wow, what end game team fight there. I mean, honestly, I have to give props over to A.C.T, right? Like, that is, we mentioned it in game. They were down entirely in the turret game, but they believed they still had turrets in their head. They was like, you know what, guys? Let's play like we have turrets. Let's go and meet APG into our jungle. And they brought some fights. I mean, we saw that Flukio with that triple kill was huge. That could have been the comeback potential they needed.
I mean, at that point, you're just kind of in denial. You're like, yeah, my towers are down. I'm going to continue to play like we still got them. But again, it was just like that team, that fighting spirit. I love the fact that they were able to kind of, you know, put a chance to their name on this one. I mean, it was not an easy out. APG really had to work for it in the end.
They did have to work very, very difficult, but it still shows that there is a potential for this team to come back, right? I mean, if we look at the draft, it wasn't like anything to do with, oh, this is a one-hit wonder within the draft. Like, it's still picks on the board that you could go for. I mean, they won't be able to use the Augur now, so Flukio is probably going to have to look for another tank alternative. But I feel like APG, we know that Dowhen loves that sunset, right? Like, that was one of the greatest pressures and one of the greatest counters to that kind of power couple, which was the control of the Princess Frost and the Liang.
Yeah, I mean, let's check out this highlight here. I mean, JC1 just didn't have the greatest of games. He seemed to, I mean, it's a tough lane matchup anyways, especially against JD's Loom. Loom is absolutely an absolute S-tier hero at this point, but to go with the Flowborn Marksman, I think he was going for the unfamiliarity, side of things.
Yeah, I mean, late game potential, right? And we saw that towards the end there. JC1 still tried his best onto the Flowborn Marksman, but very squishy in the early game, which was the reason why APG was able to have such an easy time down to that bot side of the map. But here we see here, the think inside the box was really enough to keep away the team of A.C.T, and then JC1 was left wide open into the backside of that team fight, which then meant the damage coming through here onto Shy was crazy. JD with the Flaming Palms was a hot one.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing about APG, and you're seeing this in the highlights right now, is just the fact that, like, Yulong and JD understand who needs to die first. They have that target priority. They're like, okay, we'll let Flukio go, and sometimes Flukio kind of got going, but in the fact that they were focusing on JC1 and Ormson, you get rid of that lockdown, and then you have a much better chance, because then you're very mobile.
I mean, Flukio got going. He literally went brr, right? Like, he went across all the teams. He was there. But it's the potential of late game Augur, right? Like, the sustain from this pick, and then given with the aid of that control from the Princess Frost and the Liang is pretty crazy. But I feel like APG just had so much more damage going for them.
Yeah, just a ton of damage. I mean, they were able to close that game out. That was the most important thing. Just being able to understand when you get that pick off. And, like, yes, Flukio is that raid boss. Very difficult to deal with, but we have answers, and that's to circumvent things.
APG is going to take the first victory for today. It's going to be a 1-0 lead right now in front of A.C.T. A.C.T not doing it badly. Let's put things in the way that they need to be put. At the beginning, the early game was completely for APG. We got to admit on that. But then after that, Flukio stood up on business and tried to keep the hopes for A.C.T going for a little bit longer.
Yeah, and when you saw that comeback, you could actually hear them. Like, they were getting a little boisterous. They were kind of getting into it. I mean, this is a time where I wish they had that, like, that activity earlier, right? Let themselves get going. I mean, you need to be hyped up and you need to be confident going up against the juggernaut that is APG.
You think that it was a little bit of the nerves of just coming into this big of a stage and then just saying, like, okay, this is what we worked for. Can we actually get it going? Can we make it?
Yeah, I think so. I think so,
absolutely.
Definitely.
I mean, to put it into perspective, I mean, A.C.T is the 3rd seed team of the Philippines League, going up against the MKL, which has obviously been regarded as one of the bigger, better leagues. But they went toe-to-toe in that late game with the 3rd seed of the Malaysian King League, whereas Blacklist went against, obviously, WKS 1st seed, and then, obviously, Boom went against Gen.G. So I feel like this is one of the hardest matchups that the Philippine regions, the PKL, had to go against. But here, JC won 1-4-4. We see towards the end, obviously, yes, very hard performance for him, but it is, obviously, the Flowborn. He's very squishy in the early game. You have to wait till he gets online, and they didn't have that room to breathe.
I mean, this is one of those games where, like if you're Flukio, you just like, oh, look at the performance I had, and look at the heavyweights on my team that I have to carry to give ourselves. I mean, he had an amazing opponent. He was 8-2-0. I mean, I know KDA doesn't matter, but it really showed up, and there's a reason why Flukio is as good as he is.
I'm telling you, like, JC won a very difficult pick. I would have gone with something different, that's for sure. But Flukio over there just kind of like trying to level the field, that was something really nice to see.
Yeah, I mean, you can just see here, obviously, the peak of the game for, obviously, APG was towards after that 10-minute mark, where we really thought that it was dire straits for the side of A.C.T, right? But then, obviously, they were able to bring it to the neutralize, bring it a little bit back down to safety here around about that 17-18-minute mark. So to go that long in a game, but still have the fighting spirit to bring it back into your core is very commendable.
I'm telling you, like, at the early game from APG was so good. Like, I have here in my notes, after 3 minutes, already 1K gold. At 5 minutes, 2K gold. At 8 minutes, 5K gold. And it was not even a matter that they were just fighting. No, they were just silently doing the things that you need to be doing. Getting the resources, farming, denying gold to your opponent. Because at the end of the day, it's not even a matter of how much gold I can get, it's just how much gold I can deny in the laning stage to happen.
Yeah, and you're kind of seeing exactly how that one played out, right? The fact that APG were like, they had that lead and they thought they were fine, but then they were actually making some sort of mistakes. They were getting caught out, letting kind of, Flukio get going. And they're going to look at this game later and they're going to be like, oh, okay, this was not an easy one. We actually might have lost this one if we didn't win that last team fight.
That 13 minutes fight, man. It was a 13 minutes fight right over there. The defense of the Crystal, that it ends up in a 3-1 trade for A.C.T. And it was in that moment that Flukio completely turned on and just completely put the whole alpha game in kind of like at the edge of their seats.
Yeah, they were staggered, right? And you could see it within their gameplay that they just didn't know how to kind of take those team fights anymore. They were just kind of like, right, okay, we can still try and find if JC1 is anywhere near close by. But it was also trying to check out where Dohan was going to land those set sails, because there was multiple times that really stopped that power couple that is the Princess Frost and Liang, the control from there. If those two like components stayed together, I feel like the team fights for APG would have been a lot harder.
Let's talk about that, because that Sun Ce just coming in, it was every single time soaking in all the control abilities. And after all the control abilities were just deployed, there was nothing for the people to do. Jin came in free, Lung came in free, and the damage, it was too much for A.C.T to take.
I mean, this comes back to the draft, right? They saw that, especially early. That was the first 2 picks by A.C.T. And they were like, okay, we just need to have our ways to kind of deal with that control. The set sail was amazing at times. I mean, there was a lot of, the picks that they had to really counter the draft, and you saw a very little impact in those 2 heroes.
Of course, if you see that the Liang and the Princess Frost, if you see that the controls are already deployed and there's nothing else to defend, it's free eats, man. It is free eats. Very well done, everyone from APG. There's got to be an MVP, and that MVP for this game is going to be the one and only. Who do you think it's going to be?
I think it's going to be Yulong, no?
It's got to be, man. It's got to be KD.
Okay, all right. That's how you want to be.
So Holler was wrong on the MVP, so I think he's going to be wrong about the next series of the day. So, hey, it's looking good for KMW. But let's focus in on JD here. 5-2-4 in the KDA. The damage dealt is 30% damage dealt and only 18% taken. He was using those infinite vastnesses. He was using his flash at the optimal moments to mitigate that damage that he could have been taken.
You know what? I would be with Holler on that one. I like Yulong's performance a lot more. I would say that it was more of a defining force at the early game. But at the end of the day, JD in the last fights, the amount of damage that he dealt, it was part of the reason why they were able to stop the whole Ogran Beast.
I mean, that was the biggest thing, right? Yulong, his presence was always felt. He was like, oh, is he around that corner? Is he around that corner? Like, where is the guy, right? And so JC1 was very uncomfortable, couldn't really farm at all, and so that's why he had a beginning to end impact.
Yeah, it's kind of like me when I see trying to look for Kin when we have 2-0 series on the broadcast desk, where I'm like, where is he? Like, is he up there? Where is he? Oh no, he's nowhere. So let's see if we get a 2-0 without Kin here. But no, honestly, A.C.T, especially towards that late game, definitely brought the flavor. And I'm starting to sort of like doubt my predictions of it personally. I don't want to bring them onto the table here, but A.C.T could come back fighting in this game number 2.
Actually, that was what I was most impressed about, right?
Yeah.
The fact that A.C.T. were like, never say die, let's continue on. And you kind of saw where Flukio was really not getting caught out. He only died once in that early game, and he really got going. And that's the biggest thing. And this is why KDA is important to me, because if you're not dying, you're farming, you're getting bigger and stronger.
The fighting spirit, right?
Exactly.
Like never actually just let the game go. There's always a way to come back. I've seen comebacks that they're insane. No high ground turrets, Overlord on your crystal, everything. And it's just a matter of one fight. And then after that, the decisions, the synergy with your teammates, just being able to communicate and push out of there. Now, the synergy and the decisions is something that A.C.T. needs to work on. Let's go back to the 10-minute mark when there's the first Overlord coming out. First Overlord comes out, they decide we want this Overlord, but they pay with one high ground turret. Is that a good trade? I do not know. A 10-minute Overlord for a high ground turret? What do you think, Blam?
Well, the high ground turret taken down is constant pressure, where the Overlord is only the matter of what, like 80 seconds? You get 2 waves of Vanguards. I would take the constant pressure, knowing that that access is always there for my team over the Overlord. Because unless you are going to convert and actually make a play with dropping down the Shadow Vanguard, you basically got to keep an eye on that, whether it's top side, bot side, or even your mid. You've got to have somebody tending the farm.
They lose the turret, so it means that they're going to be having super minions coming in through their bottom lane all the time. Is that a good trade? I don't know, man. Like, that's something that hopefully the coaches are going to go back and talk to the boys and be able to say, like, okay, the decision's got to be a little bit more pristine.
Yeah, I mean, it's about the short-term gratification of just having a couple Vanguards pushing versus the long-term ramifications of having your base just literally being run through with those super minions. So I don't think it's a good deal. I think that you need to kind of, this is a strategy that they need to work out because they can't make these sorts of mistakes. I think they left a gaping hole in their base far too early.
All right, so it's a best of 3. We need to move into game 2. What is going to be the strategy? A.C.T. already saw that they can bring the fight. They know that they've got the players, they know they have the mechanics to actually be able to compete. In terms of strategy, knowing that it's a best of 3 and there's no tomorrow if they lose this game, what do they need to go for?
Honestly, obviously, if they go for, say, they see APG within this draft game number 2, right? If they go for an aggressive farm jungle, then you need to match that tempo in the early game. You can't just kind of take a seat back and be like, we'll try and meet them at the late game again, because APG, I mean, it's a definition of insanity, right? Like, if you do the same thing twice over and expect different results, you're insane.
I love when the coaches just trust on the flow and the feeling of a player in the day. And since right now we can see that Flukio is just having an amazing performance, do we need to build around him?
Yeah, of course. We need to build around him, but they need to do a better job. I mean, they were trying to funnel that farm early, and they were kind of losing some of the other lanes and kind of getting out of the lanes to kind of, accelerate his farm as much as possible. But again, I think in terms of the future, they need to be careful of not losing that early game as like they did in the game 1.
Losing the early game with a Luna. I mean, if you do lose the early game with a Luna, you got to be looking at your teammates and be like, bro, what happened here? What happened here? But the way that A.C.T. can bring that is obviously contesting the Azure Golem of APG, because it becomes a lot harder for Luna's kit to work because she needs that low cooldown.
All right, so let's talk Luna, because yesterday we did not see even one Luna, and today is the second game of the day, and we're already seeing Luna out there. Why yesterday was so much banned? Why? What's the reason behind that?
She's just a very high-pressured hero into the jungle, right? Like, she is like Jing, but crazy. I mean, the refresh on, obviously, the marked heroes onto the Gorge, you can have so much damage, so much sustain within a team fight. She can really change the team fight that your team's having without her presence. With her presence, it can be turned into a stomp for your team, so they've got to be careful.
Very mana-dependent. We know that Luna needs the blue.
Yes.
Without that blue, it's gone completely. Is Luna item dependent as well? Is it more of an early game, mid game, or a late game hero?
Itemization and blue is obviously going to be the core things that she does need, because obviously blue does allow you to have that lower cooldown, and obviously having more itemization means you can do a lot more damage.
Okay, gold. Gold. It all comes down to finance
money.
And then just being able just to invest on that Luna. Halfway through the BP already, we already see the first picks going there, and the second round of bans is coming as well.
Yep, second round of bans here. Obviously, we do see the Lung getting banned out, the Agudo, as well as over to the side of A.C.T. A lot of control mages being banned out. You get the Shirt, you get the Yixing as well. So we've already seen that PHY has played the Nua. So they're kind of banking on him to play a bit more of a control mage. But I mean, we still have the likes of the Lady Chen as well. Could potentially come here. Or if they're looking for a little bit more damage, we could look at locking in the Gan and Mo.
Yeah, I mean, look, it looks like it's going to be a very flashy, aggressive game. I mean, you see the Luna and the Jing on one side and the other, right? But I like the fact that Alpha Gaming are like, hey, actually, the Liang was banned last time. You don't have that Princess Frost, that combination again because of the global ban pick. So the fact that this is a bit open, Yulong is a mass maestro on this Luna. He's going to have a field day, and they are not scared to pick it first, and I love the aggression by Alpha Gaming, even in the draft.
Love the aggression. I do love the pickup here of the D-Ranger as well, because obviously thanks to his second ability, if he gets marked by the Luna, using that legal immunity gets the mark off him. So that can potentially disrupt the motion of the ocean for Yulong onto the Luna. So a great pick into the farm lane, a very good, stable marksman A.C.T. picks up here.
One of the good things about D&D, right? Like, it's just so mobile in terms of that. Like, you can just purify immediately, and then just all those abilities that need to mark completely nullified in the moment.
Completely nullified. And the fact that obviously his ultimate with the token, the damage reduction that gets laid onto the unfortunate marked person on the enemy team is crazy. But speaking of control mages, we do get the Princess Frost here for Alpha Gaming. So PHY doesn't go for the Lady Jen, wants to go for that bigger AoE with her Winter is Here ultimate.
Very interesting pickup. I mean, to finalize their draft. Look, if you're looking at the Alpha Gaming side, very squishy. I mean, the Lady Soon, Princess Frost did not really add any beef to this lineup. Yeah, you've got a bunch of damage and that control. The utility is going to be great, but this is a little bit of an opening. A.C.T. right now, Jing, if he gets going to that back line, there's a lot of juicy targets.
A lot of juicy targets. A lot of CC now coming through. Obviously, CC from the Vati, CC from the Yuhuan, and we have CC from the Modsu here. So Ormson could be the shot caller here for the side of A.C.T. in this game number 2, but I do want to obviously give a little bit of a promotion here to Lady Soon, even though you disregarded it there, Holder. I feel like that's the late game potential. A little bit of a ticket here for APG if they have to go to the late game.
Yeah, it's all about that,
boys. I think that we've talked a lot about this. The BP has been amazing. No more theory, just action. Let's hit the gorge. Casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, Isaac. As we get into game 2, can A.C.T. bounce back after somewhat of a game that they had chances in that game 1? They have that potential, they have the skill set, but is this draft good enough, Blam?
I don't think it's the draft, it's the execution, right? I mean, like I was saying to Isaac in the post-analytics of the game number 1, is if they are able to match the tempo of APG in the early game, especially now that we have 2 assassin junglers on the gorge. Depends on who gets the faster rotations, who gets the more oppressiveness, but here, Dowhen, using
the flash away. Storm strikes for good measure. He gets back to safety. He will be fine. But now A.C.T., I like it. They're trying to be more aggressive. Again, trying to, shore up some of the weaknesses of the last one. JC1 taking a lot of damage as well. But again, it's about the early game being aggressive and taking what is yours.
Yeah, JC1's just like, just chill. Just leave me alone. I just need to farm up. I need to make sure I'm getting a bit of a lead here against the Lady Soon, JD, into the farm lane. But they're going to go for the Phoenix down to the bot side of the map. This only spawns once now. So this is a detrimental bit of resources for either of these teams, and APG take it.
Yeah, APG will happily take that one. I mean, he's been kind of babysat by Saber there and just kind of creating a little bit of space. JC1 didn't have the greatest of games in the last one, if I'm going to be completely frank, and he needs to be a little bit better. I mean, if he's that stable guy and to really help support Flukio's, high-flying Jing in this game, they might really have a chance.
Might really have a chance. We saw 2 being catched there by Yulong onto the Luna. He's kind of sat alone in this mid lane. Has to be careful, but he's going to clear it out. He's just getting those resources over to himself to ensure the lead over the side of Flukio, but they are limited neck and neck. Just taking the lead here is Yulong for now.
Yeah, and they're putting a lot of pressure on the JC1. They know that, hey, if we lean on him, he will crumble, especially what happened in game 1. I think A.C.T. need to do a better job of just kind of, getting a couple kills. Let JC1 really get into the groove so he can kind of shine.
Get into the group, also try and stunt the performance and the progression of JD on the Lady Soon, right? Like, they've got to be careful that this pick doesn't go online earlier than expected, which is that late game, because if that's the case, that's going to be a lot of damage, but obviously to the side of A.C.T., they do have a lot of sustain.
Oh, speaking of a lot of damage, Dowhen eating quite a bit by Switch. PHY was there, was like, bro, why are you so low, man?
He's like, I don't know, you just dived in on me, but Flukio here.
He's got the force field suppression. They'll find him. They've got him locked in. They're going to do quite a lot. Flukio has to dash away. He does get back to safety, but that was close.
Very close. Too close for my comfort as well. If that was me in the ranked game, I'm like, bro, just come back, retreat. I'll be pinging 24/7, 365. But right now, APG in APG fashion are only a little bit ahead in terms of the gold. They're around about 500 gold. Not something you want to write home to your mum.
Yeah, I mean, but A.C.T doing a better job. I think if we're comparing the exact time minutes of game one to now, they've actually just taken the fight to them. I think the coaches were like, hey, A.C.T, but boys, you need to just group up. You need to be aggressive. This is pretty much all she wrote at this game.
Yeah, they just got in a little bit of a feel, right? They just needed a bit of a warm-up of that game number one. And so obviously that late game, they warmed up pretty fast because they did it all within game number one. PHY with the rotation here. Frigid Pigeon actually misses as well as the Destined Encounter.
Yeah, crisis averted. They completely dodged that one out. That's the biggest thing. The rotation happened. They didn't convert. So this is wasted time for PHY to make his journey to that bottom lane. So again, space created, but Yulong taking most of it.
Taking most of it, I mean, like you said, wasted time, but also wasted resources, right? Obviously, the Destined Encounter being warmed up there. They tried to create a little bit of pressure down to the bot side of the map, especially within 3 seconds time. The Tyrant and the Overlord will be spawning.
Yeah, and this game is going to be all about the jungle role, right? Yulong and Flukio going at it again head-to-head. But Flukio on the losing end thus far. 800 gold, it's not the most insurmountable, but this Tyrant is going to be huge. JD picks that one up, the Destined Encounter onto Orbson, who's going to Peacebreaker back to safety.
Yeah, I mean, nobody died onto the side of A.C.T for that neutral objective because if they stole it, that would have been great, but they didn't get it, and that would have been a detriment to them, especially down to this bot side here now. We know after 4 minutes, the turrets lose that kind of assistance that we've had recently been put onto Honor of Kings and onto the Gorge, which is that little bit of shielding prior to the 4 minutes. But right now, invasions into the enemy jungle, Yulong picking up more resources. Oh!
But JD goes down, Saber's going to go down as well. JC1 setting himself up for these kills, but Nitua will take that third one. Absolutely huge. Yulong fine switch in the top lane and did steal that red buff though.
Still the red buff, and it looks like they're going to convert that into the T1 up into the Clash lane potentially here, especially with switch down, but they're looking to try and make that difference into the mid lane, which is detrimental here.
Oh, they find Dowhand and they slice and dice him, and Nitua will pick this up and convert it into a T1. A.C.T bouncing back in game 2.
You can't spell A.C.T without the T, and what was there? It was a 1 after it, and that was thanks to JC1. Putting the pressure here down into the mid lane, I would probably take that 9 times over 10, right? T1 into the mid lane over the Clash lane T1. A lot of pressure already being cemented here for APG in the mid lane.
Absolutely huge. I mean, the kill counter just completely in favor of A.C.T, but the net worth still tied, right? I think APG had done a great job of farming, but losing those kills, not great in that situation. You need to play a little bit safer. Losing that mid T1, and this lead will start to grow. The Unending Sorrow finding PHY, not able to get away. Nitua snipes him out. The box is going to be used, but they want the bottom T1 on their way out. They don't take it.
I mean, the box missed, but it was enough to drive away Dowhand, right? So they were able to still get that T1. So even though it looked like a little bit of a wasted resource, it was just enough to zone away and scare Dowhand there.
Yeah, and so now the momentum, everything that you're seeing, A.C.T kind of have that. How are they going to use this and turn it into map control? Is it going to turn into more towers? A.C.T right now, let's check out this replay here.
Yeah, replay up at the top side of the map. Obviously, it was the trade for the top side here. A.C.T getting taken down, and obviously then the T1 converting. But honestly, the A.C.T getting the pickups down to the bot side, what was it, 3 kills to 1? I would take that any Sunday, and then converting that into a T1 into the mid lane. Right now, obviously, we do know that Yulong has the timer onto that red buff, so the side of A.C.T had to secure it, giving over 3 manpower.
Yeah, both of these teams need to be prioritizing the buffs as much as possible, looking to invade or taking your own so that you secure that and it doesn't get away. Because again, both of these jungle heroes need that blue buff especially.
Yeah, I feel like these T1s are just dropping like dominoes, right? Like somebody gets one, another one falls. And I mean, at this point in the game, and what we saw from A.C.T in game number 1 is exactly the performance and the play style we need to see from them if they want to stay in this game. But right now, it's looking very hopeful. Both of the jungles are trying to collapse into the mid lane here. We see Yulong going for the Azure Golem, keeping that safe. Looking for a little bit of invade here. Maybe maybe trying to sort of like source out if the Crimson Golem is still available, but not quite. It's now just a general rotation down to the bot side of the map. We do see the teleport coming through here from Dowhan. They don't want to lose any T2s this early.
Yeah, but A.C.T. are going to retreat. They didn't get much out. Yes, you saw the timer and whatnot, but the top T2 is under siege. A.C.T. had kind of committed. They sent all 5 of them trying to be, you know, stealing what they could in the bottom lane. Not able to take anything, and they took a little bit of pressure on that top lane.
Took a little bit of pressure into the top lane, but I mean, overall, we're looking at that neck-and-neck Goldie between a lot of these lanes, but where the difference is sitting is between Nitsuya and PHY. I mean, there's a lot of gold going over to Q1 here, and I mean, towards these team fights, that sustainability from this pick is going to be huge.
Okay, it looks like Flukio is going to be found out here. He's going to try to steal this with that mirror domain. He does not get it. JC1, though, might have stolen that. He does survive, and now Flukio on the run. He's going to be chased in. Saber almost tries to go for the kill. Switch is getting a little bit low. He's going to get picked off, and that's going to be the only kill unless they get the series step onto Orbsit, which they do, but not enough damage.
Not enough, but I mean, Switch getting taken down is definitely something for the side of APG. It's still a positive spin on that team fight. They get the payback into the mid lane. T1 getting taken down, so the lead that A.C.T. had has now been neutralized. Speaking of neutral objective here, Tyrant is up. APG could go for another one.
Yeah, and I think Yulong was a little upset that he didn't get MVP in game 1, because he's coming storming back. He's like, how dare you? I will carry this team. I will do all of the damage and even take this Tyrant as well.
Yeah, I mean, that cannon blast almost connecting there with Flukio, already trying to get in there, just close enough to use a smite, but Dowhan getting caught up. But I mean, really, Byron is able to sort of take that damage in this part of the game now, right? I mean, he's level 12. Itemization is definitely going to start looking more towards the tankier bruiser side.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you want him to do. You just need him to survive. I mean, the rest of your lineup, definitely on the squishier side. You got to be that front liner, but you want that multi-man stun. When the fights are happening, you got to really set it up. Let Yulong gather them, finding Switch, and Switch is actually trying to sustain it. The series stab pulling them away. Yulong has to run away. He's running for his life, but JC1 down for the count. Orbsit looks to be next. That's a double going the way of JD, but they find Yulong. They get the shutdown. Now they have to run.
They have to run. They also have to tend the mid lane. They lose the T2, so even though A.C.T. there, they were trying to get down the shutdown on Yulong, they paid with so many resources. The T2, and even more here, potentially, we see A.C.T. lose their biggest part of their sustain, the Q1.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 4-for-1 trade. I think Yulong will be like, okay, I'll be happy with that. You traded an MVP for 4 people, I'll do that.
I mean, it just puts a lot of kind of worth onto his name, right?
Yeah,
I mean, that's it. He's like, hey, 3-for-1, I'll take it. But now, speaking of taking it, we have the neutral objectives and none other than the Shadow variants, right? It's 10-minute mark. A.C.T. came back at this point.
Cannon blast on to 2, finds him. Saber gets sliced and diced, and he's done. They find PHY as well and Switch with that kill. But here's the box, and it was perfect. But Orbsit, he gets back. It looks like A.C.T. don't have the follow-up damage.
They don't have the follow-up damage, but APG gets taken down by 2, and they secure the Tyrant. A.C.T. here are looking to bring back. I mean,
here we go. The Storm Strike finding 2. Dowhan has to use a force field suppression. Almost getting JC1, but Dowhan gets killed. They find Yulong and A.C.T. on the roll.
Yeah, JD on the run, JD on the ropes. Is this a 10-minute timer? Did they have like an egg timer on stage where A.C.T. just come online when that goes ding? Because that seems to be the case here. They had great movement, great momentum in that pit of the Tyrant, and now looking to take the second neutral objective, which is going to be that Shadow Overlord, because if it's there for the taking, why not at this point?
Yeah, why not? I mean, yeah, you have that debuff, but it really doesn't matter. The rest of APG aren't even up. There's really no chance for a steal here. So a very smart play by A.C.T., putting even more pressure onto APG.
So much pressure. I mean, that's going to like be a great pressure, or even a great opening here down to the bot side of the map, or even try and reflect the same thing into the clash lane, right? Taking down that T2 would mean that side lanes are definitely going to be a pain in the side for APG. But right now, if we look at obviously the goal difference in the jungle, it's still, even though Yulong has taken 2 lives recently, he's still ahead, even though with all that time down. Looking at the itemization, he looks like he is 5 stacked at the moment, looking to go for that last item there.
Yeah, and look, with these Vanguards, this is going to be even more pressure to put onto APG. How are they going to be able to hold Yulong with less space to kind of make those approaches? And he finds Switch, but that's really not the target you want as he flashes away to safety.
No, I mean, but with this pressure down to the bot side of the map, it does mean that APG have to kind of retreat from that team fight as well. well. They have to kind of tend the chickens down into the farm lane or else they lose the Bard. But same here up into the Clash lane as well.
Yeah, Yulong still sticking around. There's 4 members of A.C.T. They want to kind of take this mid T2. Dowhen uses that force field suppression and the Shadow Vanguard in the bottom lane, if anything. But Flukio is like, hey, space created, I'm off the map. But they find Ormson. But Dowhen, again, another force field suppression. They do not want to give up this Azure Golem.
Don't want to give it over. I mean, if they do, I mean, that's a lot of resources got over. They aren't able to get it. It goes over to Flukio, and JC1, obviously having the own Azure Golem, is going to aid this D-Ranger into the late game. But right now, T2 getting taken down into the top side of the map, into the mid lane, potentially here as well. So this is a big domination, a big comeback for A.C.T.
Yeah, this is the moment. That nice little cannon blast finding PHY. He has to go golden just to stay alive. And now Nitsu is still over the wall. They have the Vanguards. The potential jump in is there. But Flukio at about half-life needs to be a little bit careful. But it looks like APG are going to hold, at least for now.
For now, I mean, how long can they? I mean, the dam looks like it's about to burst for APG, which is definitely where you want to be if you're A.C.T, right? The payback in this game number 2 for this 3rd seed Philippines team is looking strong. I mean, Nitsua is always at the front with the ultimate, but and then Sorrow maybe used it.
Dowhen still up in front. He's been dragged away. He is so low. JC1 finds him. They get the pick off, and Saber is down as well, and A.C.D. finding 2.
Finding 2, I mean, could they get any more? Probably not. I mean, we have a very low PHY. Yulong and JD really reliant on that ultimate from PHY. We have a countdown here onto the Shadow Tyrant. It's going to be a lot of damage. This is a prime time for A.C.T to retreat, get the damage, come back.
I mean, they have the numbers advantage. You want to continue with the approach. Yes, you have the winners here. It will deal with the minions, but is it enough damage to take that mid E3? They're going to take the top one instead.
Yeah, Farty with that extreme attack speed and damage coming to that top side of the map is going to put the pressure on, which now obviously gives the setup here for that Shadow Tyrant, because going into this, if Yulong is able to steal this, it could be a lifeline.
Yeah, Yulong doesn't have smite though. Flukio will smite it, and they have the box. They lock him down. But now Yulong on the run. He's going to get cannon blasted, and it looks like APG did what they could. They tried to go for the steal, but again, they didn't have the resources to do so.
No resources, no cash in the bank, so they could not check it in either. So A.C.T looking pretty strong here. Look at the gold resources. We have the Succubus Cloak coming through. Obviously, a lot of magic resistance for the likes of the Princess Frost, like the Diadea, like the Luna.
I mean, look at what's going on. In terms of just like the lane matchups, every single one, aside from the JD and JC1, has been in favor of A.C.T. They've been able to kind of use that early game lead to kind of springboard them into a winning position.
I mean, it's what they needed, right? I mean, they definitely weren't playing the best in game number 1. Game number 2, however, is definitely a different kind of gravy we're seeing right now for A.C.T. But almost taken down at that T3.
Flukio getting so low. Oh, he's almost going to get gone on, but Yulong, he gets killed instead. Switch finds him out. He baits him out, and I think Switch is going to be happy with his sacrifice. But now they've got them locked in. Ormson, though, he's going to use the box. JD gets picked off. They find him, and Flukio is back in the fight. PHY is a little bit low. Flukio looking for the angle. It wants to go for Dowhead. JC1 staying alive. Dodges the Storm Strike, but the force field suppression just a little bit longer. And Flukio will trade, but it's an ace going the way of A.C.T, and they will take game 2.
Woo! A.C.T with the comeback of game number 2. They are not wanting to be a 2-0 wonder in this group stage of the KWC. Like I said, they had a big weight to bear for the Philippine region, and they are bearing it like the cross they wear.
You know, I'm actually wondering, I'm in like deep reflection mode right now, because the King Curse has always been every series going the distance, but he's not here right now, and we're going the distance, and I'm very confused as to what's going on.
He's under the table. He's under the table.
Is he there? Okay, I thought I could smell something.
Is he in the crowd? There's no red air, so no, he's nowhere near, but he's definitely backstage, so we can still give him jip for that. But no, what a game number 2. What a comeback here for A.C.T. I mean, JC1, they weren't putting the pressure on, and like we were saying in the draft, the Gen.G is such a great marksman pick into the farm lane, such a strong, you build him tankier towards the late game, like we saw with the Blood Rage, like we saw with the Succubus Cloak. At that point in the game, he's pretty untouchable, and JC1 with the quick fingers, who was able to get the Sage's Sanctuary as well.
I mean, that's pretty much all you wanted, right? A.C.T kind of building off of that momentum in game 2, and they're like, actually, we just shore up a couple of these weaknesses, and we're gonna be fine, and we're gonna be able to take this game to them. I mean, they did such a great job.
I'm telling you, man, right now, A.C.T is on. They came in, they analyzed exactly what they needed to do. They saw the Luna pick, and they did not mind them.
They did not mind. I mean, you can't spell activate without A.C.T, right? So activate is exactly what they did into the late game of game number 1. Game number 2 was their complete activation. They've just got to keep on going, right? I mean, in terms of draft, we know that Flukio can play the tanks. He can play the likes of the Jing. So really, there's not a lot that this man can't do.
Dude, I'm telling you, look at that. Fat T right over there in that last one, standing up on business, allowing Flukio to run away, and then just turning it up for JC1 to deal the cards and take the kills.
Yeah, it looked like APG, though, were willing to go outside their base to take a lot of these fights, and they were trying to go for those pickoffs, and Yulong got greedy at times, but he got caught out by Switch in that last one, which was absolutely critical in that fight.
Very critical in that last fight. I mean, if you're going to expand anybody, it's going to be the Switch on the party, right? Because, I mean, in terms of the damage, in terms of the pressure that you can build with the rest of that team, if you dropped any one of those single dominoes, it could have been a different story here for A.C.T. But no, like you were saying there, Hola, APG kind of got a little bit lost in the sauce. They kind of missed the direction. Satnav went... What's going on?
Yeah, I think they were a little lost. Maybe the GPS, no reception in that area. They were kind of struggling. They kind of didn't know what they were doing at moments, which is, again, why we were talking about how APG, yes, they're amazing, but they're a little inconsistent at times.
They are. I mean, that's what I was saying, right? Like, on their good days, they're great, but then sometimes like this, they misjudge their opponent, and this is the direct consequence.
I'm telling you, man, like, when you analyze the data and when you start seeing, like, the numbers, you start thinking, like, was it that APG didn't play well, or that A.C.T actually came up with a game plan that allowed them to put APG in a little bit of a corner? What do you think? Was it APG's mistake, or was it A.C.T's advantage?
All right, first off, nobody puts baby in a corner, which is A.C.T. But this is the thing where Flukio has a never-say-die attitude. This team right now, they had very low expectations of PKL to make it here into KWC. They had upset after upset into the playoffs to secure them a spot here, and they're continuing to prove everyone wrong.
Everyone wrong, and continuing to prove the point that we made before the series even started. This is an open series team, and they've got up against a third seed team within the MKL. If that doesn't mean anything's possible, I don't know what is at this point.
That's such a cool fact, man. Like, they are really from open series.
Yo, look, if PKL win this one, is PKL better than MKL over?
Where's Sagi? Sagi, where are you? We need you by us.
I think his blood pressure is rising at this moment. He's like, how dare you insult the MKL?
I'm loving it, man. I'm loving how right now we're just trying to start fights just out of nothing.
Hey, why not? I mean, we can't have a fight on broadcast there, so we may as well try and create a brawl. But no, look at obviously the post-game analytics here. You can see that obviously red side is A.C.T. There was a bit of a struggle towards the first part of the game, but then coming to mid-game, that's where we start to see the flow. But then a little bit of a switch up there towards that 10-minute mark, but it was only that point where A.C.T. was like, okay, we made a mistake, but we're going to fix it ASAP, and that's exactly what they did.
May I just toss out there just a conversation topic?
Absolutely.
Blam during the cast just said the 10-minute timer is on for A.C.T. Is it that at 10 minutes, just A.C.T. just turns into a completely different team?
I think it helps, of course. I mean, understanding just, like, even in game one, right? From that mid-game to, like, late game, they were like, okay, actually, we turn this on. This is kind of our flow, you know? It takes a little bit to get there, and they shored up the weaknesses of the early game to have a better mid-game because it set themselves up for success, and that's kind of where A.C.T. are kind of proving to be very strong.
Exactly. Let's park that conversation there for a second, because I'm hearing that Flukio is going to take the MVP for this game. Flukio with a 5-1 and 6 KDA on that Jing. It was providential, it was critical in those last fights.
But I mean, just look at the stats itself, right? Damage dealt only 16.9%. So really just using the Jing as a momentum to just be trying to bait, trying to zone, trying to fluke the enemy team, lack their better words, that fluky is in his name, but also taking only very little damage as well, which is 17.1%, which is obviously down to the fact of the reflection from Jing's kit.
All right, let's go back to the 10-minute timer topic. 10 minutes, A.C.T. What was different from this game to the previous one? Because I know that the same 10 minutes mark just happened in that first game. The same 10-minute timer goes on in the second one. but the result is different. What do you guys think happened there, Black?
Because it's like that mid-game, or that early game, excuse me, where they got those 3 or 4 kills to kind of start things. They turned it into a mid-T1. Once you've taken that out, you can have so much map control, and they put a lot of pressure on, and APG had to play a very defensive, reactive game.
Absolutely. I mean, like you were saying there, Ola, it's all down to that early game. Like we said in game number 1, if they weren't able to do that in game number 2, it would just be an APG show, unfortunately. Yes, they would have still come back online with that 10 minutes, but the fact they had still such a sturdy early game meant that they could have a greater activation.
Imagine that. Do not let your opponent snowball early in the game, and you'll always have a chance just to turn things around. And that's what A.C.T did in this one. We talked in the first game that there was just like 1K, 2K, 5K gold advantage by 10 minutes. At 10 minutes in here, it was completely equal. None of the Azure Golems was taken away from Jing. That allowed Jing to stay online, to keep farming, to be alive, to be able to match the same pace and energy of that Luna. What happens after is that in the Tyrant battle, they win the battle, they take an advantage, and from there, it was all A.C.T.
Yeah, all A.C.T. at that point. I mean, they were able to just understand that even when things were close and you're kind of like, APG are coming back. But AC was like, oh, we're fine, we're fine. We're still okay. I mean, yes, the net worth lead might have shifted a little bit in favor of APG, but we still know that we have the momentum, we have that map control, we are fine in the late game.
So do not just drop the bag at the beginning.
Correct. Don't drop the bag, but I also want to put it there like shining onto the Motsu pick as well as the Hu1. I feel like that was the reason why it was like access denied for Yulong into the enemy jungle. Like if she went into the wrong brush, that's a CC hit. That's like an, hey guys, I've got some gold over here. Let's stop the Yulong and take them down. So that's why I don't think there's any contention for the Azure Golem for the side of APG.
I think that the coach is really just putting all the hope on Flukio, just trying to build the whole system around Flukio, which is actually really nice. Now, talking on the other side, we talked a lot about the Luna. We talked a lot about like how it's being banned the whole day yesterday, is being allowed today. It does not give the result that we were expecting. Let's talk a little bit about that Luna in terms of like really fast. The problem for me was the Succubus Cloak comes in at 14 minutes. And after 14 minutes, that Luna is not dealing no more damage.
Yeah.
And that was the issue, that Luna never had an advantage, and since that advantage never happened, when it comes to 14 minutes, there's no actual damage to be dealt.
It comes back to the draft. They first picked that one, right?
Yes.
And they were like, okay, we're going to go very ballsy in that sense. We're going to be aggressive, and we're going to just like see how the other team is going to deal with it. And it looks like they had an answer. A.C.T. were well prepared here.
Very well prepared. But I mean, this is what happens. Like, yes, blue side does get the prio pick, but you get the reactive red side. So not only 2 counters, you also get just like, hey, right, okay, you're going to go for the Luna at this point of the game? Bet. Let's counter it.
Yeah, and they had answers, right? A.C.T. understanding the task at hand. And I mean, to Isaac's point, you were like, hey, what are the coaches saying and all that stuff? I think it was more of just like, Flukio, turn on this button, let's go. Green light. That's it. That was the only thing that needed to be said, because he is the lifeblood of your team. He's going to carry you, and there's a reason why he was MVP.
Beast mode.
I'm going to coin it egg timer mode, because I mean, that exactly is it. That 10-minute mark was definitely the beast mode that they needed onto the side of Alpha A.C.T. But Alpha Gaming, we saw Dharma being banned out for the past 2 previous games. Dowhan's like, I need my activation. So maybe the core of APG is going to be exactly what they need to get the victory in this game number 3. This is the last chance for both of these teams. Those tuning in at home, you can see the scoreboard on there. 1-1, only one team can go into the upper bracket. And so far, this is looking like the closest one of the PKL teams have got to get it into that upper bracket. A.C.T. locking in the Dolia, locking in the Gudo, once again going for a lot of sustain.
A lot of sustain, and that Dolia is going to really help. This opens things up. I mean, we saw the power of it even in day 1 yesterday. Just about like how many, heroes have amazing ults to just kind of help with that sustain, and you have a lot of choices. This could be a potential really good combination for A.C.T.
I mean, we've been saying this again. I mean, Alpha Gaming, are they the alphas within the drafts? I mean, we were denied the Fade all yesterday. We were denied the Luna all yesterday. Now we're getting Fade on the board. Now Saber gets Zhongfei. He now gets the Beast mode.
I know that we've been doing a lot of research on like what's the meta, what are the top heroes for this, and Fade has always been the conversation.
Yes.
Like when we sit down over there for breakfast or for dinner, we're always talking about this, and Fade has always been the conversation. Blam, do you want to explain to everyone at home why?
So with Fade's rework, he now effectively gets a double smite. So it's no longer the fact that when you get caught while he's ultimate, you're not just kind of slow and then you're waiting for the timer just to slash off. You basically turn into Jade and crumble, but so do the neutral objectives. So effectively, you get 2 chances of trying to secure those very high intense team fights.
So right now, in terms of resources and just like the very close marginal fights, Fade would be like the best option.
Best option for getting that second chance, right? So making sure you don't lose any of those crucial team fights within the neutral objective camps. But honestly, it's the CC that comes through here for the side of A.C.T. Looking at Mayeen and obviously Agudo, but also the Dolia. They've already got their numbers kind of stacked here with a lot of CC for the side of A.C.T.
Yeah, I like what Alpha Gaming are doing, though, in terms of the response. Yes, they're solidifying and supporting this Fade as much as possible. He's going to get a ton of space, and you're going to see Yulong really shine on it. But they've picked up the Zhang Fei, #1 hero picked in MKL, has a lot of impact, plus top 5 pick here by Dharma. Again, just the counter initiation and that team fight when it happens is going to be very scary. A.C.T. need to be careful with their positioning in every team fight.
Need to be careful with their positioning, but also obviously they got the I Ching here. So if they really wanted to pair the Dolia up with the I Ching, they could, right? I mean, Double World is my board is going to be pretty control eccentric, but they're going to lock in the Dr. Bian here into the farm lane. I mean, this is something we've seen obviously from the KPL region. Again, just more sustain.
Wow. Okay. All right. When in doubt, go with the Dr. Beyond to kind of help respond. I mean, look, it's going to be a lot of sustain. I mean, it's an absolute ton. But how they're going to go for this one is going to be interesting. But it looks like we've got the draft underway. I'm super excited about this one.
I am super excited. I have no idea what is going to happen. This is going to be do or die. Both teams are ready. Casters, take it from here, please.
We're going to take it from here, but first we're going to take a little bit of a pause here. But I mean, the Dr. BN here, again, is it going to be the pick that they really wanted to go for? Like, we've seen A.C.T. They like to survive in those team fights with a lot of sustain. And I mean, they already had the Dolia. They already had the Agudo. Now they have the Dr. BN, which means he doesn't have the greatest range. So you're already sacrificing that real crucial part, the crucial component of the farm lane.
Yeah, but I'm wondering what they were like, hey, is the sustain from Dr. Beyond really enough to deal, like, come team fight, to deal with a Fade who's on that back line, like just slicing and dicing through everybody?
I mean, only time would tell, right, if that is going to be the case. So it's going to be, like, again, his first skill, a lot of big wave, goes through, obviously starts to put that DOT onto the enemy teams, onto the minions. So wave clear is actually going to be pretty decent here for Dr. Bien. But I just want to go back to the point I was making is obviously we got the D-Ranger onto the enemy team, which that legal immunity doesn't really serve you much purpose against the Dr. BM, because if you use it, that damage already goes straight off you straight away. So you're already claiming a lot of that damage that's DOT is now damage now.
Yeah, it's going to change things up quite a bit, right? I think that this is a nice little pocket pick, last pick surprise, getting them in. I mean, but is it like cheeky enough of a strat to pull out a Game 3 win against the #3 squad in MKL?
I mean, they've got to try and pull something out the back, right? I mean, why not give it a go? They have the lower bracket if they really feeling like, hey, we've proven ourselves against A.C.T. I mean, the rest of the group is not looking as easy as as APG, but they could potentially go head-to-head. Like we're saying, they've already activated in game #1. Game #2 was their key part of the moment. But honestly, I think if it gets to the point of team fights, the sustain itself could be a problem for the side of APG.
All right, as a coach, I think you would be more forgiving than I, where you're like, yeah, if you lose, we have the lower bracket, we're fine. But for me, I'm like, hey, you go to the lower bracket, you're dead. You're done. We're done. We're not going to even play about this. This is all in on this Game 3. Ensure that we win. We put our best foot forward and try our best to just take it now.
Yes, and speaking of taking it now, we are back onto the Gorge once again. APG, for the last time, going against A.C.T. Who is going to be the victor? 3rd seed MKL, 3rd seed PKL. Right now, Philippines have 2 teams in the lower brackets. They don't want a 3rd.
Yo, if you're in the comment section, you're viewing this, you're watching this live or whatever it is, but you got to give the energy to A.C.T. on this one. The fact that they were able to bounce back, plus the other 2 squads from the Philippines unfortunately dropped down to the lower bracket, so all of the energy, any sort of benefit they get would be great for A.C.T. here.
Very great for A.C.T. here. I mean, already kind of like putting the pressure onto JC1 on the Dr. BN, taking a lot of damage. They also able to secure away the Spike Tail Beast, so they're already trying to get the extra bit of farm over to JD on the D-Ranger.
Yeah, I think the biggest one for this game, A.C.T, Flukio, will be trying to siege as much as possible. Want to use that tempo, that wild growth to have that bit of a push to make things a little bit uncomfortable so that you control the map as much as possible. Yulong is going to want that space. Once he gets going, though, you got to be careful, especially if you're Nitsua or Ormson.
Yeah, I mean, very squishy heroes onto the side of, obviously, A.C.T, especially the likes of, obviously, the Dr. Bien as well as Yixing. Yixing having that second wind, however.
Yeah, it looks like this bottom lane. I mean, JC1 really bouncing back in that last one. This Dr. Beyond, and not the most conventional of farm lane picks. I'm actually worried about my ranked games because are the farm laners going to start picking up Dr. Beyond more?
No, I mean, I've seen it happen before. I mean, like I said, in the draft, it is a KPL strat that has happened before. The
fast forward into taking liberties. They actually found Saber, who probably can Leaping Saber away if he wanted, but he's stuck in the board. Nothing of value was earned.
This is what I mean. Like, this is so much damage and so much pressure already put on Saber because you see that little green bar on the health bar of your hero and you're like, if I stay in this team fight, that's going to get more increased. That's going to be a problem for me.
Oh, the flash forward to try to go for the Silky overplay. Gets the pull, but the flash back from JC1. So a common skill was used at the end of the day.
Common skill one used at the end of the day, but a lot of resources been given over to the side of A.C.T into the mid lane. They get priority right now. Obviously, Flukio on the Agudo, a very fast-paced jungle. I mean, the passive of Agudo as well is meaning that you can use his passive, he basically has no smite, right? Like he has that passive where he can take the blessing of one of these camps. Most times I like to go for the Azure Golem because you get that extra bit of magic damage, giving that hybrid damage like the D-Ranger.
Yeah. And I mean, look, it looks like APG are going to be just focusing that and funneling the farm into Yulong as much as possible. I mean, I think that after that last game, you're kind of like, oh man, is he going to get outclassed by Flukio? And he did. I mean, to a lesser degree in game 1, but also definitely so in game 2.
Definitely so in game number 2. Definitely for the side of A.C.T, it's the dream that they need, right? I mean, it was looking pretty harsh for the side of the PKL in day number 1. Day number 2, A.C.T are getting their hopes and dreams on the line here in this best of 3 between APG. But if we look at the goal difference, for the first time in the early game, it's going over to A.C.T.
Yeah, so, okay, look, we know what happened in game 2. A.C.T obviously won that one in convincing fashion towards the end. But who from APG really needs to step up this game?
I mean, obviously, Daohen onto the Dharma is going to be a crucial at setting up those team fights, right? Obviously, the truth mantras, you want to be catching 1 to 3 members of the side of A.C.T. If not, get really lucky and get more. But Sher here with a pull.
Yeah,
could be
got the pull and no real chance. I mean, that was just, you know, like amazing in the way that they did it. PHY with that Silky Orb. Finding it out and setting it up for JD to get the kill, though.
Set it for JD to get the kill. He's able to build the Spark Forge Dagger as well, which means that his wave clear is going to be a little bit more better than it was moments ago. But it also means the priority for this Tyrant is going to be free pickings for APG.
I mean, that's one thing that you just got to understand game sense, right? It was close to that 4-minute mark. That Tyrant, people are going to be congregating there, right?
Yep.
The pick-off, they're going to be looking for something. So you cannot get out of position. You got to be super careful because you knew that they're going to find it. Daohen a little on the low side, just barely gets out of the board. Saber is stuck in, but I think he will be fine in the end. He's under tower, but it doesn't really look like they're going to go for more. Yes, they will. The Unbridled Outburst pushing him back, and now here's the board. And they're able to lock Saber in, but he's like, for all he for, cage me not.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's at the wrong point, right? You tried to pick off Saber now that he's level 5, when he had his rage built up and the Unbridled Outburst. But this is the second time we've seen a Zhang Fei with a stun.
Yeah, and this is a great one, right? I mean, I like the fact that he has that potential if he wants to go in. You have a little bit more control, which is kind of lacking on your side. I mean, if you have it, if you get that nice little stun, the rest of your squad, the skill sets for their stuns are going to be much easier.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? Obviously, they got the Fade, they've technically got 2 smites, so they don't need the third of Saber. Why not go for something that's going to give them a little bit more ease over the team fights? But right now, A.C.T take the first turret of the game. They lose first blood, but they get the first bit of Monopoly.
Yeah, but it's like, okay, he's going to get a little serious on this one. Daohen tries to go for the truth. Oh, he sidesteps it, and Switch stays alive, but the Golden keeping Nitsu alive. No, Yulong finds him, but a nice little 3-man stun. They have that board if they want to go. Daohen is so low, he's going to limp away. He's going to be back. The Wild Growth still up in front, but A.C.T cannot find a kill.
They could not find a kill, but what they did see is the Zenbon Sakura, right? They saw Byakuya Kuchiki on the Gorge, and again, this is just another one of the fantastic anime collabs for Honor of Kings.
Oh, Yulong walking on the walls, walking on Jade, Ormson taking a lot of damage. damage, and he's doing it from the high ground, so to speak. Yulong looking to go in, just scaring them away. ACT's like, hey, actually, we have the numbers advantage, but we don't want any piece of Yulong.
No. They don't want Yulong right now. I mean, look at him. He's like level 10 in terms of the gold resources. It's going to be going funneled in over to him right now. They've just got to be careful, right? APG, we've already seen that switch on the Mayin played that very well, right? He was able to completely negate the playmaker potential of Daohan on the Dharma.
Yeah, the sidestepping was huge at that point. I mean, just being able to do it out. But Daohan again, oh, there they find him. They get the orb. They find JC1 yet again. An absolute misstep by JC1 there.
Yeah, definitely misstep. Definitely not used to doing the tango, right? Because it takes two to tango. And unfortunately, when you got two left feet, it doesn't work out the way you want it to. And again, JC1 getting caught out there. I mean, it was at the cost of the top side T1 as well. So they are opening up the side lanes for the side of ACT. They're playing a little bit more of the bigger picture.
Oh, the Umbrella Outburst, the Stampede. They want to go in. Yulong all the way in the flank. Nitsu is down. Yulong running now, trying to just stay alive. They've gotten what they wanted, which is that kill. He dashes over the wall.
No.
They find Ormson. JD gets that pick off, and it looks like they're going to take the Crimson. And no, Flukio will smite that for good measure.
Smite it for good measure, but obviously we saw earlier that PHY built the Venomous Staff, right? So that is the anti-heal item that you need. Like, if they've got so much sustain over to the side of ACT, anti-heal is your go-to. Venomous Staff, Blazing Cape, or Mortal Punisher.
Yeah, let's talk about PHY, right? I mean, she, generally speaking, something. Oh, but he goes in for the truth. He finds him. JC1 tries to flash away, and he gets picked off. And Daohan with that initiation. What a play, and they've gotten more with the orb. They find Nitsuo, PHY, so much control.
So much control, but it's all thanks to Furball, the pseudo tank onto the side of ACT right now, just keeping them away from that T3 in the mid lane. I mean, right there. APG looked very strong. They've opened up the mid lane entirely. The last thing standing is that high ground turret, which after that point is going to be a lot of pressure over to the side of ACT.
I mean, you still have the outer ones. That's a silver lining at the end of the day. So I mean, yes, the mid lane is the most important one, but you can kind of converge on it. The potential for flanking is there, but APG have been playing a flawless game. We saw this in game one, where again that early game very strong, taking things out, and but ACT were able to bounce back in this one, or that one. Are they able to do it in this one?
I mean, it's on a 10-minute timer, right? Like you said, no 10 minutes has been on the board, but does APG know that? Have they got their own egg timer? When that goes ding, are they at the base? If not, let's go and run. But right now, it's looking very scary for the side of ACT, but they have been in this situation before. 0 kills, whilst the enemy team has got the amount. But if we look at this, Yulong and Flukio are definitely not neck and neck where they should be within the gold, right? Yulong is definitely taking the lead here, whereas JD is almost 2k ahead of a JC1.
I've experienced a game like this at the 9-minute mark with 0 kills, but it looks like they're going to look to go. The board has been set. Ormson just rolling away. The Furball, is that potential catch there? No, the Umbrella Outburst keeping him alive. Switch is looking to go for this, but he gets caught out. JD makes him pay for going aggressive, and they find him, and now Flukio. Yulong trying to go in. Flukio gets picked off. He gets sniped down by Yulong.
Oh no, there's even more going on right now. Can they catch JC1? They get him. JD is getting some more kills, and it's only Nitsuya alive.
Yeah, JD trades his life away, but he wants to go for those kills. 4 members down. Nitsuya, the only man standing. APG looking to close this game out. They have the minion waves. How does Nitsuya hold? He's going to get back into his fountain. They're going to take the crystal, and APG will take game 3 and the series.
Yeah, 10-minute who? Is the narrative there for APG. There was like, no. We got to the 10-minute mark twice in this best of 3. We're not letting it happen for the 3rd game. But honestly, I want to just give props to Daohan there. Like, he had so much damage over time, working his way at him thanks to the Dr. BN. He was punching through the walls just to get a little bit of that sustain from the minion camps. It was enough to keep him alive and enough to keep the dream alive for the 3rd seed of the MKL. Alpha Gaming go into the upper bracket.
Yeah, upper bracket for now in the groups, of course. Just a really strong game, and that was the way they wanted to finish.
Yes.
They definitely learned. They took their licks, losing game 2. Game 1, a little bit of a stumble, but they ended up pulling that one off. That's going to help this team in the long term.
In the long term, and you can't spell lung without Yulong, right? I mean, in this game, on the fade, he was exceptional. And you saw it there within the Tyrant camp where he used that new reworked ultimate, using that smite from the ultimate, the execution execution meant that he was able to keep this smite alive just in case.
Yeah, and look at these highlights. I mean, PHY, his orbs were absolutely insane. You pull one guy, insta-kill, right? Every single time he did that, and it's not easy to do. You've seen in other games, or in you know, the S3 and all that, where the Shi just doesn't really able to kind of get those perfect pulls, but PHY was like a maestro on it.
Absolute maestro. I mean, it was enough what they needed, right? They needed to kind of pull them in, right? They needed to bring them and bring the team fight to them, some fight on their terms. But right here, obviously, Daohan, Focus, trying to go into there. You can see his health so low. He's punching the minions over the wall just to get a little bit of health to stay alive. But this was enough to keep the dream for APG, right? The damage from the D-Ranger, the Spark Forge Dagger, just getting that extra little bit of range that they need over the wall of the base and wipe out the enemy team.
Yeah, just perfectly played right in the end. And understanding that JD was like, hey, I'm going to sacrifice it. We're going to go all in. We're going to able to get this kill because, again, it's just like two more members. If Nitto is by himself, he has no chance to defend, and he proved them all wrong.
Alpha Gaming is going to make it all the way through to the upper bracket. And sadly for A.C.T, they're going to go to the lower bracket. They did play well, but there was no 10 minutes timer this time because we didn't even make it to 10 minutes. And I do believe that that's something that Alpha Gaming said. There was like, well, if we know that at 10 minutes they're going to turn Berserker, what about if right now we just don't get there? Well, we have all the different thoughts from the players over there with Mara. Let's see what they have to say.
Here we are with Daohan. Congratulations. You started off the series really well in game number 1. Kind of almost lost it at the end, but then you got the win. Going to game number 2 was a totally different story. What happened there?
Game 2, we got many mistakes and we lose it. But game 3, we already come back and try our best to win game 3.
Speaking of game 3, the opponent's draft pick, it was literally basically to destroy the win condition of your team, but you managed to stay composed and you finished it really fast. What was the discussion behind there backstage?
I think our coach Ben pick is help us very much, and the enemy A.C.T, that group, the hero must be very weak and try their best.
So you felt that they were very weak. So do you feel like your team is the strongest out of Group D?
Of course.
Do you have a message to your next opponent that you're going to face in the upper bracket?
Sorry?
Your message to your next opponent.
Of course, win next game.
Congratulations once again. That was a great win. We're going to head back to our casters. Lead the gorge.
Thank you very much, Mara, and thank you very much, Daohan. Gives us right now a topic to talk about right now. The composition from A.C.T. They decide to go from a non-very traditional composition in there. What are your thoughts on that?
I'm not a big fan of it. I mean, you were talking about the fact that it's a KPL strat, but it is a KPL strat, right? And kind of pulling it out in this one, especially with game 3, everything on the line, right? I think every game is so important that you need to put your best foot forward and not have these kind of like niche drafts going in.
Of course.
I mean, towards the end there, obviously, for the side of APG, they banded the Lung, right? Which is obviously always lovely to be paired with the Dolia. So honestly, they already exhausted quite a few of their marksman picks. So they kind of thought, you know what? Let's go for a little more stain. Let's try and get that damage over time. And it almost worked on Saber, right? For the Zhang Fei. But in the end, it just wasn't enough. And as you can see here, 0-4 KDA for JC1, 0-4 KDA for Nitsuya as well.
The problem is that your farm lane cannot just be a 0-4-1.
No.
And in the moment that you do not have a marksman right over in that composition, where's the damage coming in from? Is it the damage only gonna be Flukio, the one that is gonna have to destroy the whole 5 members from the other team, having a Dharma, having a Tranfei on the other side?
Like, I understand why they would do this draft. It is definitely something that they had set up. They understood how, you know, it was gonna, like, you had the Agudo up front, you had that Wild Growth, and you're slow sieging, you have the Dr. Beyond to kind of just keep everything, you know, the sustain and just being this, like, snowball. But that snowball really never got going. It was like a baby one at best.
Never got going, but obviously, in terms of your question, Isaac, in terms of the damage, we were really hoping it to come from Nitsuya. Obviously, we know Yixing can do a lot of damage. His passive is all about getting those stacks, and you really need to try and get into the late game to get that to come through for you. But at the end of the day, when you're playing on the terms of APG, you can't just be allowed to farm and stack up that passive.
There's a lot of magical damage coming in from A.C.T. So in Alpha Gaming, the itemization plan was very clear.
Very, very clear. It was basically build magic resistance, build anti-health as well, right? So there's a lot of sustain. We saw that PHY was able to pick up the venomous staff, which was enough to take those team fights into their favor. And this looks like a little bit of a flat line. I mean, A.C.T, they had life, but right now, this gold graph looks a bit like a flat line.
I mean, just at a certain point, Alpha Gaming was just able to close the game out. It's because A.C.T really couldn't get going. I think that if you're looking at the heroes that you're picking, the drafts, you need to work around Flukio as more of like the assassin style, just that focal point. Not the Agudo slow pushing like tank style, but it's more of just like a let the man flourish.
Let him flourish.
For JC1 was a very difficult game. Like the whole series, like the whole three games were pretty tough on JC1 because, you know what, like it was cut all the way. He was roaming around, cut. Checking the brush, cut. Every single time. And for a marksman to be, for your farm laner to be doing that, it's kind of tough. Well, let's take our eyes out of A.C.T and put them on Alpha Gaming. The MVP for this amazing game is going to be brought to you right now over there on your screens. It's going to be PHY.
Like I said, the Sh here just gave a lot of obviously influence within the Gorge, right? I mean, you saw from the early game those rotations that was... They didn't need to put that pressure onto the farm lane, right? JC1 onto the Dr. BN didn't really need to be contested that much, but they thought, you know what, hey, let's not let it get that moment to shine. Let's not give it its 8-mile moment, that one shot, one opportunity. He was just like, we need to rotate down, we need to put the pressure down. I mean, look, even though Control Mage, damage dealt, 25.7% of it dealt by Sh.
Yeah, actually a very interesting MVP because you're looking at KDA alone and like Yulong was like 5-0 and 5. And you're thinking that he's getting all the pickoffs, everything was going to happen, but it really got set up by Shi and PHY just on those orbs, right? So a well-deserved MVP by PHY here.
The setting up is what gave him that MVP, isn't it? Just the initiation coming in from Shi. It's not a difficult hero to learn. It's a very difficult hero to master.
Yes.
It is just a matter of the timing. How do you use your herbs to initiate, to pull someone in? Who are you pulling in, right? Like, it's all right when you're pulling in a farm laner. It's not all right when you're pulling in a support or you're pulling in a tank.
Yeah. I mean, he pulled in JC1 like many times.
Many times.
JC1 struggle. I mean, this is also the problem with Dr. Beyond. He needs to be up close a little bit. He doesn't want to be, I mean, generally if it's like a traditional farm laner, he's got that long distance and he stays away, but he has to be up close, and that's a perfect time to get that orb on.
Very perfect time, but this is going to be the end for A.C.T for now, but next game soon.
Come on, man. Like A.C.T still has a chance to go and move forward. They're going to have the last chance as they're going to move to the lower bracket. We're going to have a chance to go and have a little bit of a break as we come back together for match number 2.
Come on, let's go.
Rush mid now. Come on. Jungle combat. Rotate back to low HP. Victory!
Welcome back. Game 1 is done. We're gonna move into Game 2. We had already APG moving forward. A.C.T. sadly are going to be waiting for the loser against this next match. In this next match, we're gonna have OG Esports against Non-Shim Red Force. The game that you guys have been waiting for.
There's a lot of pressure on this one. Let me be very, very honest. Let's set up the stage a little bit. KME, I was part of that one, and I did see Non-Shim Red Force pull out the W, right? They were the champions. They were the #1 squad. OG Esports from KM West, Blam. Your thoughts on this team as they were second place? I mean, come on.
I mean, it's KM West. I mean, KM East. I mean, do they have any kind of other good team than Non-Shim? Not really. I mean, West is the best at this point. But OG Esports, obviously, they did lose to Twisted Minds in a full best-of-5, but it was a phenomenal game, and they're still here. They're still here.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be an interesting one. All jokes aside, these are two top teams. It's going to be very interesting to see who kind of pulls this one out.
But yeah, I'm going to introduce these boys. I mean, it's Keke, Dao, Wen, An, and Muchen on the side of OG Esports, also known as Dream OG, because they are the original Dream of the West.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is a powerhouse of a team. I hate having to compliment this team, but Dao is an absolute beast. He's an amazing jungler, and you're kind of seeing the players as they coming in. Yeah. But this is a squad that is really next level. I think they have championship aspirations. The skill and the mechanical play is there, but they sometimes stumble. Sometimes they've had some confidence breaks where they had a 3-1 lead in, I believe, Season 3, and they kind of crumbled. Going up against Nova Esports, were the eventual champions.
All right, but what makes OG Esports such a strong team? Like, in your eyes, what is the factor that could give them a chance for the championship?
I mean, they have Dao, right? Dao obviously has been such a great experienced player, especially to lead these boys to where they are, like almost championship winning material, almost beating Nova Esports. In a different timeline, we could be seeing OG, they could have been the Season 3 champions.
Yeah, actually the craziest part about Season 3 is that if OG, or at the time, if they were to pull out the victory, they might have beaten Non-Shim Red Force, which ended up going into second place going up against Nova Esports, if that matchup was there. In an alternate universe, unfortunately, that was not the case, because we're going to see Non-Shim Red Force, and these are my boys, Kyung9, Haku, Illusion, Siri, and Faye. Fighting. Let's go.
I'm going to be like Hauler. I hate giving compliments to these teams, but they are a great team as well, right? It is Kyung9. I mean, he is a great Clash laner, right? Like, honestly, one of the best ones to watch, honestly. Illusion, Siri, Faye. Obviously, Faye is just coined as one of the great great support players, right? Like, he is honestly one of the ones to watch.
Very experienced team, and like a lot of these players I've seen already from a long time.
Oh,
like,
yes.
They have been really that just putting a lot of games under their belt.
I mean, they have, like, they've gone through these systems, so to speak. I mean, way back in the day when the Korean, there was a league, unfortunately, they were Gen.G at the time. I mean, they didn't really kind of pay off in that sense, but they've learned so many, like, you know, losses, and through that experience has really kind of evolved this team. Like, their hero pool is very deep, but are they able to play a best of 3? That one is going to be the most interesting question of the day.
Maybe in the best of 7, they might have an advantage, but is that going to transmit into the best of 3?
Like I always say, it's my coin tagline, best of 3s, anything can happen, right? And I mean, we always say that Nongshim, they need a few games to warm up. So can they have enough games? Is one game enough to warm up within this best of 3? I suppose we won't have much longer to wait, right? I mean, we are getting into it. You can see the players here. Currently on the screen is the boys, the Korean representatives, the JPKR region #1. It is a Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, and this is a team that, why we were talking about the fact that, like, in best of 3s, they might not be as good because they learn on the fly, right? When they lose, and then they're like, okay, we know what we need to adjust, and they make those micro adjustments in games. So, like, longer series, Nongshim Red Force does really well, especially in Season 3, where every single best of 7 went to an ultimate battle.
I mean, where's Nongshim's monkey mascot? I mean, that's already proven, like, a better advantage right now. We got a mascot. It's on the chest. It's on our hearts. KMW, baby.
Are they allowed to have 2 coaches like that? Can we get some referee to look into this? This doesn't seem fair, no?
Getting into the draft of game #1, Coach Andy there we saw on the screen. And obviously for Nongshim Red Force, coined as the greatest red, their coach is going to be YK. But we're looking at banning out the Liang, looking at banning out the Ali. So already trying to take that power coupling, that control mage coupling of the Princess Frost and Liang from the side of Nongshim Red Force.
Sorry, you call them the greatest what?
Red.
Can you say it again?
Greatest red.
Okay, I just wanted to hear you say it again. Just many times. Just inserting your energy into the Nongshim Red Force team as they get ready for this draft 1.
But OG Esports is Dream OG. They're the original dream.
Yeah, okay. I mean, yes, you have your dreams, but we've seen Inception. It doesn't always work the way you want. And I think that Nongshim Red Force, with the power of ramen, Shin Ramen, they're going to do awesome.
I mean, we can dream. Dreamers. We're all dreamers at the end of the day, right? So OG Esports taking it there for me. But no, we're looking at the draft here for Nongshim Red Force. Already a lot of control. Already quite a bit of sustain here for the Hue1. And we always praise this one, right? Where it's second pick, flex pick Hue1. We don't know where it's going.
Yes.
But right now, with the Orgrim pick up here, it could only be the mid. It could only be... Actually, no. It's not. They've already thrown their cards off the table. It can only really be the Roam now.
Well, a little bit an unconventional pick right over there, but Ogre and Yuhuan Isiem, a really nice combo right over there. That's very nice 3. Nothing. There's a lot of other options that they could have to take for the second round of picks as well.
Absolutely. I mean, a little bit of a strange ban here is going to be the whole Yi. Obviously, a great counter to the Lung, as we know. Can obviously sustain those flaming palms in the early game thanks to its tankiness. So obviously, banning out the whole Yi is going to be a good call for the side of OG Esports. Also, the D-Ranger we've seen shine in the previous series. I feel like it's gone like, what, 100% win rate today, D-Ranger?
Yeah, it's a great hero. I mean, the potential for, you know, just a very solid farm laner. Very important as they go into the second phase. They need somebody, right? But I like the way Nongshim Red Force are drafting thus far. They're putting their best foot forward. Ogrin Haku. They're synonymous with one another, right? He is one of the best Ogrin players on the global platform. So this is a guy that, again, knows how to play it. Plus, they're going to set this up with Kyung9 getting his signature hero in Sunsu.
Yeah, the Sunset here on Kyung9. He's going to put a lot of pressure. Obviously, he wasn't able to give it over his Dharma, which we know is obviously one of his other favorite picks. He loves this one. But another little bit of fun fact here. Kyung9, I believe in the KME ranking week, only really played like 4 heroes, whereas other teams were just going crazy with their hero pool. But speaking of crazy, we are going to get one of the power couple ins, but it is going to be the aggressive, the big engage, the Byron and the Pei being set up here with obviously Lady Chen. Great counter to the Orgrin.
Yeah, I want to talk about the fact that they were like, oh, Nongshim only plays 4 heroes. heroes or whatever, and they're not very good because they don't have that flexibility. It was more the fact that they were stomping teams with literally 2 drafts, and the enemy team did not have an option, and they just 2-0'd everybody, so you play the minimum number of games.
Hey, that's a deflection, right? I said no context of that being negative. If anything, I was impressed. So I want you to say that you are reflecting your negativity onto Nongshim Red Force here, but the Consort U, the great counter here for Lung.
Look, anytime you talk about Nongshim U or Nongshim Red Force, I'm just like, no, you're insulting them. you're being overly aggressive, not giving them a chance. Not cool, bro.
I'm gonna have to talk to your parents about that, please.
Don't get my parents involved, please.
I want this to stop right now, and we need to stop it because you know what? Both teams are ready. The coaches are gonna go out and they're gonna shake hands because you know what? It's a matter of being nice to each other, right?
I think we should shake hands,
Ryan Holler.
Oh, we both knew what we was doing. We went with a switch up there, chat. We went with a switch up. Neither of us shook hands. Why would we? KMW, KME, going up against this one in this best of 3. Is it going to be Nongshim? Is it going to be Dream OG Esports? Getting onto the gorge almost for game number 1.
Yeah, actually, I'm scared for you because if Nongshim Red Force 2-0s them, you will never hear the end of this.
Never, ever.
Reverse.
Never, ever.
If there was cake, I'm going to find some cake, and it's going to be in your face.
You know what, boys? 2 teams and 1 plan each. It's time to see whose draft is going to come alive in the gorge. Lamb, Holler, be nice to each other, but take it from here. Let's go.
Yes, exactly. We're going to get out to the gorge for this game number 1. I mean, we've already had bangers today, right? I mean, A.C.T, APG, they did deliver. Honestly, better than expectations of many people, but this one is going to be the start of something new, something that could be carried on for generations between the KME and KMW. But in terms of the draft, I mean, I know you're going to say Nongshim anyway, because I mean, there's no point asking you, but in terms of the draft, what are we thinking?
Honestly, okay, a lot of the signature heroes on the Nongshim side have been picked, right? I mean, you see Illusion on the Yixing, Haku on the Ogren, Kyung9 on the Sun. So you have that lot of play. The Kanto Yui is a little not great for me, but on the other end, if we're looking at OG, and yes, they got the Byron Pay combination. This is an ultimate early game destroyer. Very scary because they can invade your jungle from minute 1.
I mean, it wasn't enough. I'm getting labeled the bully here. It wasn't enough for you to insult OG Esports. You're insulting one of my mains, the Consort U. I mean, the second skill, the protective winds, is going to be so nicely timed, hopefully for Nongshim Red Force, to detect and just detract from those flaming palms. And obviously, if you time it correctly, you can activate the Blessing of the Dyrad, right? So you can get away from that CC that other side of OG Esports could land onto you.
I didn't know you main Consort Yui, and now I hate the hero more.
Whoa! So, yeah, hello, is this Holler's parent? Yeah, he's being mean right now.
Apparently our dad is right next to us, by the way. But okay, I mean, just starting off this game, I think it's going to be key, right? Nongshim do a great job of just like funneling that farm into Haku because they know that his Ogren is really next level.
I mean, they have to. I mean, Ogren needs to get online a little bit earlier, right? He needs the itemization. He needs the Light of the Blazing Cape, the Eye of the Phoenix as well to really sustain into these team fights. But I mean, to the props of Nongshim Red Force, Hugh1 here is going to give over that sustain in the early game that he lacks so far.
Yeah, and look, I mean, if we're looking at the top lane, Faye is already being super aggressive.
Oh, super aggressive, but speaking of that, when has the flash out? Kyung9 gets first blood. That hurt for me to say, but another kill going over to Nongshim Red Force. My heart bleeds blue, but this is not coming through here. This is only early game.
Not 1, but 2 kills to start off the game. That's a perfect start for Nongshim. It couldn't have been any better, and getting those 2 just to kind of set up the stage. Again, once they have a lead, Nongshim are very strong because they hoard wealth like no other team.
They hoard wealth. I mean, it definitely paid off into the top side of the map, right? I mean, able to get out both Wen and Kage there is going to be very interesting for these 2 teams, but they're already looking very solid into the bot side of the map. We see the Arn is chunking those oak bolts as well. He's got to be careful.
Yeah, he does need to be careful indeed. I mean, he's just going to be by himself. An and Muchen, you know, they'll just like kind of push him away, but it's all about everyone else. Right now, it's about Haku, and they're waiting in the wings. Who's going to step out?
Yeah, I mean, that looks scary, right? You've got like three in one side, and then you had Kyungnaeng on the other. It's kind of like, do they just come in like a mosh pit just to take down Wen? I mean, does it take 4 people to take down 1 OG? It seems that way. So OG already looking strong. Already, it seems like Nongshim is paying that respect to OG Esports.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is why Kyungnaeng is so good on the Sun Tzu. The fact that, like, he might not be the greatest laner, and definitely, you know, one-on-one with the Byron, he's going to struggle. But getting that combination, once they start to group, Kyungnaeng is really next level with his boats.
Yeah, I mean, set sail just gives you great pressure across the gorge, right? Like, I mean, that's definitely something you really want if you are Nongshim Red Force. I mean, you really heavily reliant on that teleport for Keke on the side of OG, so they've got to be careful.
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, look, Siri all by himself at this point. I mean, just kind of on, just he'll deal with this one. I think that he will struggle. Consor Yui doesn't have the greatest time against Loong in that in the laning phase.
Yeah, I mean, for now, she's definitely obviously putting the pressure onto into the bot side of the map, which is obviously 1v1 here. We might get a payback. Obviously, we do see the protective winds come through. Faye is here to bring some help, but it's not enough. We see On get the takedown onto Siri. Pow!
All right, okay. First off, the Pow, that's not what dragon sounds make. He killed him with the infinite vastness of all things, but they find Dao.
They find Dao looking pretty low. He's running into the Runga T1 there. I mean, he has to kind of try and bounce off this wall. He's able to. Haku does use this path of passing to try and close that gap between these two.
And this is why Dao is so scary on the Faye. Oh, Illusion.
Illusion looking pretty low. They get the passive off of Illusion. Faye gets knocked up into the air, takes a little bit of the damage. Doesn't yet have his passive ultimate, but down goes Muchin, unfortunately.
Siri goes pow and knocks out Muchin, huh? That's the way it's supposed to be.
Oh, bolts don't sound like pow pow.
Touche, my friend, touche.
But if we're looking at the gold, obviously still not OG Esports is taking that part. So with the like of the pay, they're looking to make sure and maintain that lead for the side of OG. Getting the Tyrant means that they're going to have a little bit of a leeway here with the damage, but right now, a lot of control being thrown about the gorge.
I mean, the biggest thing about OG's lineup is that it's all about tempo, pace, early game lead, and you're just seeing the strength of it through Dao. Being able to pick that Tyrant up, very huge for them. I mean, but the net worth, I mean, Nongshim doing such a great job of farming themselves, especially since they got those earlier kills.
Yeah, the earlier kills, exactly. They definitely set them up. Obviously, First Blood having that little boot of extra boost bonus, but CDK here, log in fight on to get some free stuff. And speaking of free stuff, we're looking at taking some of these minions down here just to get a little bit more gold over the side of OG Esports. But right now, in terms of the level differences in the jungle, it is pretty much a non-existent. In terms of the gold lead, currently Haku about 100 gold ahead, so it's a coin flip at this point.
It's a coin flip, but here's the thing. Pay will fall off. You know, Ogren will strive in that late game. Assuming that this continues on, this is in favor of Nongshim Red Force, especially in the late game.
We're talking about late game. We've got on the Loong. That is a late game ticket that we've already seen once today. So those Flaming Palms are only going to get a little bit hotter as they come through. And 600 gold into the farm lane is definitely something they want to keep an eye on if you are Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, absolutely true. I mean, that is definitely a problem. And Dao not able to stop the boat that is Kyungnaeng. He definitely maneuvers around, stays alive.
Yeah, that just reminds me of like a dog chasing a car, right? Like, what's it doing? Like, why are you doing that? It's like, Dao, just chill, bro. Just focus. Let's get this dub onto the board for the side of OG Esports. But right now, obviously, kills are going over to the favor of Nongshim right now. Haku, Faye here into the mid lane. Ride the Wind being used here. We do see the Conductor Souls being committed. We do actually get the takedown of the Overlord for the side of OG Esports.
Oh, Haku going aggressive. Tried to go for the pickoff, but Muchin barely out.
Ooh, almost. The Wolves my board is going to capture Dao here, but is it going to be enough to contain the beast? Obviously, the Frigid Prison does come through. Haku getting taken down here, potentially by Keke. He comes from the back line with a pow.
Yeah, that was definitely a pow. Keke just making him pay. Haku, I was like, he's a little out of position. And this is a bit of an issue with him. Dare I say weakness. Haku sometimes likes to be all the way up in front. He thinks that he's being protected, but sometimes he definitely has those blind spots on the side.
Yeah, unfortunately. I mean, that's where Keke is going to be looking at, right? The blind spots from the side, the back access into the team fights as well, just catching you off guard. I mean, he's done great here to kind of freeze the wave into that T1 so that the Vanguard could come around and take this T1 into the clash lane. So yes, they lose First Blood, but we get that first turret.
Have the tables turned at this point. I mean, Nongshim were definitely leading in the first 2 or 3 minutes with those kills, but now everything is shifted, and now I'm kind of scared, dare I say.
You're scared? I mean, Nongshim's meant to be the greatest red, but I'm seeing Crimson buff, Crimson buff, Crimson buff for the side of OG.
Okay. You know, like, I don't know why you need 3. I think you're just being greedy at this point.
Greed, I mean, that's what Honor of Kings, the game, resources is all about. You need to be greedy. You need to have those resources in your favor. But right now, obviously, getting a better foot in, putting the pressure onto Kyung9 up into the clash lane was the right call here for OG Esports.
Yeah, but Haku, looking isolated.
Yeah, looking isolated right now. He just used to commit the pass in. He does get the takedown thanks to the execution there for the side of Nongshim Red Force. Infinite fastness into the sky, repositioning into the back line here. We do see Kyung9 being taken down as well. Keke taking those old bolts on the face and still gets out alive.
Yeah, just Haku just sticking around a little bit too long. Kyung9 was a sacrifice. Sometimes as the clash laner, you get that stun, you go in, but OG just way too tanky at that point. Haku was still sticking around. He is not that critical, massive raid boss right now. He needs to farm more than anything else.
Wait, you said that support lives matters, but clash lane lanes matters though?
Clash lane lives don't matter. Okay. I don't play Clash Lane, but you know, for all the Clash Laners that I played with my ranked games, this is all for you. Your lives don't matter.
Wow, I mean, taken personal there by KK. And you look at KK, he does have obviously the level advantage for now as well. He's level 11 ahead of Kyung9. Kyung9 catching a few strays, unfortunately, but OG able to actually neutralize that kill lead there with a 4-4. Looking to take this T1 into the mid lane. It's looking hard for Nongshim, but Nongshim, we know, like to do a bit of a comeback towards the late game.
Yeah, I mean, look, you gotta slow the pace down. I think the biggest thing right now, Nongshim are just being a little over-eager to fight. You don't really have the items. You gotta be thinking about just like mitigating what OG's bringing, which is again that early game pressure. Just repelling that as much as possible. Get yourself the farm and to survive to the mid to late game where you will strive.
Yeah, I mean, I like the position that obviously OG's put Nongshim in, right? They are prioritizing the Crimson Golem over the Tyrant, right? A.A.L. was completely uncontested there, but now he's got the backup of Keke. Muchin coming in here. Kyung9 cannot escape. Destiny counter into the backline. We're seeing that Illusion is having to get out there with very little help. The passive not being proc just yet.
Just not there in time. I mean, the idea was great for Kyung9 to make that teleport and to go with that bolt, but then once he hit, there was nobody there to help you out, and the rest of the team was just like way too slow to kind of help support with this one, so Kyung9 really got caught out. These are moments where you're like, hey, you should not be making these mistakes.
Not making these mistakes as well. I mean, T2's potentially being taken down here into the farm lane. We saw that Arn has just built the Starbreaker as well, right? So Haku has got to be careful. I mean, even Faye, right? Faye is more than likely going to be building quite defensive here on the Huan.
Oh, but they got to catch.
Oh, potential catch here onto Wen. He is the scapegoat for the side of OG Esports, but Kyung9 gets taken down by Arn. Haku back in with the Conductor of Souls, but it isn't enough. The Starbreaker comes through.
I mean, they thought they had the numbers advantage. Kyung9, again, he's just like, look, this is why Sansa is not the greatest of heroes at times. Yeah, you have that nice little poke, but Illusion taking a lot of damage.
A lot of damage from Illusion. It's forced them away from that T3. OG looking for that almost over 10-minute victory there. They are putting their print on game number 1.
I don't like the fact that they're trying to take so many team fights. Nongshim needs to just, again, hold the fort, hold the line, keep those T3s alive more than anything else. Yes, you're going to be losing a lot of time, but you need the time to farm yourself. You are so far behind to take any sort of fight.
Yeah, I mean, you're hearing them on stage shouting. It is creating such an atmosphere between these two teams. OG, I mean, the shouts to themselves gives dividends over to the side of Nongshim, right? They are keeping very strong, very vocal between the teams because they know Nongshim is not somebody that you cannot take lightly.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, OG are definitely passionate. They are ready to go and good, you know, they're looking to bear down onto Nongshim and shut them down. They have a huge lead in terms of net worth. Yes, the kills speak a different story, but Nongshim right now on the defensive, they need to hold on.
They do need to hold on, definitely. I mean, this is where we've seen teams come back, right? I mean, even though the high ground turrets do get taken down, there is still a chance here for Nongshim Red Force, but coming in thick, coming in hot is OG for now. Flaming Palm onto the backline. Illusion almost losing his life, but the protected wins as well, keeping Siri alive, and enough to keep away those minions into that T3, but it's not going to stop them. Flaming Palms are connecting, a great asset when it comes to turret takedowns.
Right on that one. Illusion was so low that it's taken years off of my life, right? I was so, oh my god, so close, but they're going
so close again. Illusion playing the close, but it is going to be the little bit of damage from the Muchin on the Didia that gets the kill. Haku still into the thick of it. There is a team fight on two fronts. Kyung9 goes down. OG just need that minion to come through. The cannon minion with very low health. Faye, is he going to be enough to get that kill onto the minion? No! game number 1 goes to OG, baby.
Well played, OG. Good job. I mean, all right. I mean, well done. Yeah. I want to say that OG didn't really win, but it was more like Nongshim lost, right? Because the way that they were playing on that one, they were overly aggressive. They were kind of getting themselves out of position at times. And I want to say that this is uncharacteristic of it, but no. Watching Nongshim for as long as I have, this is something that they have. The tendency to do this has been on point. But again, this is why Nongshim need longer series, because they need to shore up these weaknesses.
So you're taking away the win from OG and still trying to spin it into a positive that Nongshim just had a good loss.
Yeah.
Is that what you're trying to say?
OG, all right, whatever. Well played. You know, I mean, it's just one game. It's a best of 3 more than anything else. We have a long way to go.
We do have a long way to go. I mean, this is only the start. It has been very fiery, and as you can see from these highlights, OG Nongshim going head to head is nothing but satisfaction for me.
Yeah, well, okay, all right. I'm glad you're satisfied. It's just one game, but the marathon isn't over here, right? Nongshim will bounce back in game 2. That tends to be their MO. They tend to just draft really well and kind of play them in. I think that you need to rein in what Haku is trying to do. He's been overly aggressive. Even this set sail Kyung-9, look at his positioning. He's so far out. He's like, oh, crap, now I'm screwed. No real chance. And now Haku's like, do we fight? What's going on? Tries to go for the Conductor Souls. Not enough sustain to deal with these things.
Yeah, Siri Fei and Illusion just like, you know what, let's go to the back line, guys. Don't worry about it. Kyung-9's just kind of whiffed that boat, unfortunately. Satnav played up. We've seen it already onto the Honor of King KWC this day already, but right now, OG looking pretty hot. I mean, early game got me worried. Those 2 kills for Nongshim Red Force, I was a bit scared. I almost went into the fetal position, but I didn't. I kept the dream alive, and Dream OG is the reason why.
If they got 1 more kill, would you have gone in the fetal position then?
Potentially.
Is it just that was the tippy, that's the threshold?
Yeah,
Got it.
If we get some super chats in the YouTube, I'll go into the fetal position.
All right, understood. At least we know what your limits are. I mean, going into this one, what are the limits of Nongshim of just like trying to bounce back?
The limits of Nongshim trying to bounce back, I feel like it is obviously down to the draft rate ultimately.
Okay. No, I do agree with that. I said your thoughts on this one.
My thoughts is that I'm having the time of my life. I am enjoying it a lot, man. I was just checking on what the chat is talking about, and everyone is loving the banter. I was like, you know what? Let the boys fight. Yeah, why not? Everyone seems to be loving it at home, so yeah, let's go with that. I enjoyed a lot the game.
Yes.
For me, it was more that Nongshim lost the game than OG actually won the game on their side. It's not saying that OG Esports did not play well. I'm just saying that Nongshim Red Force just played not to their standards.
Preach, brother, preach. I mean, that's exactly what it is.
I saw some money exchange hands under the desk here, so I'm in the hot seat here, and I can see everything. But no, we can't deter that victory away from OG Esports, right? I mean, Keke, yes, he had a little bit of a struggle into the early game, but his position into these team fights is the reason why he got MVP.
Yeah, okay. Look, Keke and A.C.T definitely made their impact. I mean, they did a really good job. But if we're looking at when he died 4 times, you call this guy a championship team and you died 4? Okay, definitely.
Sacrificial.
Definitely.
Somebody has to take it on the chin, and unfortunately, it was when in this game number 1. It may not be him in game number 2.
Lam, you mentioned something very interesting. Like, someone needs to just kind of like jump in first.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Like, we cannot just go into every single fight and make it a 5-0 trade.
Yes.
It's rarely that happens. So someone needs to be that first person. If when it's deciding that, well, my character can just die first, why not?
Exactly. I mean, if you look at the damage dealt by Wen, and even though he died, sorry, but look, 68k, Siri 40k, 68k, Haku 52k, 68k, Illusion 37k.
Oh, these numbers are making me sleepy.
Where's King when you need him? I need to beat someone else on KME as well. Bring him on.
I understand. Obviously, OG playing the late game and understanding how they need to do it. They play that one flawlessly. I think if we're going to look at this draft, it was more about the bans. Letting that pay go through, especially into A.C.T, that is a losing recipe right there.
It's either that or they're just like exhausting that kind of draft, right? Because we know that they love that draft. The Pei and the Byron, I mean, it's the Keke and A.C.T special. I mean, the guys are both so nice, they named them twice.
No, I'm telling you, man, A.C.T had an amazing performance. That's the reason why our MVP for this game is going to go right to him. MVP for this game is going to be OG Esports, A.C.T, 2-0-5 from a KDA. A performance that for me, in terms of what Pei can do, it's okay. He performed really well. but it was not the only reason why they won, right? We got Wen just being there, dealing the damage, sadly not being able to survive until the end. So for me, it was in between DAO and Wen.
Absolutely. I mean, what rhymes with DAO? Pow pow.
Which, again, dragons do not make, okay? Going back to the game. But I think in this one, the most important thing is that, like, if you're going to allow, like, a Pei, which is a very tempo-based hero, right? And especially early game, for the Nongshim side, they need to react accordingly, either through draft and counter-picking it, breaking up definitely the Byron-Pei combination, or playing a little bit more aggressively, or trying to be, like, defensive and protecting your own jungle. I think that Pei kind of got going, and once DAO gets going with that mobility, he's almost nigh unstoppable.
Pretty much, basically. He just dictated the pace of the game, right? Like, the fact that he dropped no lives was the reason why he was able to just kind of perform that well. Like, if they really tried to focus DAO, then I think we might be seeing a little bit of a different story. I hate to admit it.
So from the BP, already the destiny was already set on what it's going to look like. The BP was not for Nongshim Red Force.
So draft-wise, if you look at this in isolation, you just look at Nongshim's draft, you're like, this is a classic Nongshim lineup. Okay. Right? They brought everything, that their signature heroes. This is what they're very comfortable with. But this is the perfect counter, which is, again, the Pei, which is like tempo. Like, you're taking away all of that, time and, the farm away from Haku, who really never got going because he was just like, oh, okay, we got to fight. Now we got to go. And he's just, like, not really that critical mass yet of items.
Exactly.
So it's just a really uncomfortable situation for Nongshim.
Very uncomfortable for everybody, I think, because, I mean, we saw the fights always happening on two fronts, especially towards the end there as well. Like, Haku, like you said, would always go in with the Path of Passing to try and sort of, like, get the Conductor Souls, get the knock-up to try and stop any kind of CC immunity, and then the boat came through, but it always didn't quite go the way they wanted to, and obviously always takes two to tango.
We're always talking about, like, what does the other team that lost need to do in order to turn things around, but let's just change that conversation and say, like, what does OG Esports need to do in order to seal the deal and to just go home with a 2-0?
Again, I feel like it's just rude to repeat the execution of whatever they did in game number 1. I mean, it's definitely clearly working. I'm pretty sure it doesn't really want to be a scapegoat in game number 2, but if it works for the side of OG, why not?
So you believe that they just need to keep going with the same plan? You think that nothing needs to be changed? Everything needs to be just the same way as the game 1?
Sure, yeah, I think so.
I think if it ain't broke, why fix it, right? I think that they continue on, let Nongshim make the adjustments, right?
Okay.
I mean, look, there's not really too many heroes like Pei where you have that early game advantage. So it's going to be a little bit more balanced in that regard. So let's see what sort of bag of tricks Nongshim have, because again, they usually have a counter. Again, they usually will strike back in series, but in a best of 3, do they have enough time?
They do have the hero pool to just kind of like come out with something nice, but they seem not to be able to be nailing the bans right now. Like the picks, they're nailing that part. The bans, this the one area that they do need to improve immediately.
Yeah, definitely. It'll definitely help them out, especially going into game 2, which is going to be key for this one, right? Nongshim, if they go down 0-2, I will never hear the end of it from Blam. So
Never,
everything is at stake.
Everything's at stake. Your pride, your boys, everything. But I'm here to take it all, baby. I'm like the Monopoly guy. But right now, we do see the Diadea being banned once Moochin gets that pick. We know he loves that pick so much, and they were able to give it over to him. So, like I was saying to Isaac in that game number 1 analyst there, is the fact that maybe Nongshim just kind of exhausted the best draft from OG Esports. We got the Pei off the board, we got the Byron, we got the Diadea as well.
Yeah, so, I mean, dare I say it's called horse trading, where you kind of not put your best foot forward. But, I mean, looking at that draft, Nongshim's Red Force, that was their lineup, right? This is something that they win with. That is the exact lineup that they wanted. But going into this one, I mean, Nongshim Red Force, the Mai is open. Illusion plays an absolute beast of a Mai. So, but the Arlie... not happy with it.
I'm very happy with this with Ard. I mean, we saw it in the KMW. He was taking teams at 3v1 in the early game. He knows how to perfect this Parasol so well into his advantage. He can get dived. He can come out without a scratch. So, honestly, Nongshim, I'm not too sure what they're going to be doing here. Maybe they gave over the Arlie so that they could get the Mai Shiranui here.
Okay, all right. Everybody loves Mai, I mean, for 2 reasons, right? But if we're looking at Fatih here, I mean, the amount of sustain, this is definitely a new one into the Kyung9 lineup. We haven't seen him play it. Obviously, it wasn't available then.
Yes.
But look at how OG have responded.
Yeah, a lot of control. They've gone for DAO onto the Ogryn. He's kind of like, hey, Haku, I'm going to show you how to play this boy. But we know that Ogryn, is one of A.G.AL's big picks. If he can't get the pay, he likes to go for this pick because once again, yes, he's a tank. Yes, you're kind of making that the enemy team have to try and pounce on you, try and run you down in the other game, so you aren't able to kind of build those defensive items that the Ogryn needs. But to counter, obviously, in terms of fast-pacedness and in terms of farming, in terms of turret takedowns, we're getting the Gudo here as well.
Yeah, this is the Haku special for him. I mean, they've been looking at this as a Ogryn counter pick.
Yes.
This is their go-to. Whenever they see an Ogryn. Haku, again, plays it very well. But, you know, I think OG Esports, picking the Ogryn themselves, they're like, hey, actually, we're going to show you how this hero works.
Yeah, the Ogryn coming through here. Again, banning out the whole Yi. They don't want the whole Yi come through for the side of Nongshim Red Force. I mean, there's no Dolia in sight, which is normally the pairing we see with those two heroes. You get double of his arrow. His ultimate is able to create some crucial, like, play potential, kind of like a very long range cannon blast from the Motsu, but it's just across the gorge. Like, you can get locked down for a very long time, but to the side of Nongshim Red Force, banning out the Princess Frost, calling out that Liang Princess Frost combo, and as well as banning out the Ganon Mo. We know Wen loves the Ganon Mo.
Yeah, definitely loves the Ganon Mo right here. But, I mean, if we're looking at the rest of the lineup from Nongshim Red Force, you have the Agudo and you have the Fatih. A lot of heals, right? So
a lot of heals.
They're trying to be like, hey, OG, if you want to sustain fights, cool. We've got the counter or our own healing, our own sustain to kind of deal with this. Obviously, the Mai is kind of like definitely not a really good sustaining hero, but if he's able to survive, kind of make his rounds and repeat and rinse and repeat with some of the skills, I think that he's going to have a good time, but he needs to stay alive.
Ooh, the Suya here coming for the first time within the Honor of Kings World Championship. Coming through is going to be the mid lane menace. I mean, he has the slow, he has the knock-up, he has great wave clear with his ultimate as well. And then we're giving Keke the Mai Yin. So Mai Yin going up against Fatih. Some cases between teams, we've seen it go into Mai Yin's favor. And other teams, when they've been able to perfect the Fatih, it goes into their favor.
I mean, that catch, that potential. Keke is always, you know, super dangerous. Understanding where he is at all points is going to be key for them. And going into the matchup against Fatih, you know, look, Mai Yin is still going to make some serious waves when those team fights happen.
But Fei getting this Zhang Fei here, I mean, names rhyme. They do the crime, so maybe this might be Nongshim's way in, but they do have a lot of bursts, right? They have a lot of bursts from the Mai Shurunui. Chano is their late game sort of ticket into it as well. They gotta be careful.
Yeah, a lot of opportunity for this one. I think if we're going into and just looking at the drafts alone, I think that they're both pretty solid. I'm not going to give any of the two teams a bit of an edge.
All right, boys, all picks are in, and the only thing left to do, let the battle begin. Let's go.
I mean, already from observation, we see that the new Suya skins come through as well. I really love this skin. This epic skin, considering it's an epic skin, has a lot of detail to it as well. The fisherman skin for the old man.
Yeah, I mean, typical, right? But, you know, he's on the, you know, he's just like, look, they're focusing a lot. Look at how they're trying to give DAO the space to just steal. Like, they've grouped up as 4.
They grouped up as 4. DAO was able to get, obviously, those Raptors as well. So already taken away the ball camps for the side of Nongshim Red Force. He's already trying to gain and amass a little bit more resources than he would normally get to his own jungle. But right now, Arn's got to be careful. Keke goes in with the whatevers, but it's onto Fei. He can chunk that for now.
Yeah, I mean, really not much was gained on that one. I think Nongshim came out worse for wear. They took a little bit more damage. Illusion tried to get in, but he didn't really hit his skills. But they're going to stick around. And I mean, they're trying to be aggressive and take the fight to OG.
Oh, yes, again, there it is. The whatever's the knockup. The first blood going over to Keke here. So getting the kill onto Fei is going to be a little bit of a different story here for OG Esports.
I hope it's the same script as game 1 because, like, oh, we'll give you the first blood, but then we turn it around and like OG did. I think Nongshim are going to use that one, no?
Yeah, I missed the perfect time to go to Pow Pow because, I mean, yes, fists don't go Pow Pow, but in comic books,
okay,
they do go Pow Pow.
Wait, what level are we at, right? But when limping away, staying alive, again, I think the biggest thing is they got to get Siri going. I don't think he had the greatest game 1.
Yeah, Siri, I mean, onto the late game hero like the Chano as well. He's going to be very troublesome for them as well. I mean, yes, he has the Spirit Wolves to come through and help him try and chunk out the damage onto on the Ali, but it takes good players there to try and make that work. But here it is, the Conductor Soul's being used onto Haku here, looking pretty low, able to escape into the back line is Agudo thanks to the Furball.
Yeah, I mean, look, every time you hear, like, you can hear OG just just yelling.
Yes.
It's intimidating, right? Because you know that they're going in. The call has been made, and Haku limps away, just barely surviving on that one.
Yeah, barely surviving. I mean, pulling in that minion wave there is going to be troublesome for the side of Nongshim. Red Force means that Illusion at this point in the game has to stay there and just tend to the farm, right? He needs to make sure there's no priority in either of these lanes. But we're just laying on, and Siri go head-to-head down to the bot line because both of these heroes can do that, right? They don't really need the assist from either their supports.
And you're kind of seeing exactly how the Oghren should be played. You want to be aggressive, but it takes a village to invade, right? And they're committing so many of the resources and people to ensure that A.L is able to get those steals, which has been great because he's taken away those buffs.
He's taken away the buffs. I mean, that's what we need, right? Oghren needs to make sure he's gathering the resources. Already at around about a 600 gold lead as well. We can already see that Gudo going for the attack speed boots whilst Ogren's going for the cooldown reduction as well. Just means that he's able to get those skills in and out a little bit quicker thanks to the Path of Passing.
Yeah, and if we're looking at some of the heroes that were picked, even in like the ultimate battles where you can choose whatever you want, there's no ban system, you just pick whichever, Illusion will always pick his Mai, so that you know that that's his like go-to, but in this game, we haven't really seen too much of an impact. Yes, he's been rotating, but he's not hitting those Kachusins.
Not hitting the Kachusins. I mean, he is rotating, but also OG, to their respect, to put in a lot of pressure onto the Mai Shiranui into the mid lane, right? So Illusion can't kind of afford to get out of his mid lane, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's been giving up his farm pretty much to Haku. He knows that he is not the win condition. If anything, he's trying to help support the outer lanes to get them going, but he hasn't really been able to pay off. I mean, look, they don't have a single kill to their name at this point, but I mean, most of this should be revolving around Illusion's play.
Yeah, Illusion definitely needs to kind of be one of the carries within this one, because Siri right now is not going to be able to do that damage, as well as obviously Young Knight on the party just yet. But now we're getting into that 4-minute mark. We're looking to contest the Crimson. It goes over to the side of OG Esports. They are down a smite just at that vital time, though. Are they going to wait and try and go for it when that smite comes back up rather than straight away? Okay, suppression does come through onto Illusion. That's not where you want to be going, but Kyung9 here with a lot of damage into the backline and able to survive as well. Not a single trade because Keke on the Mayin is a master at the escape.
I mean, absolute master. He's like a Houdini, just being able to cartwheel to safety. I mean, he was so low. You looked at him and he would have died, but unfortunately, for Nongshim, they were not able to find him out. OG have been very aggressive, invading the enemy jungle and looking like this map control is going to be turning into the tyrant.
Yeah, Nongshim actually trying to pay it back right here, right? You can see that Haku will try to go in, try to get the Azure Golem, maybe use the blessing of the Gudo so he doesn't have to waste his smite and take it a little bit faster, but OG kind of caught wind to that. Keke was like, guys, they're at your Azure Golem, be careful, stick around in mid.
Yeah, and look, this 1.6k net worth lead has gone in favor of OG, and they're putting pressure on this mid T1. Nobody there to defend, right? So this has come in, and now they're looking to rotate in the top part, and this is looking rough for Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, it's again just that effect of dominoes. The turrets are just falling, like one gets taken down, another one gets taken down. So they're just paying back the dividends here. But right now, obviously, OG are ahead for around about 2k gold at around about the 5-minute mark. So already cementing a lead here with the Tyrant buff as well for another 30 seconds. Nongshim Red Force got to be careful.
Definitely be careful, but again, another contest.
Another contest here for the Crimson Golem. The Conductor Souls being used as a zone in to make sure they're able to steal it away. It does go over to Muchin, actually, so they are able to keep it, but Illusion putting a lot of damage onto Muchin into the backline. They're able to take out On. They take down A.L as well, all traded for Illusion. Is this trade good enough?
Yeah, definitely good enough, right? I mean, A.L and On for Illusion, I will take that trade any day of the week. I think Nongshim have to be very happy with that. Plus, you've kind of shifted some of the buffs away. This is a great opportunity, but they did lose the mid T1, so now how do they bounce back? They're still down 2k. I mean, Nongshim definitely have an avenue of like a way to get back in, but it's still an uphill battle.
It's still an uphill battle, and I still don't think that A.L is at the pinnacle of Orgren's itemization, right? Like, he has the energy core, but he doesn't have the burning cape, the blazing cape just yet for the anti-heal from the Agudo. So they kind of need to get that going, right, to even put a stump into Kyung9 within these team fights, but waiting in this bush is Faye.
Yeah, just sticking around and potentially putting in. But like Muchen, this is the problem, right? I mean, yes, he's like this super squishy guys, but once he locks you down, like Illusion or Siri, you're going to have a tough time.
A very tough time. And right now, they're trying to just focus on Wen here, trying to get him to be that scapegoat, but not quite coming to that conclusion. But we did see, however, KK is able to feed into those minions into the top side of the map. I don't think the T1's going to be taken down just yet, but it's basically hanging on with little life.
Yeah, and they're going to be zoned away. I mean, a lot was committed on that one. Alts galore, and they didn't get any sort of catch. And this is an opportunity for OG to strike back.
A.L just denying access into that T1, so they're able to get the T1 up into the clash. Wen, however, is going to be the scapegoat once more. Suppression coming through onto Faye. That is a big front line gun down here for Nongshim Red Force. Illusion, Siri going down. Triple kill for A.L with the pow pow. Looking for some more. Haku and Kyung9 are just trying to make sure that T2 is not going to be contested here. But still, Keke is still into this team fight, looking to push them away, but it is going to be thanks to the furball. Can they get the shutdown here?
Yeah, they can, and they make him pay. I mean, he was being very cheeky. I mean, Keke, again, just likes to be aggressive. He likes to force them back a bit, but the rest of OG were not really there to support. If they had one other member, he probably survives, maybe even gets the pick off, but they do make him pay. That was a huge turn of events, especially since, they traded earlier 3-for-1 in favor of OG, and losing out Keke kind of mitigates that.
I mean, we look in retrospect as well, right? So I don't really want to glaze OG, but it was a good play. Keke was obviously denying the access into the mid lane, which allowed that T2 to fall as well.
True.
So he did his job. He took the L, but it's the first shutdown for the side of Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, I mean, space created, but it's not something that you want to be doing all the time.
No.
You're giving opportunities.
Oh, the suppression. I mean, what are you going to do when you're party, right? Like, you cannot get out of the suppression, just like most heroes in this game.
And this is why you need to stick together, right?
Yes.
You need the buddy system. I understand that Kyung9 is going to be solo and he's going to be, trying to push the outer lanes and just split push as much as possible. But better him than almost anyone else. I think that at the end of the day, as long as Siri's alive, you still got yourself a chance. Haku needs, again, he's getting a little outclassed by A.L as he's 2 levels behind too.
Yeah, I mean, top 3 spots in the gold chart is going over to the side of OG Esports. Nongshim have to be careful. They're behind by around about 6k gold at this point. Losing another T2 is not the position they want to be in. OG looking very dominant on building the Eternity Blade. A little bit more crit coming through here. We are seeing the Gudo Fireball being committed here. A.L just go for the critical souls to try and go into the backline, but because they get taken down, this is Nongshim coming back with the double kill.
Make that a triple. 3 members down, absolutely huge for Nongshim. This is an opportunity. They were down by about 5k. It's still about 5, but this is going to open up the map, potentially taking out some towers. We'll chip into this lead.
Chip into this lead. Illusion looks pretty low and does get the takedown, so Keke is able to get a trade here, and I mean, that's a lot of damage already been taken there from Nongshim, so when they thought they were going to surmise a lead, yes, they do have 3 in the mid lane, it's looking scary for them.
I mean, Keke making plays, even down heroes, and he's still willing to go in, finding Illusion. I mean, yes, he's very squishy so that you have that burst, but man, what a play there by Keke.
Great play, but I mean, is this going to be the comeback here for Nongshim Red Force as they're taking the Shadow Tyrant? We're at that 10-minute mark right now and already looking a little bit healthier here thanks to that neutral objective. Team fights, Siri can have the extra bit of damage. Illusion now back onto the Gorge. We have Faye here. He does have the Unbridled Outburst. They've got to be careful that they don't tape the beast.
Yeah, that was actually very close. I mean, like getting on the control on the Kyung9, probably the tankier of the group.
Yeah.
I mean, it definitely not, as long as Illusion and Siri are not locked down, I think you're going to be happy with that. And plus he survived, which was enough. And now again, look at this net worth lead. A little bit of a shift in favor of Nongshim. I mean, obviously they're still down 3k, but they're chipping away.
They're chipping away. They're trying to bring it back, the ball into their court for now. But I mean, the thing is that Siri is going to be the one that you're really looking out for. The late game potential of the Chano is pretty scary. And right now, we're going to see come into play. We see that Wen gets wiped down by 4 of Nongshim Red Force at this point in the game. Coming into the 11-minute mark, can Nongshim get this T1 into the mid lane? It looks like they're going to try to assert dominance. Keke's pressure is not going to be enough into the back line. We do see that An is trying to thread the needle and get that T2 into the clash.
Yeah, but kind of on the backside, he's going for the flank.
Ooh! Siri gets taken down. That is a lot of damage onto the side of OG. That is pretty careful now, but An does get caught out as well. Haku, careful. Dao, gotta be careful. Conductor Soul's being caught out here. Also, be now into the team fight. Dao just trying to drag this one out.
Yeah, trying to drag it out, but An, I mean, yeah, he got the pick off on the Siri. He does survive, but that was a bit risky. I mean, I think that you want to stay alive more than anything else, but very aggressive play. I'm not sure if it's the best trade considering you died.
I mean, marksman for marksman, I mean, it's okay, right? Like, the fact that they're able to get the marksman trade, it's better than, obviously, like, taking down somebody like the Vati in this case, but right now they're looking to try and go for the Overlord here. Shadow Overlord, Vati, it's actually Illusion into the backline there in the brush, taking some L's. Faye as well. Death Precipice comes through. Kyung9 looking pretty low, but the damage from Siri into the backline is going to be enough to drive them away. An and Keke are the only ones alive, and it is still no reset onto the Shadow Overlord. Will Nongshim look to take this? No, they're looking for some more kills, but it's going to be An taken down. Haku taken down. Siri. That is a team wipe for OG.
I mean, An showed up the perfect time. He had been killed, and that respawn timer just showing up, and Nongshim thought they were aggressive, and Haku literally gets melted. Siri's like, what is happening? Everybody's dying, and then he gets picked off himself. I mean, that's just a terrible spot, but Illusion, like going back to this one, he's been dying way too early, and it's tough for him. He has not really had that impact that he wanted in this game too.
I mean, I think it's down to the fact of obviously having the Liang, right? Like the suppression coming through here for OG Esports is enough to lock down the Mai Shiranui. Illusion, like you said, not having the kindest of games when you are Mai Shiranui.
Yeah, one thing to take note of is that An is level 17 thanks to the help of Wen Zia right there. We get boosted. Really helping out in terms of that damage, and now OG just really scary at this 13-minute mark.
Attack speed, damage, the Crimson Golem going over to him. We're seeing the phase getting run down here. Unfortunately, Muchen is going to be the scapegoat into this team fight, but into the backline is going to be Illusion, or trying to take that on. He gets the Parasol, gets out alive, whilst Keke is just entertaining Kyung9 and Haku for the thrill of it, and he's able to get out with his life. Purple having to retreat for now.
Oh, Illusion went all in. He tried to solo An, but An just like too nimble, like being able to just use his agility to get on out. But
ooh, Siri going down with the pow with the Conductor of Souls once more. Trying to take the kill, gets the double kill. We see Kyung9 retreating back into the base. We have the Vanguards. Kyung9 doesn't have the Dream OG. He has the greatest red, but what is greater than the red? It is blue, baby. OG Esports with a 2-0.
All right, really well played by OG. I mean, not much else can be said about that one. They were just steamrolling. They were fired up, good to go. And I mean, if you're looking at that game, it's tough to watch, right? If you're a Nongshim fan. For myself, part of me died, okay? I'm going to be completely honest on that one. I mean, just the way that the OG were able to dismantle everything that Nongshim was bringing at them, just really well played by OG.
Production, I have a call to make. Can we get a cake that is blue so we can feed it to Paula to change his mind? The KMW is the best. The West proving that they're the best.
Yeah, but I mean, this is still the second place team in KM West. They're not even your top dog.
Not even a top dog. Exactly, you just proved my point for me.
Yeah. Well, let's see how it goes. The end results are the only thing that matters. This is just one match. Nongshim Red Force have not been knocked out of the KWC. Yes, this is looking a little precarious, being down 0-1. Now you're in the lower bracket. Everything is at stake. If you lose that second game, unfortunately, you would be out. I would be devastated.
I mean, hold the cards, right? I mean, there is one person perfectly to blame here.
It's probably me.
No. So, Kindo Fu dyed his hair red. Makes Nongshim Red Force no longer the greatest red. So maybe it's all down to the new hair of Kindo Fu and the fact that it was a 2-0.
It's messing with the mojo of Nongshim Red Force. No, I get it. And but look, OG came to play. They were looking to go strong. They knew that this is the matchup that they probably wanted in the first one to set the tone, to be like, oh my gosh, this is a scary OG team. No team wants to play a team that dominates like they did.
No, not into the upper bracket anyway. I mean, that is definitely a phenomenal play there by OG Esports. I mean, they did make some mistakes, right? I mean, they were taking a few L's, but I feel feel like it's just their playstyle, right? I mean, when Muchen are kind of the heroes that you want to be kind of forcing out, somebody's got to go in. I mean, yes, A.L. is on the Orgrin. He's meant to be the front line, but if someone's going to take the L's, you want to keep On alive.
Yeah, definitely want to keep him alive. But if we're looking at this lineup, I think previously you'd be like, A.L. is kind of setting the tone, a lot of the action that kind of happens around him. But this team has evolved, right? KK is making some serious plays. He's being so aggressive and just being so annoying for Nongshim to even leave their base. And then you have On to help clean up. You have Wen and Muchen, the perfect support for this team. OG Esports, very scary.
Very scary. And man, those words coming from Haller's mouth just makes me so happy. I mean, what is L?
Well, I took two of those today. Nongshim, I think they woke up on the wrong side of the bed. I think that there was, they're a little hungry. The timing of this game wasn't great for them. I'm trying to make excuses. I'm doing what I can for Nongshim.
You're trying.
We're trying to just kind of like make sense of what we just saw, because it was the first game that we've seen that it was just a clear advantage from one side to the other. Right, like it's been from all the games that we watched yesterday, today, it was the biggest gap in terms of skill and in terms of performance, in my opinion.
Okay, all right. The skill one hurt me. Performance, I'm going to agree with you, but I felt like skill-wise, don't count them out, okay? I think Nongshim Red Force are still a team to be reckoned with. OG just looked like another level on this one.
I agree. Yeah. And again, there's a lot of people from Nongshim Red Force that they've been playing this game for such a long time that you have very high expectations on that.
Sure.
You would be expecting from Illusion on that Mai Shiranui to be able just to turn the game around. But it would come in, get one kill, and then just die, and then immediately the whole team just falls apart.
Yeah, and I think you're going back to this one. I mean, if the Mai starts to get going, he's going to have a great time. But generally speaking, he had a terrible early game, and he just fell off. He was not able to do Mai things.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the 2-6-4 is going to be Illusion's obviously final KDA within that one. Again, both On and A.L. seem to be the kind of like the dictators of obviously not only the team fight, but the damage. But I do have to give props over to KK. Obviously, he's not into the S rank or the MVP per se, but his control onto the Gorge, allowing them to kind of open up the T3s whilst Nongshim was just completely distracted, completely unaware, creating an illusion that they don't even have on their team, right? Like, they were just like, hey guys, just kind of focus up here. We're going to take the T2.
Get that name out of your mouth. How dare you say illusion in a negative way, in connotation. But I do agree with you. Keke was next level. He was so good.
Not only Keke, man, I think that Ann was so good. Ann was just at that completely different level on that early, the performance just with the parasol going around, coming left, coming right, was trying to get ganged, just going 1v1 and being able to solo win there. Just an amazing performance. What about did we hear from the players? Mara, what you got from us?
Here we are with Wen. Congratulations. That was such a clean performance. Now, when you saw your opponent slipping, how were you able to recognize their mistakes and turn that into your advantage? Because for every mistake that they've done, you had an answer to it.
So, yeah, I want to say that is a very good team, and we are very happy for. Sorry. Can you repeat the question? So I don't understand so very much.
You had an answer to every mistake that they've done. So how were you able to turn their mistakes into your advantage? Good communication with the team. Was there anybody in the team that was doing all the shot calls, pointing things out?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think.
You know what? Everybody was great there. Let's talk about the draft instead, the heroes. When we took a look at Game 2, both were monster of a draft. When you saw all the heroes, did you think at one point, oh, this is going to be tricky? Or were you actually happy because they let you guys have Arlie, which is normally banned, one of the first heroes that's banned?
Yeah, because we don't think we have Ari, but them give us in Ari, so we just chosen the Ari or Shiramichi, so we decided it's Ari. So in normal we here it's Lian and Prince. So last we are decided so take first Ari and so them give Riyadh. So we just chosen.
This 2-0 is definitely going to boost your confidence. Congratulations. We're looking forward to your next match. And now we're going to break things down for you. So we're going to head back to our casters. Lead the gorge.
Any of the two of you is an Arlie fan?
I'm partial, but I mean, if OG play it, I play it. And you can't spell when without a W.
Right, okay, we're gonna let that one go. I mean, at the end of the day, get that away from me! No, I love the hero Arlie. I'm very disappointed. I'm very sad. I don't think I can cast anymore after today. After that.
It's totally fine. You know who could cast right now? Because after that performance, I am more than happy just to invite him and come over here. And with that performance, is going to be the MVP for this game. And hopefully one day we can have him right over here to help us teach everyone at home how to play that Arlie.
Yeah, actually, it would be amazing, right? I mean, I need all the lessons I can get, especially on a mechanically difficult hero like Arlie.
Yes.
I feel like I need to be between you guys, because I mean, he has just defeated your greatest team within KMG, so I feel like I would have to be between you two. But I'm okay to be the middleman, but this is the man at the moment is the MVP of On.
I mean, it's the greatest red. I have other colors. Greatest, greatest blue, greatest yellow. I have plenty of them.
Boys, what about we just take this to the next level of this fight, but let's take that off cameras. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go for a little bit of a break, and then after we come back, we're gonna bring them Sagi, Kintofu, and Game 3. See you in a minute.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Come on, let's go.
Rush mid now. Come on. Jungle combat. Rotate back to low HP. Victory!
Activating warp jump. Destination? The brightest star. Pulse gun charged. Scope calibrated. It's a quantum party. Ignite the stars. Into the nebula. Cosmic shifts. Supernova pulse. Woo! Right in the core.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is day 2 of the KWC 2025. The best of Honor of Kings right over here. Game 1, Game 2 are already done. And right now we're moving into Kagendra against Black Shrew Esports. I'm your host, Isaac Peña. And with me, Sagi, Kintofu. How are you guys doing today?
I'm of course doing exceptionally fine, and I'm always excited for these games, especially MKLC2, Black Shrew Esports is from my homeland, so I'm definitely rooting for them, but of course, we keep it neutral on the casting desk.
Of course, and of course, I will be helping you guys understand Kagendra a little bit more. There is quite a bit of story for these two teams over the past few seasons, and of course, once again, back at KWC 2025, there's a lot of action waiting to happen for now.
We just watched 2 amazing games today. Did you guys watch the games, Robert, from the green room?
Yes, we did.
Of course we did. Those games, whew, I gotta say, OG, really the OG coming out on top in those games. Securing that 2-0 against Nongxin Red Force was not an easy feat, but they actually made it happen, Kin.
Yeah, they look so strong. So OG fans, you can rejoice. This is going to be a good time for you at KWC for the time being. But we'll see. There's other games on hand at this point, and Kagendra against BSC, this one actually might have a surprise for you in the near future.
What about if we start from Kagendra? Let's talk a little bit about the Kagendra team. They are champions. They come to us as the first seed of their league.
Okay, so let me talk about Kagendra here. We have Ihan, Weero, Senko, Lanfeng, as well as Lu. These 5 members. Look, I have placed a lot of faith into Kagendra over the past few months. In the 1 whole year I've been with Honor of Kings, Kagendra has always been on my list.
Yes.
Have they performed the best? Not really. But this year, I feel something very different about them.
For me, I do agree as well with Yukin. About Kagendra, when you always count them out in the local scene, they always make a miracle run and they came back, just like we've seen. They lost in the upper bracket in the IKL Grand Finals.
Yep.
They went down to the lower bracket, immediately stormed everyone, including the Dominator. Dominator who? They dominated the entire regular season with a clean record. That is Kagendra's magic here.
Okay, so that magic, is it strong enough to go up against, of course, the powerhouses, still current powerhouse from your region, MKL, BSE, Black Shrew Esports? I mean, there's too many things we can talk about them.
For me, definitely, Black Shrew Esports with their roster, they are so solid. And introducing 556, which is Dian, coming to this roster, they have improved as well. Just look at their lineup. Xiang in the Clash lane, Musang King in the jungle, Ziho in the mid lane, JR as their farm lane, and Dian as their new introduced roamer here. This team, although yes, they did lose to Nova Esports in a 4-3 fashion in the Grand Finals of MKL, but still, you cannot count them out. They were the champions of HOKS2. They were the champions of the KC 2024. So this team, they are solid when it comes to global scale tournaments.
Blackstreet Esports is a team that has players that we've been hearing a lot about in the years, right? Can you introduce some of them?
My favorite would be, I think, Musan King. Everyone's favorite is Musan King, right?
Yeah.
That's the name that rings across any region. You ask who's the player you want to talk about in BSE, it has to be Musan King.
Well, Musan King, definitely the star boy, the FMVP player for their team. And also, I want to give some highlight as well towards JR. This man is so consistent in the farming as the marksman of BSE. On times where you need JR to carry, he always shows up, and he is a masterclass when we talk about early.
Okay, Isaac, I want to bring one role we talked about yesterday, which is the role, right? Dien coming in for Zhe. This is a new roamer on the side of BSE, and I have to say he has impressed us throughout the entire Pro League, and hopefully for KWC 2025, he's going to show up even more.
What makes Dien such a good roamer? Because as I said, like, we love roamers in this game. We love that role when people are at home and they're kind of like understanding how to play the game first. They love playing to that. What makes Dien such a good roamer just for us to watch for today?
I think Dien gives this steady, calm composure to JR, right? And I think that is what kind of helps JR perform even better. And JR is already a very good player. So what happens when you give him a very steady foundational support?
Exactly. When you give someone a steady foundation support, they tend to lose out on the stress. And that without that stress, they tend to perform even better. Maybe he can get locked in and he can get into the zone and can perform even better like the picks on the early, which requires so much mechanic and there is zero room for error. And especially with such an experienced player like Dien coming into the BSE roster that's already championship material, you gotta wonder, does this elevate them into a different level or different dimension that we have never seen before?
That's true. I think for both of these teams, they will be very hungry. BSE, of course, if you have known their history, they did not make it for Season 3, to the surprise of many people, ourselves included. But now, having tasted the flavors of being a one-time champion, winner of everything, and with Kagendra now tasting #1 from I.K.L., don't you feel like these boys are super hungry this time?
Well, man, I'm feeling like everything is on the table for someone to take. Kintofu mentioned that Kagendra is giving him a different feeling this year. What is that different feeling? Where is that coming from?
Okay, I'm not a Disney princess, so I don't really speak to animals, but I've heard birds chirping where, look, Senko, who is the captain, the shot caller for Kagendra, this year he's very motivated. And I think with the fact that they have been doing their boot camps, they've been training very hard, I think maybe Kagendra will be able to rise above. But of course, that is just the theory of it. Theory, practical, two very different things. I want to see them perform today.
And they are facing BSE.
Yes.
They couldn't have had a worse pick in this whole day. But BSE is a specialist at just facing teams that are very motivated.
For me,
what can they do?
Blackstreet Esports, definitely, you come in as the higher end, right? You are definitely looking at the stronger team, but that is also a mentality that you cannot really look to have. Yes, you can be proud, but if you underestimate your opponent, that's when Kagendra bites. So definitely, there's two storylines. Kagendra looking to prove themselves against the MKL top 2, against the multiple champion winners at BSE. BSE, they look to cement themselves, to give a very good showing in the first set that they're playing in KWC 2025.
Yes, okay, to all our Indonesian friends, I know what you guys have been telling us in the chats. It looks like they are matched up with BSE every single tournament, every single bracket they will meet. So today, maybe Kagendra can change that history in the past performances.
It is always the two of them, right? It's always the same faces, the same names. That familiarity gotta play to the favor of someone. Do you guys think that it's going to be playing to the favor of Kagendra or to the players of BSE? What do you think, Sagi?
For me, if we look at history, of course it goes towards the BSE, but I am someone who believes in growth. If you fail many times, it doesn't mean you will keep failing. Maybe that will bring success to Kagendra's roster this time. Maybe this fateful time where they have the addition of Lu and Langfeng in the farm and roam, that will actually bring them success this time. But of course, we gotta see that happen in the Gorge.
Also, something we talked about yesterday is like communication for the teams, right? I think both teams have already grown so much in the comms department, right? Everyone is aligned, we are going for the same objective. And if there is a shift in mindset, shift in the calls, everyone aligns, everyone goes for the same exact thing this time.
Synergy. That's gonna be the key to success in a game like Honor of Kings. This is a 5-players game. It needs to be everyone communicating with each other, going for the same objectives. And right now, what a better way to communicate than through the BP?
Through the BP being led on the side of Kagendra will be Coach Reflect, and for the side of Blackstreet Esports, it will be Nancy as their coach. Starting off the bank, Kagendra puts heavy focus onto BSE star player Musang King's hero pool. Luna and Jing being locked off. As a counter, Blackstreet Esports bans out whatever combo that they want with the Dolia and the Liang in the roamer pool.
Okay, so we talked about Senko being this core of the side of Kagendra. And right now, Kagendra, they're going to be placing a lot of hope. This Mai Shiranui, this is a Senko special, but is it good enough to put up a performance against BSE?
We already saw Mai Shiranui just come in the previous game and not being able up to act at the same level that we want to see. Is this going to be a different Mai Shiranui? What does this Mai Shiranui need to do to actually take control of the tempo of the game?
For this Mai Shiranui to retake tempo, you gotta first figure out to tackle on the backline of Blackstreet Esports. But hey, Blackstreet Esports, they have locked in the Arlie and Diadia. This combo is extremely hard to catch if you're a Mai Shiranui. So this really important responsibility falls onto Senko, the shot caller, the star player of Kagendra, to really capitalize on Blackstreet Esports backline. And also, Kagendra, they're also banking their imports, Lanfeng and Lu, on Lady Sun and Ming. They want to dominate this lane against the Arlie and Diadia from Blackstreet Esports.
It's a big burst composition coming in from Kagendra. Like we mentioned yesterday, look, these are big moves that are available for the side of Kagendra. But BSC, they have their own strengths as well. The Dharma makes it through into the picks here. And with the combination available by Diadia and Arlie, Diadia's second skill, the catch, right? The one that you love to have but hate to be taken. Second skill, bitter farewell. Once you're locked down, you are a goner against BSC.
Exactly, you're a goner against BSE and it stops your mobility spell. So it's definitely something that Senko on this Mai Shiranui has to look out for. It depends on whether Kagendra Senko pulls the trigger first or Blackstreet Esports, Dian, and Xiang. On these engaged picks, look for the backline on the side of Lanfeng and Lu. So it really depends on whether these two teams, who gets the engaged first, Kin.
So if you take a look at the composition for both teams, these are hunting strategies. They're looking for the backlines, right? The Dharma is meant to go and look for that flank, find out those unsuspecting members on the side of Kagendra, slam them against the wall, you get the kill, you set up that stun for the rest of the members to benefit off of. Similar role for the side of Kagendra, which is going to be coming from the Mai. But on their clash lane, I'm hoping we get to see a Charlotte that will perform the same function as the Dharma.
Well, we gotta see what they have in store. Like you mentioned, it can be the Charlotte, it can be all these different clash lane picks like the Mayin. Looking at the bans, Lady Zhen, Gan, and more focus is put onto BSE's Zihong in the mid lane on the side of Blackstreet Esports. Like you say, the clash laners, right? They have banned out the best pick for the Protector President. Team composition, Liu Bang has been removed. Battlefield Command, you know it. It gives the shield, it gives the protection that this Lady Zhen desperately needs against this heavy Dharma engage.
Yes, and you have like a super global presence because you can TP from anywhere on the map to land with your Battlefield Command. But this Agudo, I'm very worried for Kagendra here. Is there any answer? Because Agudo, if he goes for the tank build, it's really hard to catch him because he's so slippery, but at the same time, he's able to deal so much damage.
Oh, so much damage, but just looking at the match that we mentioned, right? Engage coming in from Kagendra. What else do they need? More engage. Sun Ce being locked in for the side of Hans and Lu. Also locking in that monkey for reroute in the jungle here. That's so much engage coming in from Kagendra. Right now, if you're Blackstreet Esports, you gotta wonder, am I just gonna drop one carry onto Arlie, which is piloted by JR, or am I gonna look at Zihong right here and give him another hero that he can carry like the Nua?
I think it comes to the cost of it, the hero, right? They actually go for the Kongming. Kongming is a very expensive pick. He needs items to come online. He needs to have the damage with this. So I'm just curious how they're gonna share the farm and resources across the gorge to make sure that BSC is in a prime position to win team fights, take the objectives, and of course, take that crystal.
Looking at this right now, both teams have locked in their roster, have locked in their heroes that they desperately need to get this game won. As we mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, this is a best of 3. Loser goes directly towards the loser bracket. Winner advances towards the shot, towards the playoff. So the stakes are high in this situation, Ken.
Yes, and Kagendra, BSC, they have the same idea. They want to sweep their opponents off their feet, put them on the floor, and take one step forward.
The coaches are ready. They're gonna go back. The players are setting it up. Right now, the picks are done. We need to start thinking about how they can take advantage in the first minutes of the game. Those first minutes of the game are always precious, man. Like, they need to really stabilize their ways to be able to not stumble in the first 1 minute.
Just like Alex, I mentioned, right, the first minute is the crucial minute because why? There is the River Sprite at the Dimensional Portal in the Clash lane. There is the Fire Beat that only spawns once in the game. So whether how you want to plan your resources, your numbers around which objective you want to play, that is why it's so important to set this tempo, this amount of men towards which objective you want to really play.
You have to protect your camps because we know BSE is a very invasive team, but of course this is just thoughts.
It's time to test those drafts under pressure, boys. Casters, take us in.
All right, Blackstreet Esports versus Kagendra in Game 1 of this best of 3 kin. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking they need to make sure they get the resources. Every last hit in this game matters even more now because both mid laners are costly mid laners. They need a lot of gold, a lot of EXP and items to be online.
For me, I do agree so as well. Eyes definitely has to be on Senko from Kagendra on this My Shonui, and for Blackstreet Esports, you definitely have to look at Xiang on this Dharma. These two players will be the crucial engagers for their team to look for these backline accesses.
And it looks like the focus on both teams, so once again, it's going to be quite different, right? So there is a lot of focus on making sure that Lanfeng has a good start to the game, but straight away, BSC says, no, Clash Lane, we want to make your life difficult. Ihan's going to have a little bit of trouble as Musang King takes one camp away.
One camp away indeed, being stolen away from Kagendra's jungle. So right now, early game is stable for both teams. As you mentioned, they have different priorities here. For the side of Blackstreet Esports, they have secured the Dimensional Portal and they have teleported our player Zihong back towards the mid lane here. So that is definitely great as he needs so much resource on this Kongming.
Yes, and Ihan's at this point suffering a little bit against Xiang because of that first rotation coming in from Zihong in the mid, right? So Zihong, not only has he successfully put a advantage for the side of Xiang, he also actually manages to get some EXP and growth in the gold for himself.
Exactly, and a little bit of poke coming in from Senko's Kachosen spell 2 here, so that is gonna hurt him, but no worries, the NC there to heal Zihong up to a 4 right now. So priority here being focused onto the mid priority. After this, we're gonna see a big rotation in coming in from Blackstreet Esports.
Yes, and I'm quite impressed with Kagendra so far. Even though BSC is playing BSC's game, I think Kagendra is keeping pace. And for all our Indonesian fans, or Kagendra fans in totality, look, this is a good sign. Perhaps they could make something different in this first game of the series.
I will definitely agree, because one thing's for sure, the Tyrant is the game changer that we'll be seeing, the first tempo point for both these two teams. Right now, it's going to be a very smooth early game where we see a bit of poke coming in from both sides. But yet again, look at top side though. Xiang is level 5 and is pushing Ihans back towards the tower.
Yep, there's also information that the Azure Golem is available for the taking on the side of Kagendra's jungle. Will they make a play? Because that might be a mistake here. And it looks like, look, Musang King, he wants to prioritize safety. We play it safe first.
We play safe first. And look at Kagendra's bottom side. They are making sure that this Lady Sun with main combo is punishing JR and Dian into the farm lane here. So definitely both sides playing towards their strong suit right now. For the side of Blackstreet Esports, you play towards Dharma on Xiang. For the side of Kagendra, you play towards Lanfeng and Lu.
Yeah, and the rotation so far by BSC is stock standard. They're so fast. And I'm worried that Kagendra, they might not be able to keep up. But for now, we raw, yes, he's trailing by a little bit of EXP. But across the board, Kagendra, they're holding on not bad. It's about, what, 400 gold difference? Of course, in advantage to BSC.
Well, in advantage to BSE, and looking at the items real quick, the 400 definitely is covered back by Lady Sun in the farm lane with a 400 healthy gold lead over the early onto JR. Well, of course, ladies and gentlemen, 40 seconds on the clock until Tyrant, where that will be the first combat point for both teams here.
Okay, Ultimate committed by Dian to try and slow down this aggression. Itemization-wise for Lanfeng, he's going to have a slight advantage over JR. JR, percentage-based damage, he actually forwent the boots, so he's trying to go straight for the Doomsday.
Yep, Doomsday being picked up right now, but hold on a minute, Ihans gets engaged on.
Yep, they actually push Ihans back, but for now, it's still okay. 12 seconds, nobody wants to take too much of a risk, but Senko, he sees the opening, gets the first blood. We roll a perfect start, can he get Musang King as well? Indonesia fans, you can start to scream to get this. It's a big win, even if they don't get it. 4 minutes, the first time of the game. Kagendra in the lead.
Kagendra's on board right now, with that kill towards the mid lane onto Zihong. They get the bottom tower, they get the Tyrant. They start off huge in this game 1.
Yep, they want to go for the punish here. Musang King opens up, he wants the Azure, gets a smite as well. A nice steal, but Xiang, he needs to move away. That deterrence coming in from BSC has managed to push them off. Kagendra, they get the Tyrant, but they have to trade an Azure Golem for it.
This Kagendra farm and roam duo is giving so much pressure on the map, creating so much space for the jungler of Kagendra.
Yeah, Musang King actually dropped the furball at this point. A little bit of pressure. But if you take a look at what Xiang is doing, he has freedom of space. And I think just overall, BSC have managed to turn that situation around. They are able to equalize the gold, and they don't lose out that much.
Exactly, they don't lose out that much, and I'm really wanting to see the first big team fight that will going to be happening real soon. Because right now, both teams, they're holding on strong, 50-50 in terms of the goldie. No one is ahead as of this point, Kin.
Yeah, Musang King, he actually chooses to walk in the faces of Kagendra. Such confidence from this guy. Drops the furball. They get a catch. Two members stunned up. Weero gets the first kill. Zihong tries to get away. Will be able to make it out. That ultimate coming in from Dien only manages to catch Weero and Kagendra. This is a new Indonesian #1 squad.
This Indonesian #1 squad is coming up huge in this game one. They have secured yet another kill onto the Black Shoe Esports jungle. Right now, they're knocking onto the mid tower. If they secure this, they open up the map immediately.
Yeah, we talked about this. The T1 in the mid, so important. It opens up vision control for the side of Kagendra. At the same time, T1 on the top in trouble as Ehans pushes them back. Musang King, you stole it away. This time, Rewalk gets revenge, takes it. But Xiang, he comes in, gets the truth mantra, gets taken out. But nobody on the side of Kagendra is going to stop falling just yet. Lanfeng, no. Weero, the two of them have fallen. This is a perfect situation for BSC. On to Lu, next target. He should be falling really soon. Zihong comes in, finishes up the kill. Will they give it to Musang King? Yes, they will. Take my Crimson, we will take everything back.
Everything that Kagendra has built over this 6 minute, one fight was all it need for Black Shoe Esports and Co. to bring it back to this equal state. Like we mentioned in the draft, Kin. You only have one Ali as a carry, no problem. Black Shoe Esports Coach Nancy covered it up with a calming pick towards the mid lane. The trust in Zihong.
Yes, a major trust. And there might be more problems. The bolt drops down Ehans. There is no support. He gets caught off. Zihong gets the kill. What else is Kagendra going to be able to do at this moment? Nothing, because Musang King is in perfect control. The map, all three lanes being pressured by BSC.
And while all of this is happening, ladies and gentlemen, look at the clash lane. Arlie, JR is free farming all this time. They invested so little and they got so much back from Black Shoe Esports.
Yeah, this is the best offer you can find, right? T1 on the top now going to be taken by the side of JR. This is a big growth and farm for him. Level 9 still matched up by Lanfeng, but if they make a mistake here, Kagendra, they're going to be punished so hard.
Ooh, I'm still looking right. Senko has to be the man to find these key engages on the backline, just like how he did just now. For the side of Black Shoe Esports, it's the same. Xiang got that two-man truth mantra just now on the red buff. He was the one who got it back from Black Shoe Esports, and right now, it's banking on Senko, on the Maestronui, or Xiang on the Dharma.
Okay, so let's help out the newer audiences. What do they fight?
How do they fight? Simple. We first identify Black Shoe Esports, Zihong and JR as the carry. So, on the side of Kagendra, you need the two core engages. Senko on the Maestro, Ihans on the Sun Tzu to find these key engages for them to get back the game.
Yeah, they definitely need to cut down the options available for the side of BSC, right? There's too many mobile heroes on the side of BSC's draft. You have the Arlie, you have Zihong on the Kongming, and this is going to be a big problem. If Senko gets taken down at this point, they will chase in. No kills just yet, but the real trouble is your Crimson Golem is under pressure. Will they be able to get it? I think he has gone, yes, into the hands of Weero. They managed to protect that resource, but there is more pressure coming in from BSC.
More pressure coming in, and right now Tyrant has spawned once again onto Hero's Gorge at 8th minute mark. Right now we see a small poke coming from Weero, Dream won't be expend.
Yep, it's a big resource because right now the next Tyrant of the game has spawned, and I don't think Weero wants to overcommit at this point. They're already losing, it's not good to lose another one. Can they get the steal here? It looks like that option is not going to be explored. Musang King secures it. There is more fighting prowess for Black Shoe Esports.
I'm still waiting for the key engage here, Kin. We gotta see who is the hero of this game, who gets the crucial engage on the backline. Lanfeng here. Although yes, BSC is winning in terms of gold with healthy 1.6k, you cannot be counting out Lanfeng and Lu. This combo is so powerful, the burst damage is so high. If they're untended, that's gonna be a big issue for Black Shoe Esports.
I know, but BSC, you know what they're doing? They keep putting the Mankey in front of the face of Lanfeng, and he can't do anything. Look, he's at the top of the gold chart, 6,500. But he can't get the correct targets.
Indeed, he can't get the correct targets here. We gotta see the first fight. Both these teams are playing super cautious coming to game 1 right here, and winning strategy just to blow up some damage here as they look for the blue buff invade.
Yeah, once again, they see an opening in BSC. They will put this pressure here. Musang King able to get it? No. JR actually will not be able to get it as well. Reroll secures it for the team, but still they're losing a lot of space all across the map. The only saving grace is that Kagendra, I think they haven't lost this T1, so there's a little bit of control they still have at this point.
Wow. Blackstreet Esports playing like their style here, Kin. They don't look for the overextending fight, they don't look for any fights, but they go for these objectives. What are objectives? The Crimson buff, the Azure Golem, all these are objectives that you can take to really escalate your lead. And right now, it's the 10-minute mark. We have the Shadow variants being spawned onto the map.
Yeah, already not looking good. JR, he goes in, he makes it out as well. What a nice one. A lot of damage, but the heals are coming in. They managed to find JR. This is the perfect chance. Kagendra, you need to finish the job. Either take the objective or get more kills. And the call now, Reroll says, you guys push. I'm going for the Tyrant.
Remember when we said we needed a hero? This is your hero. Ihans catching JR, the crucial carry, the early from Blackstreet Esports.
Yeah, but Xiang, he's hiding in the corner. He's waiting for an opening. Not presented anymore. Lan Feng, he gets the Tyrant. This is the 10-minute Tyrant, a Shadow Tyrant, guys. Why is this so good for the side of Kagendra?
Whew. You get a ton of damage, you get a lot of wave clear, you dictate the pace of the team fight with this extra damage buff. If you want to put in numbers, it gives you about 2,000 to 3,000 extra gold in terms of the buff, in terms of damage here, kid.
Okay, I want you guys to focus on Ehans here. The items are up. The 4th item from the left, that Frigid Charge, there's going to be a big moment. If Ehans is able to jump into the backlines of BSC, he could cause a lot of problems.
Oh man, just look at those 2 Storm Shots here. He's definitely going for that Siege Breaker as well. The moment you get caught by the bolt, by the Frigid Charge, he's going to explode immediately.
Yeah, this is going to be a big moment. Reroll giving information for the team. Xiang though, he's trying to hide in the shadows. He manages to catch out some information, but I don't think this is the time for him to show up.
Wow. Both teams, as you mentioned here, Bob Wave is still under pressure coming from the side of Kagendra here. Wave stays not looking good as BSE holds off this Tyrant push with a masterclass defense.
Yeah, we were gonna just eat that furball for now, but they take the T2 overall. So Kagendra, I can't believe this. Weeraw is playing so well. Kagendra is like a brand new team.
Brand new team, but 10 seconds onto the Tyrant here. Both teams will be putting focus on the Shadow Vanguard that is available for grabs.
Yeah, Kagendra now looking for an opening. They don't have the overcommit, right? A lot of teams make the mistake of, you know what, let's pressure, make a mistake, overcommit, get punished for it. And Kagendra, I like this restraint. It is not power that you want, it's the power of restraint, knowing when to go in, important decisions to be made.
Wow, that was 2 back-to-back as well, kid. As you mentioned, important decisions, and that was an insanely important decision coming from Kagendra to really grasp the second objective of the Shadow variant here. Right now, they are in control of the game despite being the ones down in gold.
Yep, this truly is a spectacle, right? How many times do you see Musang King actually getting pressured by another team?
Not a lot. In MKL, not a lot of teams can be above BSE, aside from Nova Esports, but definitely Kagendra definitely showing us a new and improved Kagendra, the champions of IKL, showing up in their first game of KWC 2025.
Yes, and what a performance to start with. They're calling out this T2 is under pressure on the bottom side. It looks like they might want to take the fight. We roll, he spins it out, takes the dream roll, gets the safety at this point. Now, Kagendra, it is an important decision because they still have the Overlord flying on the top. Oh, hang on, they get the catch as well. Senko, he is going to be taken down. A big win, but hang on, nice stuns, not enough damage coming in. Reroll could not make the difference, and it's 2 down. Ehans and Senko, the big players on the side of Kagendra, down for the count. But BSE, they have more problems to deal with. Can they deal with the Overlord?
Overlord, yep, is being spawned right on the top side, and BSE, like you mentioned, has to attend to it, but thankfully, to Xiang on this Dharma, looking for these crucial engages onto the backline of Senko here. We talked about if Senko doesn't get going, Kagendra does not have a game, and Xiang knows the fact, he shuts it down.
Yeah, Reroll, he's going to try and escape the end and falling low. What a nice burst coming in. Can he get more? But Xiang, he's coming in from the back. Does he have his ultimate? He does have it. Will not overcommit at this point. They got Reroll down. The tank is gone. All they need to do now is play safe. BSC, they run off with a bunch of scratches, and the chase is on. Kagendra, can they find it? Lanfeng and Lu, the boat is committed as well, but they miss out. And BSC, they make it out safe.
They make it out safe, but one thing's for sure, their health bars are not looking healthy to contest for this Shadow Tyrant here. Another Shadow variant going to the hands of Kagendra here. How many do you need to close out this game?
Yeah, exactly, right? And I'm really surprised because BSC, we know them as a team that really likes to take control of the map. And this is the first time they're kind of losing control, even though they have the goal lead.
Well, I kind of have to argue here, right? You have the goal lead, you are playing the fundamentals better, but you're dropping yourself, you're dropping deaths here left and right during these objectives here. This is not the BSC that we are familiar with here, Kin.
Yeah, totally unfamiliar, right? But there is one familiarity that I like, which is Zhihong. He's at the top of the damage charts, right? This Kongming, his main role is to be able to melt down the members on the side of Kagendra, and which is why I think, look, the draft makes sense for the side of BSC, but for now, the pressure is coming in from Kagendra once again.
Exactly, and if you look at Zhihong's item build, he's almost closing out on his final item, be it the Splendor, be it the Tome of Wisdom. He is an artillery mage, and he's going to be banking on so much damage onto the backline of Kagendra.
Yep, the lifesteal is going to be quite insane, right? He's going to be able to sustain, just getting the extra damage, and every extra bit counts. As Kagendra, like I said, every bit counts. They take another T2. It is a barren map here in the jungle side of the BSC.
And that is the final tier 2 as you mentioned here. And right now, utilizing Landfall spell, they are slowly but surely pushing down another tier 3 off the side of Blackstreet Esports. It's just about a ticking clock.
Yeah, I'm so curious about JR's heartbeat at this point. He got bursted down pretty much in the first, 3 seconds of that skirmish itself. And it feels like Kagendra, they're just waiting for that perfect opportunity.
Well, we gotta see here, King. We gotta see. Will it be Senko? Will it be I-Hans? Will it be Xiang to look for these crucial engages here? Look at Xiang right now. He's finding an angle onto the backline of Kagendra.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of this. Xiang has a perfect opportunity. They're all very close to the wall. Musang King jumps in. Xiang waiting for that moment. Gets a slam onto the wall. I-Hans makes it out. Reroll covers him as well. The boat, they can re-engage if they want. He will throw it down, but it's just a defensive measure. BSC, they have to back off. But at this point, what's at risk? Kagendra, they have an opening across the map. Maybe consider that Shadow Overlord.
And once again, Kid, once again, BSE hold off another objective tape coming in from Kagendra, and right now they're knocking onto the Shadow Vanguard.
Is this the best decision though? Right now, there is a chance. Reroll. He does have smite. He can come in for the steal as well. Zhihong waiting on the backlines. Xiang as well. They try to lock him down. Musang King gets it on the backlines. I-Hans gets caught as well. Here comes Senko. He's trying to make a difference, but it's not enough. Xiang with the damage, and there is too much damage on the side of BSC. It's an ace on the side of Kagendra and BSC. This is the #1 team we've been waiting for.
The #1 team comes up huge with Xiang on this Dharma. That beautiful 3-man Truth Mantra onto the backline seals the deal for this Game 1, Kid.
Yeah, BSC, all they need is one golden chance and they will take it. So BSC, past champions, champions to be as they take game #1.
Wow, what a masterclass of a Dharma here. We were mentioning, Kin. Who will be the hero of this game? Who will find the crucial engage here? It was not I-Hans. It was not Senko. It was none other than BSE Xiang on this signature Dharma pick.
Yeah, I mean, this is a hero that I would never ever allow into the hands of Xiang. But once again, Honor of Kings, there's so many heroes to choose from, and you can't block off everything. You can't ban everything.
But that's the beauty of global ban pick here a bit, Kin. Even though you pick this Dharma, yes, it's so deadly, so strong, but that's global ban pick here. He can never pick this again for the second game.
Okay, so let's take a look at this history itself. This time, I think Kagendra have definitely upgraded themselves. They have improved so much, but not yet enough to take BSE to the limit point yet.
I do agree. That's the thing about Blackstreet Esports. They are never the ones to really fall behind even though they were behind. Even though multiple Shadow Tyrant, Shadow Overlord takes coming in from Kagendra, they were always finding ways. They were always finding these crucial team fights to really come back as a team.
Yep, I like the confidence from both teams here, right? Zhihong on this Kongming, Senko on this Mai. These are very expensive mid laners. They all need gold, which means you have to share it with your team as well. And the fact that both teams show the confidence to be able to pull off such, I wouldn't say, I think greedy is an overkill, but a greedy draft from both sides. And BSC shows that, hey, we are winners for a reason.
They are winners for a reason. And just check out this highlight real quick. All these fights, Xiang was always looking to pressure Lanfeng and Lu. Yes, look at this last fight here. Xiang on the sideline here looks for the 3-man engage onto the back line. So beautiful.
Yeah, but he was so patient, right, with his ultimate, and that's what you want. So what if you have the power? It's knowing when to use it that is so critical in the team fights. And Xiang, he's showing you this guy is on board to be a champion.
That's champion mentality right here, right, Isaac?
It was an amazing game. BSE comes in. They never looked like they were in control of the game, but they never looked like they were losing. It's just very important to make that very big distinction. They had always a gold advantage, even when Kagendra looked very strong. But BSE never looked like, okay, they're losing this match. Even when Kagendra was pushing on the high ground, it never looked like BSE was not under control.
Yes.
For me, definitely, if you look at all these top-tier teams, it was never really a one-sided game. It was always Blackstreet Esports playing the perfect defense against Kagendra's push, be it the Shadow Tyrant, be it the Shadow Overlord. They make it so perfect that they do not lose a single member and they manage to push back whatever Kagendra has to offer.
So what do you think?
I think I want to talk about JR a little bit as the stats will be showing up later. JR made one mistake in this game. He got caught out by Ehans on the Sun Tzu, and he never died once again, right? He didn't die. Okay, he died another time, but that's fine. 4, 2, and 4, JR did a perfect positioning throughout the game. But Musang King, which is the name that everyone has been chanting since the very start of HOK, BSE, Musang King has been the cornerstone, the rocked per se on the side of BSE.
I really, as you mentioned, I love BSE's dynamic here. Yes, Musang King, as you mentioned, the star boy, the FMVP of Blackstreet Esports here. But when it comes to the draft, when it comes to who needs to carry, everybody takes a piece of the pie. Everybody takes a bit of the load, and they all carry together to contribute to this deciding win for Blackstreet Esports.
Yes, and I think one major item difference for BSE and Kagendra, if you take a look at DN at the bottom of the screen, that yellow staff that looks like a snake, that's called Venomous Staff, is actually an anti-heal item. Now, Kagendra did not build too much anti-heal. We do have one, that orange-looking cape on the side of Weeraw, second on the top. That helps you burn and reduce healing on the side of BSE. But the thing is, if Weeraw dies, then you don't have that anti-heal capabilities. And Weeraw was one of the first few people to die in many fights on the side of Kagendra as well.
Exactly, because he is the frontman. He has to soak damage for the side of Kage Lu and Lanfeng because they desperately need a frontline. But we gotta give props here. Look at Zihong here, 35% damage when we talk about the draft. Who is gonna be the secondary carry? We're thinking, oh, it might be Nuwa or might be some utility mage, but no. We go in full burst, look at 35% damage.
This shows you the confidence, right? Picking up a Kongming is actually a really huge risk because if he falls behind, it's very rare that Kongming comes back into the game unless it hits like that 20-minute mark.
And it was actually very interesting to see that Kongming with Trihong never actually had free access to the Azure Golem. It was always just kind of like fighting to try to get the Azure Golem because Kagendra did have control of the map. Kagendra had control of the vision, so they had priority over invasion of the jungle. So it was pretty difficult for him to actually control that. But no, we cannot just be talking about Trihong. We need to be talking about Xiang as well, who's going to be our MVP. Xiang with a 0, 1, and 8, and I will give that on that 8, that Dharma 8 assist, on that last one is a 4 people crowd control.
I'm so happy this is the stats because, look, I get to say again, KDA is not important, 0, 1, and 8. Look, Xiang, the way that he was maneuvering around the map, every single truth mantra was on point. And sometimes the truth hurt, but for this one, it was Death's Door.
It was Death's Door and 018 KDA. As you mentioned, KDA does not really matter when you were making these decisive engages here.
Yes, very good. I mean, that last catch really allowed them to take the win from there. And BSE is a team that you can't give not even half a chance. You see an opening, they will tear it open. It's a brand new hole. This is the new door we're going to walk through, and that's the door to the crystal. So a very impressive performance, not just by Xiang, who's the MVP, but as a whole, BSE. This is why they were champions before.
It is important for everyone at home just to understand the reason why BSE is able to win in here. They're able to win because even in the moments where Kagendra was pushing at the high ground, they never lost composure. and composure is super important. You saw that BSC in the moments that they needed to fight, it was 5 people fighting in there. It was never a 2 or 3 people. It was the whole team trying to defend and trying to attack at the same time.
And I think this is the beauty of experience, right? When you gather so much experience from all these past international tournaments and achievements, this really brings back to BSE standard. Yes, they are champions, but why are they champions? It's the composure, it's the experience. All these elements form a real championship squad.
Okay, so let's address once again our dear Indonesian friends, fans of Kagendra as well. This performance by Kagendra, it's not bad. It's actually a decent performance. They just need to kind of polish their performance a little bit, and maybe this game number 2, we could tie things up.
May I add up to that? I sincerely believe at the beginning of the game, Senku had a couple very good openings and got a couple kills for the team. They did not go to him, but they went to the team. I like the way that Kagendra played. We need to be a little bit more decisive in the right moments, because there's a couple moments where they need to manage the wave a little bit better, so they crash at the high ground at the same time. So then BSE needs to be thinking, do I defend this one or I defend the other one? It's important to understand that the difference between good teams and amazing teams comes down to being able to level up in between. How do I manage the waves in order to jump into high ground and ask the super minions to get in the game?
Timing is of the essence, right?
Yep.
This is why we take fights at certain moments in the game. We don't need a fight all the time. You need to fix your waves first. And if you manage your waves properly, even if you lose a fight, the opponent team can't really do much because they have to try and clear all 3 lanes of minions.
And that's it. All 3 lanes of minions, all it burns down to fundamentals here. And talking about fundamentals, we gotta check out the draft once again. As expected, burning the early in game 1, Blackstone Esports has to take that ban after looking how Lanfeng was so dominant in lane just now.
Yes, and BSC, they're gonna continue that train wreck here. They ban out the Dharma, one of the big win conditions available. But this opens up the doors to Fatih, maybe.
Fatih, Pei, all these key picks here are still up for grabs for the side of BSE and Kagendra here. Clock's ticking. We gotta see what's the decision here coming in from Coach Reflect on this second ban.
I want to see WeRaw pick up a tank jungle. I think WeRaw has shown us consistency in playing, especially heroes like the Organ, right? So right now, Kagendra, they ban out the Jing. Let's see what they want to start off with. BSE take one of the most damaging burst heroes. This is the Lung, the Dragon of Pain right now.
Dragon of Pain, flaming palm towards your face, instantly deleting you off the map here. So Long here being prioritized for BSE JR, who had a fantastic game 1. On the side of Kagendra here, there's still the Pei here, there is still the Zhangfei here, or Byron that we've seen frequently. So definitely we have to see what is up for grabs. It will be the Dolia and Dune combo.
Oh, I love this. Okay, Kagendra with the Dune and Dolia combination. Once again, to our new friends, let me explain to you what Dolia does. Dolia is able to give you short amounts of heals as well as refresh skills that are on cooldown when necessary. And this opens up a couple more doors. You could pick the lane for Kagendra. There are so many ultimates you can refresh, and hopefully that will be one big marker of success for the side of Kagendra.
Exactly, and looking at the following draft here, Pei, Byron being locked in for the South Blackstone Esports. Against the Dune, that's just spelling one thing. Whoever gets the early game will dictate the pace of the game.
Okay, so another combination here shown to you by BSE. This is a team you definitely want to learn from, right? Pei and Byron, this is a stock standard combination. They crush that clash lane very early. Less than a minute in, you potentially can get a first blood.
Exactly, because there's still options of starting towards the side lane, moving towards your jungle, all these jungle start options, right? And also the Kagendra, they notice the fact that, hey, we talk about Dolia combos, we cannot forget about Yu Huan. Double unending sorrow on the ultimate, so much room for error.
Yes, it not only offers you heals, it also damages the enemy, which is why it's so painful and so scary. And Kagendra, a very smart ban, they take out the Liang, this third ban available for Kagendra. And this opens up so many doors for them because suppression is something you can't control unless you hit the hero himself, which means Dune and Yu Huan, these two heroes, have a lot more freedom coming in from the side of Kagendra.
Okay, question for you right here. Any interesting picks you want to see for the BSE's draft?
BSE, what they're missing the mid, they're missing a roam as well. I know a lot of people don't like this, but I would like to call on Isaac. We played a ranked game yesterday.
Yes, sir.
Yixing, roam.
Just based on the rank from yesterday,
it was good. It was good.
It was solid. It was solid. I'm telling you that EC and roaming there was pretty good, but it was pretty good because Sagi wasn't the Luna, my guy.
Okay. Now, I would still take that as a compliment, right? But
You should.
At the end of the day, right? I like the control because at this point, BSC, their draft offers you a lot of burst potential. I think they just need someone else to bring that crowd control ability besides Xiang on this Byron. That's all.
That is a very good point here. Looking at BSE's draft, they are coming for an angle where they need a utility from the mage or the roamer to really force this team composition to a new hole.
Yeah, you want to burn out, this mid lane Senko Yuhuan's ultimate. You want to burn it out as fast as possible, right? Because you're killing two birds with one stone. Not only do you burn out the Yuhuan ultimate once, you're burning potentially Dolia's ultimate as well, because they want to be in a position where they have options to explore. So burn it out early and then you go and take a team fight.
Exactly, that is the kiting style, the front to back sort of style that we are looking for. And talking about crowd control, talking about the utility, we gotta talk about Mozi and Lady Zhen. So much crowd control, so much utility being brought onto the table for the last two picks of Blackstreet Esports.
Yeah, it's a lot of control. This is the exact formula that they need to play on, right? BSE, once they have this Mozi Cannon Blast, that is his second skill. Once he gets a stun in, this can be complemented by 2-3 different stuns, the Lung, the Byron, the Lady Zhen. Everything to set up a perfect team fight for the side of BSE.
Exactly, so much crowd control like you mentioned, but once again, Kagendra, your last pick, it's a Consort U. The Wind Blessing coming in from Spell 2 of Consort U gets to block out such a heavy physical team composition that has been drafted by Blackstreet Esports.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
This is the second time today that we see that Consort U facing long over there for the farm lane. Is that a counter pick? Is that something that the coaches have analyzed? What is going on with that?
It's a perfect formula because, look, it is a predictable sequence of events coming out from the Lung. You wait for the 3 flaming shots coming in. That's the massive burst damage, right? Yep. And if you time your second skill right, which is called the Protecting Winds, it makes you physically immune. So you essentially cancel out a huge burst available by JR.
All right, boys, the game is already there. What about we start casting and bringing the action of this game number 2 of this match number 3 of today?
Ooh, game number 2 between Blackstreet Esports and Kagendra. Loser goes to a lower bracket. So Kagendra, you gotta fight on this.
Yes, they definitely have to, but Musang King has other plans straight away. And within the first minute, he goes in straight for the Azure Golem. And there is no defense coming out from Kagendra. Guys, you have to do something here.
Guys, you gotta do something. That's the entire blue side being countered for Blackstreet Esports here. And look at Musang King. They want for a dive.
Oh, Lanfeng, is this first blood? No! JR, they actually get it as well. BSE, a dream start.
A dream start just 1 minute short, and they already got the first blood on the key member of Kagendra. Lanfeng shut down on the first minute.
Yeah, farm laners actually take a little bit of time to grow, but this time Lanfeng is going to have a long time to grow because BSE, this is tested time and time again. They are so strong when they get the advantage, and now they have a huge one.
Man, BSE just mocking Kagendra, but look at tournament predictions. It has already started, so if you get all these tournament predictions correct, you get to get free heroes, free skins, or even borders. So check it out in your game, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, you can actually get the recall. That's the one I want, but unfortunately for me, I am 1-3 on my predictions so far. So let's take a look at better things, which is going to come in the form of BSE. Zhihong here holding the lane for his team so they can share the experience. So every little nuance, every action decision by BSE is making more sense.
Exactly. Zhihong as utility mage, you don't benefit from so much gold. You funnel all this gold to your main carrier. Who is it? Musang King.
Yeah, man, I hate to say this, but take a look at what JR has. He already has the Meteor. This is one of the critical core items that has physical pierce, and he already has it in his hands. JR, this is a great start for him.
Great start, and Lanfeng losing out the lane. And what's next? Musang King once again with the invade.
The colors of the rainbow are showing up on the side of BSC. Rainbows and butterflies as BSC take a 1,000 goal lead 2.5 minutes into the game.
Man King, BSC has woken up and this is their true form here. They're dictating the pace of the early game with whatever they have.
Yes, and there's so much pressure right now. If JR steals that, I think he did. This is going to be a horrible situation for Kagendra. Kagendra, we need your support. The fans of Indonesia, the fans of Kagendra, cheer them on in the comments because we need that comeback.
Come back. Kagendra, you gotta figure it out here. But ladies and gentlemen, just look at the goalie here coming from the jungle, coming from the farm lane of BSE. Whew. 800 and 400. That's crazy for early game.
Yep, and with less than 1 minute to go, I think this is not an ideal situation for Kagendra, but this is a situation they find themselves in.
Wow, the 3v3 mid coming to a mid side, but this situation here, Ken, are they still going for the 30 seconds on the clock, the Tyrant take?
I think you have to consider, because probably at the same time as these buffs spawn, that's when your first Tyrant is going to be showing up, right? So why not prioritize the buffs instead?
Okay, prioritizing the buff is also an objective. If you can get a buff while training the Tyrant here is still an equal trade here, but will BSC allow that? Let's find out.
Okay, Zhihong taking quite a bit of damage, but there is potential of regen coming in here. Lu gets caught out for the time being, but it's all pressure coming in from BSC, right? They want to be in a prime position to be able to take this first Tyrant of the game. Lan Feng, okay, he does get his protecting wins. Oh, but what a catch! The flash as well! Once again, Lan Feng, he's taken down. BSC find another opening.
Swift box coming in from there to immediately catch out Lan Feng, and that closes off any opportunity that Kagendra has on the Tyrant here. And right now, another invade on the Azure Golem.
Oh, greedy is good this time. Weeraw gets caught out. The stun comes in from Xiang, and it's not enough to put any pressure back in the hands of BSC. They force out the ultimate from Senko as well. Ihan once again finds himself in the middle of 4 members, and there is nothing that BSC is afraid of at this point. They don't even go for that first Tyrant of the game.
They are just setting out tempo so well. 4 minutes in, 3,000 goal lead already here. BSE coming up with a statement match showing that Kagendra, if you want to go to the Giants, if you want to go to the playoffs, you got to go through us first.
Look, they took less than 15 seconds to take that first Tyrant of the game. This is a strong showing of how far ahead BSE are at.
Look at the goal chart here, Ken. Musang King rocking the 4.4k goal against the jungle. Only 2.8k coming from Kagendra here.
Yeah, Musang King is the tax collector at this point, right? Pay me my money because he is way ahead. 4.6 thousand gold. He is close to almost double of Weeraw's net worth at this point.
Man, masterclass for Musang King here. The team is definitely playing towards Musang King's tempo here. Every little decision, every rotation here is following Musang King to further push up the lead here. Right now, 3.5k gold lead in the hands of Blackstrew Esports.
Yep, and they're pulling them apart, right? Because right now, you have Musang King who's able to take turrets, T1s, T2s on his own. In the meantime, you also have to stop the pressure from the rest of the team, and they're just flying all across the map because until that 10-minute mark, the space dimensional portal is open.
And it provides so much mobility here. Talking about mobility, they're once again coming for this Azure Golem.
Oh, this pressure is immense. BSC, this is the team that we know about. It goes into the hands of Musang King. They committed. The physically immune Lan Feng is available for the taking. But hey, we don't need to fight. We take the T3. And Musang King, the true king, has shown himself. Oh, this is not a good situation for Kagendra at all. 6 minutes in, we have a T3 potentially being taken down.
This is BSE style. They don't need kills. They play the map to a perfection here. If you look at the Azure Golem too much, you're gonna be burning your side tower here. And right now, they're once again looking to attack the middle lane tower.
Yeah, look, there was a hint of confidence coming in for Kagendra in game number 1, but game number 2, absolute silence. They have put Weeraw to the back ends of the room. There's nothing much they can do here. T1 is going to be gifted to the side of BSC.
And right now here, though, Musang King looks for one on the eye hands. Can he run away?
No, Ihan, you have to run. The backup comes in. Musang King still gets the kill, and he will back up. Do they want to look for more? Senko gets caught out by the knockup at this point. But with 18,000 in the bank, 4,000 behind BSC, I don't think they want to take these fights.
There's no fights that they can take at this point. And look at Musang King, he's just backdooring the tier 3 onto the bottom lane of Kagendra here. But the cavalry is here. Can he run away?
Oh, what a save. A beautiful cannon blast from Dien. He points them in the right direction. Hey, you want to punish my jungler?
Nah.
No way.
Not today.
No way. Yeah, and this is a beautiful performance by BSC.
And talking about Honor of Kings, this is the beauty of it. You don't need kills. You just play the map to a perfection, and this is what it rewards you with. 3 kills on the board, no problem. But you have 5 towers amounting to a 5,000 gold lead for the side of Blackstreet Esports.
And if you take a look at Xiang, he was taking quite a bit of damage, but it doesn't really matter to him at this point. He does have access to his ultimate soon, and there we go. Force field suppression available. He pushes Reroll away. They don't even have to fight. They're just pushing them back off from the T2. And once again, T2 secured by the side of BSE. The map gets even smaller for Kagendra.
Man, the room is smaller and smaller. There's lesser farming space. Another tower goes down toward the mid lane right now. They're rotating towards the top side. What do you get? You get the Crimson Golem. You get the tower here. Right now, BSE is looking to formulate this until the end of the game.
Okay, so do you see what I see? I see something purple, and that's open for the side of BSE to take soon.
Well, that's definitely their formation here right now. Get the top tower, get the Crimson Golem. We did back, get the Vanguard as well.
Yeah, the Overlord is going to be pretty important at this point, but we haven't hit that 10-minute mark yet, so it might not be of maximum priority for the side of BSE. Right now, the top prio is one of these remaining T3s. They get the stun onto Lanfeng at this point. They have managed to stifle a little bit of that pressure, alleviate it for now, but it's kind of like a bad headache, right? You want to relieve that pressure, but it's so hard to do so.
If you're Kagendra, the headache is definitely on you because BSE is just biting on you, making sure that if you don't react, you're gonna suffer more and more and more.
Yeah, they try for the last one. Reroll, overcommits. There is too much damage. Can he get the save at this point? Will manage to get out, but his stun stops him for now. A little bit of pressure. Nobody dies just yet. But I think Kagendra, they're shaking at their boots because they can't find an opening. Even though they laid down so much damage, Xiang and J.R. are the only ones taking damage, and they're not even dead.
And that's the beauty of it. Damage, just look at the damage though. Zihong on this control mage, 51,000 damage on the Lady Zen.
Yep. You know what? Revenge is a dish best of cold, and unfortunately, revenge is not on the menu for the side of Kagendra. BSE, they're here for the revenge. They want to get into the playoffs of KWC 2025.
And it's definitely looking like the case, right? Because just look at the pay here. 9 minutes, 40 seconds. 9.3k gold on this carry jungle here.
Guys, that means GPM gold per minute, he's at 1,000. That's a lot. He's a rich guy.
He's rich, he's bathing in money right now, and Xiang goes in for the engage.
He gets a stun onto Senko. Senko forced to use his ultimate. The refresh comes in. Not enough time. They wasted the ultimate from Lu as well. And this is an opening that BSE will definitely appreciate. T3 under pressure on the top, looking for that big opening. Musang King finishes the job. Do they want to go for more? They want it. Ehans, you are gone, and it's going to be BSE. Once again, a double kill for JR. But hey, once again, restraint is the call of the order. We don't need to overcommit. The win should be ours. We just need to play steady.
Steady is the game. They go towards the bottom wave right now. The super minions are slowly marching towards the crystal. Here can Kagendra defend.
They are going to give it a try, but it's not going to be enough. Hang on, there could be a chance here. Senko tries to win it for the team, but it's not enough. BSE, they take it clean 2-0.
This is the BSE we're talking about. This is the MKL second seed team. The champions of KC 2024 coming back once again with such an important win to bring them to a further step towards the playoff.
They are hungry this time. The 5 boys along with the coach, the manager, Joker, I'm pretty sure they were ready for a win today. And BSE, what a performance as they take that very short walk down to, give their thanks for this amazing series between the two giants of their own respective regions.
But gotta give props to Kagendra as well, Kin. That game 1 was immaculate coming from them. It may be due to experience, it may be due to their stage frights, but in that again, they played so well until the end of the game.
I think you can't really blame them for this because the draft on the side of BSE is one that is very fast-paced. It's very early game. And the fact that it got Lanfeng down right within the first few minutes of the game, that was actually quite a big death blow.
Well, I gotta say, like you mentioned, shutting down Lanfeng, that was BSE's game plan. Maybe they went behind the stage. They were like, hey, Lanfeng was an issue back in game 1. We gotta shut him down. They was like, copy. Immediately invade into a dive with Musang King. That was just pre-planned all along.
Which is why we were talking about Dian earlier today, right? Dian as a new addition into BSE as a support. Look, he's so steady. He gives so much space for JR. And every time he lands that cannon blast, that second skill, it's so detrimental to the side of Kagendra. They can't do anything.
Exactly, and we talk about this all the time. If you want to dive the enemy, you got to win through laning prowess, and JR showing us why he is noted as one of the best farm lanes from the MKL. He won the lane against Lanfeng, resulting in Lanfeng being dove by the roam by the jungle of Blackstreet Esports.
It is difficult to see just how Kagendra so early in the game just let Pei had so much farm. It was just so much gold going in for the jungler from the other side that it was inevitable that the game was going to end up in 10 minutes. There was no way that they could have turned things around. We talked about just even when you are being pushed on your high ground, you need to stay there, you need to believe, to stay composed. But was there any composure left in there just to be able to turn things around? It was too big an advantage, wasn't it?
Yes, I mean, you can have all the composure in the world, but with that goalie that they had, dude, this guy, Musang King, he was farming 1,000 gold a minute. How do you compare that? He was 9,000 gold at, what, 9 minutes? And he has essentially his pseudo 6 slaughtered. You can't fight him.
This is the beauty of Pei, right? Why do we keep saying Pei is such a good pick? It's because high mobility, high damage, and his clear speed is immaculate. Going from side lane to side lane, going from side lane to mid lane, using the teleport shrine. Everything was pre-planned by BSE. Every wave that was contributed by Zihong on this Lady Zhen was providing so much gold to Musang King. That's why he was so high in the gold.
Okay, so talking about Musang King, let us pay our respects here, and we'll throw it over to Mara. Please let us know who we are interviewing today.
Right now, we're with Zhuhong. Congratulations. You've secured the upper bracket. Now, what kind of confidence do you think this will give your team? And what kind of statement are you sending to the rest of the teams with that Game 2 performance?
This winning gave our team confidence to revenge Nova, because last time NKL we lose Nova, so this winning give us confidence to beat them. Yeah. So for the statement that for our team to show other team is like this game show other team what is our teamwork, our confidence. Yeah.
Great teamwork, by the way, especially with game number 2. Now, what's the mindset moving forward, knowing that you're one step closer going to the playoffs?
Very excited because we got the opportunity to stand in the world stage to revenge, play with KPL, revenge our opponent Nova. Yeah.
You did so amazing today. I'm sure you're going to have a great celebration once again. Congratulations. It's time to celebrate that win with something great to eat. Now we're going to head back to our casters. Lead the gorge.
Revenge is the words from BSE. It's the one capital word that they want to put in everyone's mind right now. They're coming in here with a clear agenda. They want just to take back what they believe belongs to them.
Yes, and I truly believe it does belong to them. But at the same time, you know what? Their other contenders are playing later on today, which is, of course, Nova, right? And I'm curious to see whether Nova is going to match that kind of performance today. But I think we need to kind of break down more of the stats, right? How well did BSC actually do against Kagendra in this second game?
When we talk about that, we definitely gotta look at the stats here. We have to dissect based on the stats on how well BSE actually did. For me, BSE's game 1, yes, it was a bit shaky, but you cannot be comparing that because even though it was shaky, they were playing defense so well. It means that they are not just a team that excels when they're winning. When in times are tough, when they are losing all these objectives, they recuperate, they protect themselves, they play as 5 to really defend the tough times. And when they are winning, they win hard.
Yes, and this is one point that Mara was saying, like, she really liked the teamwork. And I think BSE so far in the 2 days of competition that we had, I think BSE has really shown like they are one of the most synchronized teams so far.
Synchronization is one of the characteristics from BSE, right? And that's not something new to us. It's always been like that every single time that we've had a chance to see them perform. They're always acting as one.
And oneness is definitely important, right? So we take a look at Musang King. As we know, he is very strong, 3-0-2. He actually went a hybrid build, right? Rapacious Bite as a jungle item. This is an item that increases your physical attack. But at the same time, he does have the Frost Scar Embrace. This is the blue item you see in that 4th slot. This actually allows him to get the slow in after he uses a skill. So that was how he actually caught people like Ehans in that last ditch attempt for that tier 3.
Oh yeah, that 1v1 Ehans, he was destroying him on the Musang King. And especially getting a Blood Weeper as well, making sure that the sustain was always there, reducing the downtime, having to recall. But man, what a low kill count game, but masterclass coming from BSE, making sure that every step mattered and it was systematically breaking down Kagendra's line of defense.
Yes, and if you take a look at what benefits Musang King when to get out. Look, a king acquires resources and he distributes it to the team. So take a look at the benefits. Zhihong here with 63.6 thousand worth of damage. JR as well, a respectable 48. And this came in the hands of not just Musang King pushing everyone away, but also because Dian was busy shooting people in the face and telling them, stop, we hold it here.
Yeah, they shoot him in the face. They was like, hey, you want to go through our carry, you got to go through me first. And Zhihong was the same as well. He was acting as the bodyguard. He was poking, giving so much space for Blackstreet Esports to actually push further and further. And just look at the goal chart. Smooth sailing towards the late game, 8,000 goalie, closing the game at just short of 10 minutes.
And look, 8,000 gold is one thing. They had 8 towers. And Kagendra had nothing. They couldn't do anything because they were so busy defending all of the pressure coming in from BSC.
Exactly, this is what we talk about. When you catch on a lead with such a strong team as Blackstreet Esports, you will make a snowball, and that snowball gets bigger, bigger, and bigger, resulting in such a dominating win in Game 2.
Yes, and I think Musang King's performance is just so spectacular today.
It has been amazing 2 games by Musang King. Like the 2 times that we've seen him perform, it's been just amazing, and that's the reason why we're just gonna have him as the MVP, right? Like I don't think that there's any other reason why people are just really thinking of someone else to be like the most valuable player for this game.
I think we take a look at Musang King. You can't just take a look at KDA. You have to take a look at his performance around the gorge, right? He was busy stealing camps, he was taking kills. Not a lot, like you mentioned. 3 kills, it's not like a super huge amount, but what he did after getting those kills was super important. He dove the tier 3 and forced Kagendra to go back and defend, even when there were opportunities for Kagendra to push forward with their pressure.
And that's exactly the case. Giving Musang King the lead will often expend the potential of Musang King dictating the team, making sure that they play towards his tempo, and every objective, what do we see? Towers, buffs, choking slowly Kagendra from any resource that they actually have to actually extend Lanfeng towards the late game. There was no late game. It was a 10-minute game, and it was ended clean by the side of BSE Musang King and Blackstreet Esports.
Musang King was clearly the director of the victory for BSE in this game number 3. Now, we're gonna go into game number 4 right after this break, so go home, go get something to eat, go get something to drink, and we'll be here waiting for you.
This land is calling.
Come on, let's go.
Rush mid now. Come on. Jungle combat. Rotate back to low HP. Victory!
Come on, let's go.
Rush mid now. Come on. Jungle combat. Rotate back to low HP. Victory!
Hi everyone! The Honor of Kings Flowborn Outfit Design Contest is officially underway. We've always wanted to make HOK more fun for players. We hope the highly customizable outfit feature of Flowborn becomes a way for players to express themselves. In this contest, we welcome all players to submit their ideas through original outfit designs. Create your own exclusive hero. Outstanding entries will win cash prizes and may even be implemented in-game. The submission period is from July 4th to July 25th, so don't miss out. Before submitting, please make sure to download the official template to keep your submission format correct. After completing your design, follow the steps to submit your work. Please wait patiently for the official review results. What are you waiting for? This time, be your own hero.
Activating warp jump. destination? The brightest star. Pulse gun charged. Scope calibrated. It's a quantum party. Ignite the stars. Into the nebula. Cosmic shifts. Supernova pulse. Woo! Right in the core.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming in for Game 4 of Day 2 of the KWC 2025. One of the highlights of the day, Twisted Minds against Nova Esports. It's going to be our last game of Day 2, but you know what? It is going to be an amazing feast.
Yeah, these are the number ones of their respective regions. We have the number one from MKL, Nova Esports. We also have the number one coming in from the major West, Twisted Minds. Sagi, what do you think about them?
Both teams, historically, they have very high achievements here. And coming to this tournament, KWC, one of the biggest tournaments we have for Honor of Kings. Both of these teams definitely want to look for a win, to prove themselves on the stage.
Okay, so let me pull you back to the interview we had just now. There were a lot of tough words coming in from the BSC boys.
Revenge.
Talking about revenge on Nova.
Yeah.
And now this is the time for Nova to kind of put their performance to maybe let them know, hey, revenge is not that simple anymore.
But I love that, man, because at the end of the day, BSC comes in with a very clear plan. This is what they want. Does Nova Esports really need to reply back? Is that something that they have to do? Because revenge is something that someone else wants to get from you. It's not something that you need to serve.
True, true, true. Because once again, there's opinions and then there's facts. And the fact of the matter is Nova is number one in their region. They don't really have to take too much comments from the lower sides of the tables, per se.
Lower side of the table. Ooh, spicy words in the mouth of Nova
In a world of numbers, first place is higher than second place and higher than third place. I think it's just pure mathematics.
That is pure mathematics. If you do put it like that, Nova Esports does seem to be at a higher realm compared to Blackstream Esports. Although they do come from the same MKL region. But hey, it is up to them whether they want to take the words of Blackstream Esports, right? Zihong did say, yeah, we want to take revenge on them, but first to take revenge, they gotta make it to our stage first.
You know what? We're just getting ahead of what's going to happen. Nova Esports is not going to be playing against themselves. They're going to be playing against Twisted Minds, and they are first place of their own region as well. Twisted Minds are going to come in here. They come wanting to make it to the upper bracket. They do not want to make it to that lower bracket because that means that you're losing one extra life.
That's right. I think that during their Pro League, there were a couple of comments that said, you know what, maybe Twisted Minds isn't that strong. And boy, did they prove every single person wrong. And right now, today, we're going to see if we put the number ones of their respective regions, who's going to play it out to be the best. That's the beauty of KWC. We get all the champions together.
We get all the champions together, every single region. Today we have KMW's first seed against MKL's first seed. It's gonna be a legendary battle. If you ask me, Sagi, who's gonna win? I can't tell you because it's such an interesting battle that we're gonna have.
It could really swing any way, and that's the beauty of HOK, because look, you can be in a bad position at the start of the game, but if you keep calm, keep composed, and know exactly what to play for, you have a chance of winning the game.
And Twisted Minds, they're going to be playing against Nova. And Nova Esports is one of those teams that we've been seeing through the whole Honor of Kings evolution. They've always been there. They're always competing in their own league, internationally. They always stay present, they always raise up their hand, and they always perform really well in any stage that you put them in.
And the history of both of these teams are really quite cool, because I think you might relate to this. They have always been the lower parts of qualification. They didn't even make it past qualifiers sometimes. And for the first time now, both of them, they have learned really quick. So you at home, as a upcoming maybe community, grassroots teams, you can achieve this same result as well.
And how do you achieve it? You go towards the open series here. You play as a bunch of 5 with your friends, with your professional teammates. You look to conquer the open series. And where does that lead you? To the closed qualifiers. Closed qualifiers direct to your region's pro league. And if you win the pro league, you get to be here at the same stage. With who? Twisted Minds. With who? Nova Esports as well.
Yes, greatness can be achieved. You just need to know which direction you're supposed to go. And of course, HOK, we all welcome you. The direction is right here.
Talking about players, who do we need to be looking out for?
Okay, if it's Nova Esports, it's gotta be the FMV player Nova Xuan. This man, when you need him the most, when Nova Esports has been from time to time in clutch situations, in tough times, right?
Yeah.
Xuan always steps up, be it the Guan Yu, be it the Mayin, be it the Dharma. He always finds these angles to breathe life back to this team.
Okay, it's time for me to breathe life into the Twisted Mind side, and I'm talking about the player Clean. There's a reason why he's called Clean, because he has very clean gameplay, and I'm expecting this is my expectation of Twisted Minds. I voted for them to win this series 2-1. If you have placed your predictions, hopefully I'm right and you are following all along with me, or else you'll be joining Sagi with his predictions. What do you put for the series?
2-0, Nova Esports.
All right, so you guys are talking already about predictions, and I love all of this, but I need to know it's based on what? I need argumentation more than just discussion. What are your arguments to say that Twisted Minds is going to take a 2-1 victory?
Okay, this is not the first rodeo for Twisted Minds. They have come onto the world stage before. They were under the previous banner of Vitality, if you guys remember. And of course, they have changed organizations now, and they have added new members. City Boy, you have Hai Lang. These are members that have been there since the past. So there is international experience. There is also experience playing on a live stage. And I think that makes a big difference, because you are able to calm yourself down. You know, hey, there's not too much pressure here. Let it go. We play our game. We let them play theirs.
So you're talking about the fact that the experience-wise, Twisted Minds might have a little bit of the upper hand. Do you agree with that, Sagido?
For me, when we talk about experience, we gotta talk about winning internationally as well.
Oh, wow.
Who won internationally? It's not the Twisted Mind bunch, it's the Nova bunch. They just came with a fresh victory on HOK S3, carrying that momentum. They beat out who? They beat out BSE, champions of HOK S2, champions of KC 2024. So with that momentum, I do believe if they do bring it to today, they could achieve it as well with a 2-0 clean victory, or at most, a victory in the BO3.
Okay, I love it that we're going in this direction. So let me paint the story for you. So, okay, great. You won Season 3. You beat teams like Nongshim, right? But then Twisted Minds, although they have not met Nongshim, they beat the #1 seed in the pro season of Major West, which is OG, and OG crushed Nongshim. So doesn't it mean kind of like, you know, Twisted Minds win this series easy?
So many things to look forward to, right? Like all these teams have previous history, and that previous history might have an effect in today's result. It might not. It might just end up being just the past. In the present, today, who understands the meta better? Who's going to be able to take the resources? Who's going to be able to protect the turrets? Is going to define who makes it forward to the upper bracket and who goes to the lower bracket.
I agree. It's really about who learns faster, right? At the end of the day, HOK is a game where you need to really learn fast, right? How do you learn the patterns of your opponents? Do you know what their weaknesses are? If you've never met this team before, can you formulate a strategy to put them in a difficult position? Look at how they react, right? And then you pinpoint, maybe this is something we can try to take that win, get that advantage. That advantage doesn't need to be big, as we all know. A small advantage can give you a big win.
Exactly, I do agree so as well, because one thing's for sure, growth matters. When you factor in growth, any past history is just history, because we are looking at the present here. And the present here, Nova versus Twisted Mind at KWC 2025.
That's right, a present is a gift. And the gift now is going to be in the form of this best of 3 between Twisted Minds and Nova. Both very strong in their own rights, but maybe let's talk a bit more about Nova before, I gloss over the side of Twisted Minds.
Okay, for me, I want to keep it neutral here. Yes, there are times where Nova looks like gods, but there are still times as well they have sloppy gameplay here. We look at BSE, yes, their game wasn't the cleanest, even though they won. We kind of might have been expecting for Nova Esports to have an unclean game one, because it is the first game they have ever played right now in the KWC 2025. It is also their first appearance in KWC 2025, so maybe that will factor in some moments of like jitterish or like some nervousness coming to this day series.
Okay, I'm going to give you some good things about Nova. Nova is very strong in best of 3s, best of 5s. They kind of struggle at best of 7s because their history, Nova, they have been pushed to best of 7s all the way. But because today is a best of 3, I feel like Twisted Minds can really blitz them, get a sucker punch in, and really get the 2-0. I voted for a 2-1, but there is a potential for 2-0 here.
Okay, adding 1 point, yes, they always get pushed to best of 7s, but they always come out on top. So that's the key thing we gotta put focus in here. But of course, today's a best of 3. I do agree a point for you as well, which is Twisted Mind might give a sucker punch, a surprise towards the Nova bunch here. Definitely, it's an open game for both. Man, we have a series here, Ken.
Definitely, and I think what's really interesting about both these teams is that they have a really deep hero pool. There really is very little heroes they can't play. In fact, I would go as far as to say, I think they can play almost every hero available in HOK.
And that is the crazy part. That level of mastery really stems and important towards our global ban pick system. If you only know 2 to 3 heroes, you're gonna get banned and you lose all access to your mastery heroes. But enough talking about Nova, let's talk a bit more about Twisted Minds here, Kim. What do you think?
Okay, so Twisted Minds, I mean, for those of you that are familiar, Hai Lang, also previously known as Highland, he was one of the core members on the side of his team. So Twisted Minds, I think he has done really well in the mid. His signature picks like the Heino, the Mai Nui, as well as the Shangguan. These are big picks and they offer a lot of different uses in the draft, especially for a ban pick as such as ours, which is global ban pick. You only get to play those heroes once.
Ooh. The battle of mids, is that the picture you want to be painting? Because Nova Wendy is also a very strong player here. So Hai Lang, we gotta keep eyes on this player. With this diverse hero pool, we gotta jump into the pick and bans real quick, because Nova Esports banning out the Jing and Dharma as their first 2, with Twisted Minds replying with none other than Mai Shiranui.
A lot of big burst damage taken away as an option, right? We have the Dharma special, which is going to be that catch potential. At the same time, we have already seen so many teams over these 2 days pick up the Jing, and Jing has one of the most powerful initiations. He's able to bypass that front line and get straight towards your farm laner.
All right, so we can see that the first pick over here is going to be Pei. Okay, meta being allowed, I'm going to take it. Is it really that good that it's going to be the first pick? Because right now we have 5 options just to counter it.
Well, depending on the situation, Nova Esports, they love to play the fast tempo, and Pei is a fast tempo pick. But the only down part is this pick is high risk, high reward. If you can make sure that you get all these early objectives, early ganks, suffocate the enemy jungle, yes, you win. But if you do fall off against, especially like a Byron, you're going to be suffering.
I'm telling you, man, like normally you would play that Pei with that Byron, is what we've been seeing in all the games. And right now, Twisted Minds decide like, okay, you take the Pei, I'm not allowing the combo. I might allow one of them, but not the 2.
Yep, at the same time, they also complement this. Look, if we don't have that kill potential in the clash lane, never mind, we will have it in the farm lane instead.
Yes.
The Lung and Zhang Fei combination, one of the scary ones, a very straightforward one, which all players of any rank, you can pick this combination up and make it work for yourselves.
It is one of those combinations where you do not... You're not afraid in the first 4-6 minutes of the game, right? Like, you know that laning phase is going to be for you. As long as it is a 2v2, it is going to always be for the 2 of them.
Because Zhang Fei has that shield, right? The Leaping Savior. that big shield value allows you to stay in the lane a little bit longer.
But yeah, when we talk about these picks, we gotta talk about Ukyo Tachibana here. I think that's the first appearance for Twisted Mind here and the KWC 2025 stage here. This is a hyper mobile pick that is used to counter the pay, that is used to match the pay because of his mobility, his damage and burst here. So definitely, Twisted Mind coming to this draft, thanks to Coach ZKS, they're coming in strong.
Sagi, you are the hero master right over here, man. Ukyo Tachibana, since it is the first time that it just shows over here in the KWC 2025, why don't you explain to us a little bit about this hero? What are the main characteristics of it, and what do people need to be looking for?
We're talking about Ukyo Tachibana, you can always line up onto one thing, fast burst.
Okay.
And pay, you come in, if you leap onto me, I'm gonna land that confirm, that instant stun onto you on spell 2, and you're coming in, I'm gonna burst you instantly.
So we know that that pay is going to be fast-paced, so that Ukyo Tachibana is just going to be just a direct counter to it?
That's right. So, one of the things about Pei is that he's a pseudo melee character. He actually has a range mode as well, right? And this is actually playing to the strengths of Tachibana as well, because he has a long extended reach, of which the further you are away from him, actually the more damage he does.
That is exactly true. With that spell kit alone, if the Pei does look to hop on to the front line or to the back line of Twisted Minds, he's going to be punished heavily here. So definitely a smart pickup coming from Twisted Minds, but look at the ban phase right here. For Twisted Minds, they are looking to ban out all these mid laners from the side of Wendy's pool. Yixing and Shi has been banned out for the side of Nova Esports here. Gen.G and Lady Sun, the counters for Long has been banned out as well.
Okay, so we are looking at a farm laner that can survive the initial burst, right? Because you don't want to be put in a position where the Lung gets those flaming palms, there are 3 fire dragons coming at you and you're instantly dead. So Shanks needs to have someone tanky enough, but still be able to deal consistent damage against Nova. And I feel like the options are really cut down by a lot.
That's really cut down. Like right now, if you start looking at the numbers, already like very few of them. We've already seen Consort Yu being the option against that Lung, and I do not know if that is going to be the best, because up until right now it hasn't been working.
Yes, and the fact that, look, they might consider Consort Yu, which is also one of the reasons why Nova picks up this Kong Ming, right? Because, okay, you can have physical immunity, never mind, Kong Ming comes in with his winning strategy and you're dead.
Yeah, coming with the winning strategy, the extended range we're talking about, the reach of Kong Ming is definitely longer than the Consort Yu here. So, the final question that we have for Twisted Minds draft, what is going to be filling for your farm lane pool? Is it going to be the channel? Is it going to be the Marco Polo here? Time is ticking and they have to answer this question.
And look at that, it's going to be Ho-E. Ho-E is going to be the option against that Lung.
Burning Sun Arrow, this is a long-range global ultimate. You can aim it anywhere on the map, and the longer it travels, the longer the stun. But at the same time, Ho-E is also one of those farm laners which you can build a tank build and still do damage.
Of course, of course.
Exactly, and you also have the Burning Sun Arrow with the Annihilation from the Nuwa here. So anyone that gets caught by the arrow immediately gets sniped down by the Nuwa from high.
Sniper game, right?
Yeah, I love that you are so hyped by this, because this is a Twisted Minds draft. And you know what? They're going to win against Nova.
It is a twisted draft, man. I'm telling you, it is a Twisted Minds, twisted draft. This is looking amazing. The coaches come in, they shake hands, they're going to go back to their rooms, and everything is set to see who's going to take that last ticket to the upper bracket. Is it going to be Twisted Minds? Is it going to be Nova? The boys are ready. They're stretching, warming up. The Gorge is almost ready for us.
Okay, so I think we need to start discussing about how do we open this game on both sides, right? But I think both sides, Tachibana, you have to pay. They are very early hero-centric base, invasive heroes. What can they do to kind of like amplify this growth?
So definitely when you talk about pay, right, you need the resources, but right now you drafted the Kong Ming here onto the Wendy, so you gotta figure out the resource distribution here, so whoever wins the early game will dictate the early to mid stage here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be our game 4 of the day. We're gonna have Nova Esports against Twisted Minds. I am Isaac Peña.
I am Kindofu.
And I am Sagi.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let us go. Take it from here.
So it is an expensive lineup coming in from both teams, and Hai Lang straight away already taking quite a few hits.
Well, the season honor pass as well has arrived in the Gorge right now. Log in and claim it for free for anyone that loves Honor of Kings right here. But looking at the map right now, Kin, what are we looking at?
We're looking at fast rotation, right? Both the junglers actually made the full commitment to not overdive, which I think is a very smart thing. Because if you make a mistake here, the other team immediately capitalizes on that gap.
And right now, though, Muchi as well, he secured the first ever Fire Beak of this series. And as we know, Kin, Fire Beak, once it gets taken down, it disappears from the map eternally.
Jungler paths are going to be important in here. And look at how Pei already level 4 is going to make the rotation up, trying to put some pressure on that Byron that still has not made it there.
No, 90, he's forced to use a flash. Not the ideal situation you want for Twisted Minds, which means this space spike going to go into the hands of Nova.
With that, Nova just secured both of the early game objectives here, cementing themselves a very smooth early transition towards the later stages of the game.
Okay, that rotation coming in. City Boy looking for an opening, does have the stun available if they need it. A 3-man offense against the 2 members on the side of Nova.
Do they want to take that fight right over there? It might be a little bit too much of a stretch. It is too early in the game right now, and they do not want to drop the ball.
Exactly, they do not want to go for the 2v3. They play it safe, they play it calm. Right now, they secure the mid priority for South Nova Esports, and right now the map is open. Both teams are looking for certain things on the map.
I'm telling you, it's going to be a matter of who makes the first mistake. No one in here wants to lose that 4-minute fight, and it's only 2 minutes. They need to be a little bit calm in here.
Yep, the arrow almost hits the mark here, but the almost doesn't count. So Nova to make it out, and they're looking for some space to take things away. CY actually gets the first steal. Not the biggest, it's just a ball camp, but still, little things matter in HOK.
Little things do matter, and that's how you accumulate a lead right now. Looking at the draft real quick, a 3v3 commences bot side.
Yeah, a stun coming in from City Boy. Nothing too much at this point. We're about 1.5 minutes away, so I don't think they want to take too much of a risk, right? Everything is about clean, everything is about CY.
Exactly. Look at that. Like, both of those blue buffs are going to spawn at the exact same time. But right now, Yukio Tachibana is going to have the priority since his is going to spawn at about 5 seconds before Pace is going to do.
For me right now, guys, I want to see the 4th-minute fight here. We got the signature pick coming in from Xuan on the Guan Yu here. If he can find these flanks onto the likes of Hai Lang, onto the likes of Shanks on these immobile carries, that's going to be opening up. But hold on, though.
Yep, Unbridled Outburst opening up. City Boy forced to use the ultimate at this point. The support comes in 4 different members on the side of Nova. Nothing too big. They don't want to overcommit. There's still about less than 60 seconds to go.
It is so scary when you see that Guan Yu jumping in on you. You don't know what to do. Just run your ulti and then just get out of there.
Yeah, just get out of there. And right now, 30 seconds on the clock. We will have a new refresh of ultimates from both sides. Fully fledged. And once again, as you mentioned, Kin, slow but surely they get more buffs. Hold on.
Yep, the stun comes in, but CY, he's very mobile. The Burning Sun arrow does land onto Weipei, but it is Weipei. Zhangfei doesn't care too much. Now 15 seconds to go. Do they really want to go for it? He finds the opening on the City Boy. He gets him down. First blood goes to Muchi as well. What a way to get that lead.
Muchi opening the door and allowing us to see a little bit of an opening for Nova Esports as we move to 4 lane.
Yep, Shanks is in danger. Second kill. Nova, what a start to this game.
What a start to this game. Immediately landing 2 kills, and right now he's chasing the Yuan.
Yep, City Boy, he makes it out for now, but CY, punishment coming in, 90, he gets a return kill, a beautiful trade. They delay the Tyrant, but can they actually secure it?
Now they're gonna have their eyes on the Tyrant. It's gonna be clean, the first that's gonna take the Sur Golem. He does not want to go for the Tyrant first because at 2-1 right now, we need to stop and analyze what is going on in here.
Right now, 2-1 in terms of the scoreline here. Shred found a beautiful engage towards the mid lane here, immediately capitalizing on clean. But hanging on to that Tyrant here was 90, making sure that he gets the catch on the jungler of Nova Esports.
Okay, so a lot of you will question, I know we read the comments yesterday, why don't they go for the Tyrant right now? At this point, it's actually more efficient to get the buffs instead. And Xuan, he's gonna try again, gets a knockback. Shanks, you're in no man's land, and Wendy comes in with a support. You are dead. No! It is a trade! A trade, but it's not a trade any longer. Wendy might get caught out. City Boy joining in on the action. CY on the backline. They do get it clean, gets that kill, but the Unbridled Outburst is gonna help them out. City Boy, it is time and time again. They escape, and Twisted Minds don't get punished.
We talked about snipers, and this was a snipe kill. That was a lovely assist, and Highland right now
have an amazing smile on his face.
This is the beauty of the global ultimates we're talking about, right? Yes, I cannot physically be there, but my ultimate will reach you. You overextend for my farming? Fine. I catch you with my annihilation on Uwa.
That is beautiful. We knew that Twisted Minds against Nova Esports was going to be a good game. And ladies and gentlemen, 6 minutes of the game, I am very entertained.
Yes, it is very close, right? Even after 3 kills each side, the goal is going to be exactly the same. They will stop them from coming in 90 on the position to make sure they don't get anything free. What a nice stun! Clean! He starts it right, but is there a finish? Because they get the stuns, and I think Twisted Minds, I don't think this is the right idea to overdive. They need to watch the waves coming in.
Right now, a 3-3 scoreline. A 9 annihilation goes through to clear out the bot side here. Bot tower is slowly going down, but let's talk about the game state right now. It's a 50-50 game state. Yes, Twisted Mind did secure the Tyrant here. It's a small buff. It allows you to push out turrets fast. But now we gotta look at the key engages here. Strand. He's a tempo maker. He has to find these backline engages for the side of Twisted Minds. Clean has been clean on this Ukkyo Dashimana so far.
I am telling you, man, that Guan Yu, it's just a matter of a second initiation. A lot of people might disagree with me saying that, oh yeah, you need to initiate with that Guan Yu. When Twisted Minds starts the fight, if they don't have eyes on the Guan Yu, that's going to be the worst mistake.
Yeah, they actually wasted that unbridled outburst, and Clean, he takes advantage of the chaos. He gets that T1 on that top. Ultimate forced out on the support by City Boy. CY is falling a bit low. The opening for Xuan, can he get it? They're looking for more. The wraparound by Clean, he's coming in for the back. He's waiting for the open target. CY is the item of choice. He doesn't really want to go for Wave Pit. That is the last target you want. But the flash and Clean cleans them up as the T2 is going to be open for the taking. Nova getting destroyed by Twisted Minds, and they're going to continue as well. A killing spree. Clean, he is doing so well. T3 going to be opened up. Twisted Minds, wait, can they actually end this game? It's 7.5 minutes. Boys and girls, Wendy's falling low as well. This could be the opening. What a beautiful finish. They are going for it, but here comes the save. Xuan comes in, pushes them away. He doesn't have to die. He doesn't want to die, and they survive for the moment.
That was a beautiful chain of events coming from Twisted Minds. They got the Tyrant, they want to pressure the tower. Yes, all the ultimates expended for Nova immediately. Punished by Clean's wraparound, like you mentioned. 90 was so timely with that flash engage right now. Twisted Mind is in full control.
I'm telling you, it was just a one push right over there. They saw the opportunity, and they saw how their opponents fell on the ground. And as they fell, they just hit and hit and hit, and they do not let them breathe.
All right, for the 3 of us and our audiences, can you agree with me that we have never seen Nova in this state before?
It is rare. It is rare to see Nova like this. I wouldn't dare to say that we have never seen it, but it is really not the way that we are used to see them, isn't it, Zach?
For me, from the MKO region, this is definitely some form of stressor that they have to tackle right now. It is the international stage, the jitters, the nerve. Playing on a stage, it may be getting to them right now, but that is not the worry right now. They have to worry about the current game as of this point.
Rotation to farm lane right now. Look at that.
It's a clean rotation, right? Xuan has heard the calls of the teammates. We can hear them screaming behind us. They need to look for an opening. The wraparound is so important that positioning is the only way they're going to win this fight against Twisted Minds, because the goal lead is pretty big. It's about 3,000 in advantage to TM.
3,000 is a big goal lead coming 9 minutes strong, and right now 10 minutes, 44 seconds on the clock. We will be seeing the Shadow Tyrant being spawned onto the map. We gotta see who is the key engager here from Nova Esports. Strand on the Guan Yu, Wave Pit on the Zhang Fei here. If these two don't find an angle, the firepower coming in from Twisted Mind will just be so darn heavy.
Let's take a step back and analyze what is happening right now. The waves are coming in from the clash lane, and that's going to give priority to the team of Twisted Minds just to put their hands on that Dark Tyrant in 15 seconds.
I really like this, right? If you take a look at the positioning, Twisted Minds, they are actually baiting out that movement towards the Tyrant. They want to go for the kill. A blind Burning Sun arrow does not hit the mark, but they're looking for more. 90 has actually forced out Muchi to use that infinite vastness. The dragon is no longer available. He takes to the skies, which means Twisted Minds, this is a clean opening for this 10-minute Shadow Tyrant of the game. Wave Pit does have his ultimate. He can stop them, but it's not fast enough. City Boy actually uses his ultimate, but the catch, Xuan, he's pushing them back. Can he get Clean? Clean is knocked back. It's shut down by Wendy. A beautiful knockout by Wave Pit as well. Nova are coming back, and that's the third kill for them. As Nova, they are going to take everything with them.
This
it's
is what we're
gonna be
talking about.
a 3-0 trade. A 3-0 trade for the side of Nova Esports.
And this is what we're talking about, guys. When you count out Nova Esports, Xuan will step up.
Exactly.
He's the key difference maker in this Nova Esports lineup. That Guan Yu is so deadly with the Razor Cavalry flank.
Yes, how many times have you seen a team that has lost a T3 actually turn the whole map around and actually putting pressure on their opponents instead?
We talked about that Dark Tyrant, right? Like, we knew that it was going to be free for them, and they knew exactly how to counter that immediately.
Yeah, Wendy, look at the damage, man. Sagi, how much is he dealing?
67,000 damage on a Calming here. We were questioning, will it be enough resources? Will he have enough space to shine?
Of course.
He's proving it to us. So much firepower for one Calming.
A very, very costly composition that they chose, and they're making it work. They might have a little bit of an advantage. It's not a big one, it's just 1.5k. But that advantage right now is going to the one person that needs to stand up, and that's Wendy.
Yeah, they actually relieve the pressure, right? But this pressure relief is momentary because right now, I think the map is being controlled as the Burning Sun arrow, once again, does not hit the mark, so Nova make it out with scraps for now.
Exactly, and Shadow Vanguard has joined the battle. The lanes will be pushed out, and Nova Esports want to further push out their lead as of this point.
Yeah, too much tankiness coming in, right? The Nova group understand that Clean is a burst hero, and if you can't burst someone down as a Ukyo Tachibana, you could start losing the game.
It is going to be very difficult right now in this moment for Nova to try to get into the high ground. Having that Guan Yu allows them to take fights right over there around the river. But when it's talking about high ground, it's going to be a completely different option.
And just look at Wendy pressuring with winning strategy, but hold on, the 90 gets caught out.
Yep, 90 forced to use the flash. There is a flaming palm. It's not enough to get the kill just yet. But Nova, slowly but surely, they're getting control of the entire gorge. This map is looking a little more blue for Nova.
Now it's going to be the Shadow Vanguards that they're going to come in, knocking at the high ground. What is going to happen?
What a flash! Oh my goodness, the burst Highlang is down! And right now, Xuan is pushing them off the one corner. He's going to give his life, they don't care. Mushi takes the T3, they even out the odd, but it's still the Shadow Overlord. 75, 12 minutes in. Can they end the game? 90, he's going to try and mount the defense for now.
Right now, the last push might be commencing right now. On Nova, do you want to play it safe? There is still a tier 3 though. Are they looking for a fight?
Nice start, Waypin. He is going to be pushed back at this point, but 90, he will have to back off. So right now, TM, they lose more than they have gained. There is going to be that Tyrant, and the buffs are open for the taking on the side of Nova.
The priority right now is for Nova. They came in, they took 2 high ground turrets, and right now it's looking grim for Twisted Mind. Boys, right now it is 13 minutes of the game. 24 seconds for the Tyrant. What is going to happen?
It's going to be a disaster because CY has gotten the Doomsday. Why is this item so important? Look, there's not a lot of tanks on the side of Twisted Mind.
Yes.
And if you melt down 90, who's going to protect you?
No one else. No one else. If 90 is gone, there's no more people over there.
90, goodbye. And look at our firepower from Nova Esports here. 10.7k gold, almost full slaughter right now. If this Calming is not scary, I don't know what is. But ladies and gentlemen, Tyrant has been spawned.
Okay, look, they have been put in a similar situation. Nova has recovered. They get 2 T3s off on the side of Twisted Minds. Can Twisted Minds return the favor?
Let's wait and see. It's all gonna come down to Guan Yu, man. If Xuan can find a good opening and come in from behind, that's gonna be the end of the game.
For sure, and you also have to pay attention on the top side, right? It's actually in advantage to Nova. So right now, everything going in the strides of Nova. They get that steal. No, they don't.
They didn't.
See why he secures it, and they have been called out. Clean, Highlang, 90, they're all gone. City Boy as well, the next one to fall. And then Shanks, the Lord Ranger. What can you do?
He's running away.
Man, Twisted Minds, you are gone as Nova are coming in for the kill.
That is a 4-0 trade, and Nova right now has only a whole E in front of them and their victory. What is going to happen as the waves are coming in?
Oh, it is a lost cause. Shanks, he can't do anything here. They're going in. They get the final. It's an ace. And the Crystal is taken down. What a game by Nova Esports.
And as I tell you, when you count out Nova Esports, Xuan will step up. Razor Cavalries after Razor Cavalries, pulling the team back from deficit and solidifying the first win push for Nova Esports.
Yeah, you need to have so much confidence, so much competence to play a Guan Yu. And if there's any play you need to watch to learn how to play Guan Yu, Xuan is the man.
Man, that game, breathtaking. I was a bit worried for MKL boys. That was an amazing early game coming in from Twisted Minds. They secured such a beautiful early game despite the first blood. But definitely, look at this replay real quick.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at the way that they play the game, right? They understand, look, one of the win conditions on the side of Twisted Minds is clean. They have huge bursts. But the fact that they take clean out first is a huge impressive feat in every single fight. Because you know for a fact, Hailang, Shanks, they can't fight alone. There's no one to protect them. There's no burst damage. They lose instantly.
If you analyze the replays right over here, that was a clear moment where Twisted Minds, like the whole morale, was at their top. They're right after that fight in there.
And then this was a key moment here for Twisted Minds. They called out CY in the jungle immediately, breaking apart Nova's defense. And at this point, they had a clear angle. If Wendy were to drop here, that could spell disaster here. And this was also the turning point for Nova Esports. Xuan, after Shadow Tyrant fighting that 4-man flank was just nasty.
Yes, and they even isolated 90 on his own. That's the big marker of success for Nova, right? You take away the burst damage of Clean, you take away the tankiness of 90, and it's free food. It's a buffet for you on the side of Nova.
Free eats, no?
Yeah, free eats. I mean, delivered to your doorstep as well. This one, a huge catch by Xuan. I mean, this is so impressive. Yes, I wanted Twisted Minds to perform a little better, but how do you perform well against a guy like that?
This is the clutch factor coming from teams, right? We have BSE Musang King, we have Twisted Mind Hailang, and then we have Nova Esports Trend. This man on this Guan Yu, oh my god, so deadly.
Yes, very deadly, and this horseback rider did the best performance. I mean, if Xuan is not the MVP, I don't know who I'm going to choose, because he really was that critical turning point. He gathered everyone as a gift because we are in the present. And the present fact is, look, Nova are leading 1-0.
We were a little bit worried about the composition from Nova, and I want to explain to people why we were worried about that. When you have resources are always limited, and you need to be around and just distribute those limited resources into the heroes that you pick. It was a very costly performance in there. It was just such a composition that everyone needed gold.
Yes.
So we were worried about that. But at the end of the day, as long as you have enough resources, you can make everyone in your comp to be rich.
That's right. I want you guys to pay attention to the way that this game was played, because Nova, they were trailing by a lot. They took a huge risk. They gave the T3 to the side of Twisted Minds.
Yes.
And I think that was the huge gamble.
That was truly a huge gamble, but I gotta give props to Twisted Mind as well. That was a beautiful early game despite falling 0-2. They clenched moments after moments. That flank coming in from 90 and the jungle was so crucial here. And let's check out the scoreboard real quick. Break it down for us, Kin.
Okay, so I want you to focus onto 90. I think he did a good job on the side of Twisted Minds, right? While the damage dealt isn't, say, a lot, 46.6 thousand, it was amount of time that he bought for the team. Him, along with Clean, was also the setup that allowed Hailang, Shanks to really get those skill shots in. City Boy as well, providing the stuns. But then once again, I need to highlight and pull us back into CY and Xuan, and of course, Wendy. Wendy, take a look at the damage. 37% of the team's damage dealt by him. 116. He had the freedom of time to choose.
This was the calming pick, right? We were worrying like, will he get the resources? Does he get the farm? But if you look at the total gold here, Xuan, although he has all these fantastic engages, he was sacrificing gold for his team. He was the anchor, the backbone of Nova Esports. You need gold? Albert, pass it to you. Wendy, I trust in you. And this was Xuan's belief.
Okay, so I know how to play a better game as a roam now. Normally I take the buffs, I take everything away. So guys, if you play like me, this is a lesson for you. This game is very important. You have to watch the replay many, many times, because when you give the advantage to the correct person, you will win the game naturally.
I'm telling you, if you come and you play fives with us, we are giving all the money to Sagi, even though Kin wants to keep it for himself. But you know what? Even though this person did not have all the money in this game, this person is going to go home with the MVP. And the MVP for this game is going to be Nova Xuan.
Yeah, there's no way. It has to be this guy. Come on, Xuan. I mean, the way that he was looking around the map for an opening, that's one thing. He's taking a risk as a Guan Yu, because there were moments in the game where he was blind. He didn't know where the members of Twisted Minds were at. And this is why Wei Pit is so good as a roamer to assist him. Him as a Zhang Fei going into brushes, just diving in, allows Xuan to know that I'm safe, I can engage. And guys, when he made the catch, he caught the most important members. He caught Clean, he caught 90, the two big win conditions on the side of Twisted Minds.
Exactly, and we talked about all this time, KDA, damage dealt stats, it don't really matter when you have such a big influence, such a big impact, such as Nova Shin on this Guan Yu. He single-handedly turned the game on to the tides for Nova Esports with such a deficit. Shadow Tyrant was secured by Twisted Minds. If that flight was not there, that was a disaster for Nova Esports.
Exactly. I think you are presented with a lot of situations where things might not look ideal. And this is a mark of a champion team, right? This is why they're #1 in their own regions, right? The ability to recover, learn from, hey, I made this mistake, never mind. Here's an option I explore. I can turn the tables around.
Well, we've been talking about Nova Esports a lot, and what about if we talk about Twisted Minds? I don't think that they play badly. I actually love the fact that they brought in the Yukio Tachibana as a good answer for that pay. And I love that counter pick in there, because in the moment that Byron just came in and allowed Yukio Tachibana to get the kills, it allowed them just a free clash lane all the way until the high ground, didn't it?
So one thing's for sure that we have to break down on the Twisted Mind draft that they didn't really touch on is one thing. If they don't get the early game arrow from the side of Ho Yi, they couldn't really snowball. Yes, they did snowball, but it wasn't enough. If we look at the picks, Ho Yi, yes, okay, and then you look at the Byron, you look at the Ukyu Tachibana, it spells one thing, early towards mid-game. If they don't end the game within 12 minutes and they lost the lead back to Nova in that phase, Nova has so much firepower in the late game, such as what? Kongming, Dilong. These two power picks, they skill extremely well. Just remember, Muchi, he flashed inside and took away Hailang on the new one. That was one thing that he had to do. Immediately spelled what? Disaster for Twisted Minds.
And it's a high-risk, high-reward play because if you take a look at the composition, Ukyo Tachibana, the Byron, and the Yi Huan as well, these three members need to land your stuns. If you miss your stuns, it's game over. You instantly get countered by the lineup of Nova, which is what happened, right? So Shanks as well, Hoi, I love the hero, I play him a lot, but if you miss your Burning Sun arrow, you put your team at a huge risk.
It is a difficult skill to land though, don't you think?
It definitely is. I mean, yes, we've seen, you know, on TikTok, on Facebook, on YouTube, all those clips where you have the TP arrow and then you get the kill. But these are, you know, ranked, casual matches. In professional gameplay, the risk is much higher. And I think Twisted Minds, I love the fact that they have the confidence to take this risk, but it just did not work out in game #1. Game #2, do we still have a chance? Of course, Twisted Minds is going to come back.
I think that they do have a chance because they did not spend a lot of very meta heroes. There's still a lot of the junglers, a lot of the assassins that are going to be out there available for Twisted Minds that is going to be really easy for them to get their hands on. And hopefully in this ban and pick phase, they can come up with a clear strategy of what they need to do. Sagi, if you were the coach, what would be your strat right now after seeing what Twisted Minds can do and after seeing the way that Nova Esports just responded?
Well, looking at the draft real quick, that's going to be up. We got to figure out a few picks here. There's still the Maestro Nui. Yes, you have to bind out the Maestro Nui and Arlie here. But if you're Nova Esports, you got to figure out one thing. Okay, we don't have to ban the Maestro Nui or Arlie because we have one of the best users in our team. So we open both, and that's when the clash happens. For the side of Twisted Minds, what do you secure? Is it the Maestro Nui? Is it the Arlie? What do you give over to Nova Esports? It's a 50-50 trade that they have to take and really perform with the pick.
Let me add on to that. I think, you know, game 1 was really won by the clash laners of each team. Right? Yes. So why not take it in a perspective that let's focus on the clash laners. Let's give them what they really can shine with. And I think based on the ban so far, Dharma is open.
Dharma would be a good option, and it's going to be Nova Esports, the ones that they could get their hands on it. I would go for the Dharma because it's just such a flexible pick. You can pair that Dharma with anything else, and they decide just to go the other way and just go with the Arlie. Well, I'll take that as well.
It's a signature pick, right, Sagi? I know you're so happy. Your MKL representative #1, Muchi, this is his signature hero, the Arlie.
It's his favorite pick, and he always performs on this pick. But of course, picking the Arlie here does mean that it locks off the option of picking the Luna. Arlie is a very big counter towards the Luna. And we talk about counter, Gen.G as well is a solid counter towards Arlie in the laning phase.
Yes, and they pick up the Dharma for themselves on the side of Twisted Minds. So that was the first option I was going to offer you. But the second option I'm going to talk about is, look, there's Fatih as well.
Fatih has been so gigantic in this whole 2 days, man. By now, if you were to ask me after Dharma, for me it's always Fatih. like yesterday's performances, today's performances, the way that he's just dealing so much damage, it could be an option right over there. They decide to go with the Majin though.
Okay, so Mayin, here's how they want to play this. They're expecting a Dharma to dive them, right? So in order to mitigate the pain that this Dharma brings, they're going to try and get this Xuan Mayin to jump onto the backlines of Twisted Minds instead. So counter catch. You can catch my members, but I'll catch yours instead as well.
The picture we're painting right now is also the same thing. Whoever's Clash lane performs better will secure your team a lead. The first game, yes, it was Nova Esports. Second game, we might see Twisted Minds. They are Clash lane. Come on top.
Okay, but Hai Lang, he locks in the Yixing for himself. Hai Lang, in my opinion, is one of the most respected mid laners out there. And I think you cannot underestimate his Yixing. I think at this point, Twisted Minds, they have a pretty strong draft. And it works in great synergy. Imagine having a small box, walls all around you. You have a free truth mantra for the Dharma.
All right, you've been talking about Yixing, and I know that you play Yixing. Do you want to explain that hero to the audience right now? What are some things that they need to know whenever that they choose that hero, Yixing?
Okay, so Yixing is actually a very good team fighting hero when he's safe. The first skill, he throws stones on the floor, those sliding stones. It can pass through people when you activate your second skill as well. And for every 4 stacks, you do damage, continual damage to your opponent. So if Hai Lang is able to get them in his ultimate, which is the board, lock them in, S1, S2, S1, S2, gone case, you are going to win the team fight.
All right, but that board could be a big board, it could be a small board. How does that work?
The bigger the board, the longer your cooldown. So ideally, you want to have a small box, right? That's the ideal situation. But you don't always get what you want in life.
It's going to be so difficult to land just a small box in there, isn't it?
Exactly, because it's based on your positioning. Wherever you stand, that's where the corner of the box is going to be. So you have to put yourself in a risky position. And when you're placing yourself in a risky position, you're offering yourself up for grabs for 3 different members, the Yuan, the Arlie, the Mayin, 3 of which are happy to oblige.
Okay, that's definitely a very fair point coming in from the side of the Yixing pick. But I gotta give props to Nova Esports. They're still leaving Yuan mid an option here, as there's still the Dolia up for grabs for the side of Nova Esports here. We might see a signature Yuan coming in from Wendy, thanks to Waypit's Dolia pick here. It might be a potential here.
Yes, definitely a potential. Twisted Minds, they're going to play the cards first. It's a Zhang Fei as well. Zhang Fei works in perfect synergy with the Yixing, the Dharma combination. Also provides a lot of value for Gen.G in the lane.
Now, we're talking about like setting it up in a way where Dharma or Zhang Fei can get the initiation, Yixing can get the board in, and then Gen.G can deal all the damage left. That sounds like an amazing control CC.
Yes, it sounds amazing, but it's not as easy to pull off, right?
Of course.
At the end of the day, you're playing against professionals, and of all the professionals who play, you're playing against the #1 seed in MKL. So are they going to be able to do it? I don't know, because it's Nova we're talking about. And Nova, they are putting disruption galore. They have the Mozi coming in, they have the Agudo as well. Furball dropping down, Cannon Blast from the Mozi, a lot of stuns on the side of Nova. But oh, this last pick, talk about it, man.
Hansing, so much mobility. The icon, the jungle that provides the solo carry style coming in for Twisted Minds. If you want to bank on the late game carry, yes, Twisted Minds. The first 4 picks, yeah, very strong early to mid game, but when you talk about late game, it gotta be Hansing, one of the strongest late game jungles.
I love Hansing because there's so much history behind that hero, and like Hansing is just such an amazing hero in terms of that. It can just go, roam around, get the jungle, run away, deal damage. Very, very mobile. What is the down part to it, though?
The down part to it, we gotta talk about the amount of gold that he needs. If he loses the Azure Golem, that's gonna be the crucial part where he falls off. By spamming so much spells, you gotta use the Azure Golem.
That's gotta be the part that we need to be looking at as we move into the next game. It's going to be Nova Esports on the left side to Twisted Minds on the right side.
Okay, no bias. I'm just going to add one more point for the Hansing. You cannot ignore him. He has to be taken care of. So if you can't deal with the distractions, Twisted Minds might be able to come in, but oh, Wendy actually gets the steal.
Nice steal.
So clean, maybe not of too much of a clean start here.
And a 2v2 comes through the bot side. Both teams want to secure this fire beat. The Zhang Fei on Choi as the smite.
Okay, it's an important marker, right? And getting the stuns in, getting the disruptions in, like you said, there's only one chance to get this neutral objective at the bottom. And it goes into the hands of Twisted Minds on 1v1. What is 90 doing?
Knight is going to have to run away, go and get the HP back because Xuan just kind of caught him over there in the bush.
Okay, the multiple punches coming out does provide you some healing factor, health recovery on the side of 90, but I don't think it's enough because CY has joined the party here.
CY has joined the party here. If 90 does not choose to recall, he might be a bit of a danger, but he respects the fact, and top lane priority has been given over to Nova Esports here. And right now, a 2v2 comes towards the mid side.
Yep, and gold advantage slightly in favor of Nova. They've taken that space right on the top side. City Boy able to get that shield down, and you can start to see those shades, right? Clean,
yes.
Like you mentioned, Isaac, T just comes in. He doesn't have to have the full combination. Slaps you a couple of times and gets out.
And that's it, it's just moving around. And that's the thing, that's one of the beautiful things about Hansin, that he's just so mobile, that he just can just move and rotate around so quickly. Stunt is going to be down by Shanks.
Yeah, they wanted it to open up the space for Shanks to really get some damage in against Waypit, but it's a mod, so he has many stunts to deal against you.
Exactly, and right now we're looking so much pressure from both sides putting their priority onto the front, and Modes once again with another cannon blast securing this lane for the side of Nova Esports here. That's so much pressure on this Gen.G.
Yeah, Waypit has not missed a single time, and I think this is a cause of concern for Twisted Mind fans here. On the top side though, Clean is making a little push and pressure to help his Clash Luna out. And once again, another cannon blast. I feel like Waypit has a vendetta to make sure that he gets 100% skill shots on the goal.
He's just having an amazing day, man. Like, look at that, like the ability just to be able to just land that every single time. It is not an easy skill.
Yeah, and you know what it means? It means he's locked in.
He is locked in indeed, and is the second game of this series. Winner goes to the upper bracket, loser goes to the lower bracket, and 1v1 goes to top side.
Yep, 90, he will commit, but it's nothing too much at this point, right? It's CY is here. I don't think you can do anything. Maybe they want to delay this movement from that rotation on the space right, so they do open up the ultimate on the side of Highland. The board has been laid down, but they can't do much with it because support is coming.
Support is coming, and immediate flash away coming in from Nova, respecting the board, but hold on a minute,
catch on the side of CY, but here comes Clean. They get the first blood. Goes in the hands of Highland. CY is very low. Highland, he does have his passive. He doesn't care. It's a trade, but it's a 2-for-1. Wendy gets taken down, and no, CY gets taken down. A double kill for Clean.
We talked about the fact that Hansi was mobile. He comes in, says double kill for free. Give me that.
And Clean is his name. That was clean stuff coming in from the Hansin. And once again, Wendy, we've been not really happy about that play, immediately punishing him with another cannon blast.
Okay, so it's about close to 4 minutes now. Whippet has not missed. So let's see how long it takes for him to miss, because he is definitely locked in. And once Whippet is locked in, you know Nova always have that comeback potential.
And Tyrant right now has spawned onto the map. With Clean's amazing performance here, are we going to see a 5v5 brawl on this Tyrant?
Yep, there's a little bit more manpower for the side of Nova. The board has been laid down. Oh no! It is not you getting caught, Xuan. He forces attention upon him, and it looks like that is enough attention. CY does get it. Oh, the unbridled alpha is going to be landing on the backline on the side of Twisted Minds. 2 members down, Highland down, Shakes down. There is more to come. City for the next one of 4, and still they can't do much. They trade Shen for it, but they'll have it any day of the week. Clean, caught in the middle of 4 with the help of the tower. Still will get Windy, but he does not manage to defend the T1 in the mid, and he has to run back in the limping format.
And once again, in a losing situation for Nova Esports. Yes, they just lost the top lane fight, but immediately they came by recuperating, getting their Tyrant, and getting such a beautiful team fight, resulting in Tyrant and a mid tower.
Yeah, it's a 2,000 goal lead going for the side of Nova. It's just a repeat of game number 1.
I'm telling you, man, it's just a moment in the game right now that Nova is completely in control of the game. They need to just continue fighting like this. But I'm telling you, Clean, on the other hand, every single time that Nova has been looking like they're very, very unstoppable, he comes in, deals damage, and then leaves back.
Exactly. If it wasn't for Clean, there will be another turret going down. And right now, I want to talk about Muji. He single-handedly flanked 2 members of the side of Twisted Minds here. This early is devastating right now.
Okay, I know we talk about the damage of Clean, right? The ability to split push, but the results haven't been showing. Look, Nova's 9 turrets have not been touched at all.
And just look at the build coming in from Muchi. It's not the traditional Doomsday. He's going for the Spark Sports Dagger, speeding up his farm, but 1v1 going to the top side.
Yep, clean. He works onto Xuan, but this is a pillow fight if I've ever seen one. There's no finishing count here, but the rotations are coming in. Muchi, he's looking for some food. He's pretty hungry.
I can see that Nova Esports, they're not thinking that much about the fights. They just want to quickly control the vision over the map, and they're just focusing a lot more on the turrets.
I do agree so as well, but right now, more and more pressure is surmounting the top lane wave. There's no one attending to it, and right now, Xuan is teleporting towards the bot side as they are looking to push towards this Clean's next Azure Golem.
Yeah, look, the wall growth, it's so detrimental. Okay, clean, he goes in, he forces out the board is laid down, catches no one on the backlines. There is no opening. 90 is looking for an opening, but there is none presented. He comes in, flashes, what a nice true! He gets the kill to Muchi as well! The turnaround for Twisted Minds has been available, and it could be an ace when he caught in the middle of two. And then last remaining member, Xuan, the MVP on game number 1. What can he do? Absolutely nothing, because the cavalry is here. Clean, he wants to push him away. T1 in the mid, also taken by the side of Twisted Minds.
Nova thought that they had the bag, but no. Twisted Minds turned it around and Clean pushing them away.
What a twist of event by Twisted Minds. They go for the immediate counterplay. That was beautiful by 90. Immediate 4-man engage from this signature Dharma.
And this is what happens when you play against high-tier teams. One mistake, take a look at the map, right? They've taken 2 turrets away from the side of Nova, and there's plenty more to be taken on the side of Nova Esports.
Immediately, they just turned things around, right? Like we were talking, it was just like we jinxed it. We said that Nova Esports was controlling the vision, and then immediately after that, Twisted Minds turned things around.
Is it really a jinx? I mean, Twisted Minds coming back?
Well, we gotta see. It's still a 1,000 goalie strong coming in from Twisted Minds here. Teams are still 50-50, as we mentioned. Nova, strong team when it comes to team fighting. Twisted Minds prove themselves as well with a 90 beautiful Truth Dharma onto 4 right now. Teams are heading strong. CY Waypit, they're planning something on this red buff.
It's really timing, right? The longer the game goes, I feel like the chances of catching Clean out are close to 0 at this point.
Yes, exactly. It's going to be really hard just for the late game. Just try to catch that hands in.
It's a tough situation. Waypit now has eyes. Xuan going to be forced to move away from the back of the fight. 90, he is primed for that perfect truth mantra as Clean provides the vision. But the stuns do come in, so Waypit, he knows that, hey, guys, it's unsafe. Let's not try to traverse without the help of the others.
It is going to be such a difficult momentum right now because they want to go for that Tyrant, but they do not want to engage and lose. So they need to wait for the right moment for them to be able to kind of like push for that.
Yeah, Clean, look at the rotation. He's hiding. He's trying to find that backline entry into the side of Nova, and I don't think Nova knows about it. At the same time, he's working hard on the jungle camps, so he's just getting gold for himself. And you know what? Maybe giving away this Tyrant isn't that bad. But Nova, this is a good win for them.
This is indeed a good win for them, and right now the side lane pressure is amounting right now. As we talk about in the draft, Clean on this Hanxing, you give him enough time, he's gonna scale even better towards the late game here. And right now, he's amounting 8.2k goalie. He's the richest in the game right now.
Of course, that's already a very big gap, right? It's already a very big gap to the closest from his opponents. That is going to be 6.8k. That's already a 2,000 goal gap.
Okay, I have a concern I need to say out. Wendy actually went for the magic build. He's not going for tank build, and I feel like this might be a mistake.
You think that it's just that they might not be able to soak in enough damage in the late game?
Yeah, because they rely on the stuns coming in from him. So if Wendy is taken out, it instantly becomes a 4v5. And you also have Clean, who's very difficult to catch already.
One good point that I can point out on this build, yes, it's a very high risk, high reward build, but once he gets the damage onto Shanks, onto Clean, it's a very high amount of burst, but hang on, I think Clean is found.
Yeah, Clean will push them away. It's a prime position, actually a good one for the side of Twisted Minds, because Wendy, this is what I'm talking about, he's so low, the ball is landed, but nobody gets caught out. That's a saving grace, but at the same time, Clean, oh, what a nice catch on the backline, Xuan, it has to be him. He catches out 4, but there's no follow-up because everyone on the side of Nova is still far behind. They're looking for more openings. Shanks consistently being stunned by Waypit. He has a target on his back.
I love the positioning from Waypit, man, because he was there to shield Clean coming from the back lane. He wanted to come in from behind, but it was Waypit the one that kept eyes on him.
Oh, 90, what a nice catch. Can they get the flash out of Xuan? They did. They forced it out, and it looks like the objective is going to be the top Tyrant for the side of Nova, but it's an immediate trade from the side of Twisted Minds.
What a 50-50 game, guys, right now. Both teams secured themselves a shadow variant of the objective here. The game is back to square one. Whoever stands up finds the opportunity. It may be 90, it may be Clean, or it may be Xuan or Muji. This is the moment where you need to turn the tides around.
All right, Sagi, it's 11 minutes. What do we need to be looking for right now? Because right now the game is so close to each other. Like, what is going to tilt it to one side?
For me, it gotta be on Muji. Right now, he's slowly finishing the Daybreaker. Once he finishes it, Clean or 90 can no longer tank this Arlie's DPS. For the side of Twisted Minds, you gotta find a crucial engage onto Muji, especially. Once he's out, Nova is dispersed.
Yeah, and look, once again, I'll remind you, it's 11.5 minutes, right? Waypit has not missed a single shot just yet. Another one landed. And so far, I think if Nova has a successful fight, it's really because, oh, hang on, 90, he gets caught out the bot lane down. Once again, Highland doesn't manage to catch anyone. They do get that pressure in. Wendy's falling low, but Clean, he's waiting for that opening. He does catch his eyes onto 3 different members on the side of Nova.
The rotations from Nova are just perfect. Everyone knows that Muzi cannot fall. And if it is not Waypit, it's going to be Xuan, the ones that are always walking in front, so they never catch it.
Yeah, I have to highlight Shanks now though. He does have the Crimson Golem. He's almost 6 slotted, right? He already has the Daybreaker as well, so he does have the Armor Pierce.
Yeah, Armor Pierce is exceptionally important right now. Burning down CY on this Agudo is Shank's main task. Both these marksmen, they cannot be victims of the backline access for both these teams. Right now, though, the Overlord marching down top side. Will this be an attempt for a push from Twisted Minds?
I think they have to commit, right? Oh, 90, actually, he's the one getting caught out. The board, once again, does not hit anybody. And it is time for Nova. He jumps in, but the Unbridled Outburst pushes Xuan away on the backlines. 90 trying to keep CY busy. CY activates the Blood Rage, has to run away. But Shanks gets the kill on the Muji. And it is a shutdown on the Clean. But there is so much damage coming out from Shanks. This marksman is on fire! Nova, they are suffering at the hands of Twisted Minds.
It's a 3-2 trade for Twisted Minds, and right now they want to come in and take some more resources.
This is the very good fight coming in from Twisted Minds. They played it systematically well. Shanks was untouched the whole fight. He was playing so well and was doing so much damage, out-damaging Muji on this Arlie.
And it's an opening. T3 with the next minion wave. This is opening for the side of Twisted Minds. And it's not going to be the end of the game yet because everyone is respawning. But this is a huge advantage for Twisted Minds.
I love just the way how they're so decisive. 90 got caught right over there in the mid lane. He runs into the jungle just for the whole Twisted Minds team to come in to save him.
Yeah, and it's a double-edged sword, right? Because if you take a look at Shanks' positioning just now, he actually wanted to come into the backlines, but Shanks, oh no, I just put you in a bad position. 90 actually gets a kill on the Shanks. What a big turnaround of events. City Boy gets a jump in, the lockdown. Everything is going right for the side of Twisted Minds. And he gets a kill on the Wendy as well. It is just Muji and CY that has to mount the defense. Right now, they have a little bit of a breathing space because there is a wave in the middle. But Twisted Minds, they're going to turn this around really quickly.
Oh my god, that's 2-3 down for Nova Esports. Bang on the Muji looks for the 1v1. Clean is too clean with the moves here. They expect that. But right now, look at mid though, they're looking for the end.
Yeah, I think Muji might have overcommitted. CY is on his own here. Is there a board? There is. Highland can lock them in. Muji gets caught out in the board. Do they want to dive him? Guys, where's the damage coming in? They're focused on the objective instead. Muji being chased down by Clean. He has to back off. Clean might have to sacrifice his life. Will not. At this point, it is going to be a successful defense as the neutral objectives are open for the taking.
Okay. Take a breather, guys. Take a breather. We're back to another objective take. Exactly. 2 top teams duking it out. Fights after fights after fights. But definitely, Twisted Minds, they have the Shadow Tyrant right now. Nova Esports have to play it safe and settle the waves first.
Okay, so a lot of people are asking, why do you take the Tyrant? Why don't go for the Overlord? Now with the extra fighting prowess, you can actually stop Nova from taking that Shadow Overlord. You can also pick a fight with Nova as well, and if you win the fight now, you win the game.
Exactly, they're literally zoning them away from the Shadow Vanguard, making sure that Nova has no way of taking this. And right now, under the influence a Primal Ball. They want to take this as well.
They can. They have it a lot of damage. Clean and Shanks, the two of them can actually melt this Shadow Overlord down, even though they have 50 seconds worth of Primal
It's
Ball.
taking them too long time, but there's too many things for Nova Esports to think about before coming and contest this.
Ooh, spicy. Shadow Vanguard has been spawned onto the map. Twisted Minds are setting up themselves for a clean base from the side of Nova Esports. They want to clean them with this Shadow Overlord. Waves are coming in strong.
Okay, both teams have equipped themselves with whatever buffs they want. Shanks as an MM, Muji as an MM, they both have the Crimson buff. They have true damage, they have burning damage. Clean and Wendy, they have the Azure Golden buff as well. They have cooldown reduction, they have mana regeneration. The board is laid down. Clean on the backside, he's going to be founding creeps at this moment, but at the same time, they take the T3 on the top. There's a little bit more pressure coming in from the side of TM.
It is going to come down to controlling those Vanguards. As they come in at the same time, that's going to be your cue to cast this fight.
Yep, Waypit, this is the first time. 16.5 minutes, he missed his first cannon blast. Will recover, but this T3 is no longer available. It's a barren base.
It is the Vanguards coming in. Saggy, what do you think?
What do I think? A fight is about to break out!
Yep, they go in the backline. Clean tries to go onto the Mayin. Shen pushes him back, but there's a lot of damage. Holy Fireball, they get the knockup. Waypit is still healthy, but it's a rampage for Shanks. The MM is doing the work. The Vanguards are coming in, but there is no one alive. But it's on a twist. There is nothing they can do. Nova, they defend, they survive, they have a lifeline.
I'm telling you, everyone thought the Twisted Mind had that in the bag, and right now it's going to be Nova, the ones that they're going to have to split. They need to clean the Vanguards at the same time that they can take the turret.
They can come back, they definitely can come back. 20 seconds, that's a long time to come back.
Death timers are really long. Nova Esports, they do not have a single minion to back up this push. They take this tier 3, they have to back off and recuperate.
10 seconds for Clean.
Yeah, 10 seconds for Clean. He can probably get some work done, but still, the base is being traded. The T3's on the top. This is why you picked Agudo.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the KWC 2025. Are you not entertained?
Yeah, big moments, and right now we are at a tripwire, a line, right? We're dancing on knife's edge because any fight won now wins you the game.
Oh my god, so many of the towers being dropped down right now. Both teams are on knife's edge. Whoever pulls off the perfect fight right now, Tyrant is not even important anymore. Shadow Vanguard, whoever gets that will control the waves. They can control the map even better with that.
Where are your Sage's Sanctuaries, guys? Where are your second lives? Nobody has it. They're all gone. They're all gone, right? So it's all about this final fight. Your positioning must be clean.
Exactly. When we talk about Sage Sanctuary, you know what? They want to bank on their APM. They swap their items last minute to enjoy any items that they can get. This is the top league we're talking about. They are testing themselves in this moment.
Okay, the difference is in inches at this point. The knockback, that rider off, but the board. Finally, they lock CY though. That's a big moment. 90 at the backlines. He's trying to handle Shen as well. It is going to be CD Boy. Oh no, there's not enough damage, not enough life. Clean and Islang, they're falls back. Nova, they're looking for the win. There is a wave in the middle as well.
Okay. The final push might be commenced. You still have sufficient wave clear coming in from Twisted Mind. And this Dharma still has flash.
Is it gonna be enough? 3 people only to clear that wave.
Oh, the sun comes in 90. He doesn't do anything. It's a rampage for CY. The board can be laid out, but the crystal is gone. Nova, they win this 2-0. A beautiful finish to this game.
Just when you counted out Nova Esports once again, someone will step up. But I gotta say, Twisted Mind, they were too excited, they were too rushed to end the game at that final push. They got everything they needed in their arsenal. There were no towers anymore for Nova Esports.
Oh, you have to feel, man, for the Twisted Mind fans, this one was so heartbreaking. But for Nova, they are showing you what it is like to play at the highest tier, how to deal with the difficulties that your opponents give to you.
For me, definitely MKL teams back-to-back from Kagendra's case to towards Twisted Mind's case. Even though you lose all the towers, comeback potentials are still potent. This is the beauty of Honor of Kings. You always have potential to make a comeback.
Yeah, and at this point, it really shows you how big of a difference a mindset is going to allow you to play, right? Stop looking at, hey, we're losing, we have lost this, we have lost that. Look for the openings, look for your opportunities, and when you're looking for these chances, you will get it. And that's exactly what Nova was looking all game for.
Exactly, and I want to take a look at the post-game replay here. Let's break it down a bit. Yes, this fight was immediately won by Nova Esports, securing the Tyrant and 4 kills on the side of Twisted Mind. But clean, so clean with the Hansen getting picks. And this was the fight we were talking about. Shanks, literally untouched, and he was doing so much work in this fight.
Okay, now to credit Nova in this win, I don't care what anyone else has to say. Look, Waypit is my MVP. The amount of stuns this guy was landing, he only missed after 16.5 minutes, guys.
Man, 60.5 minutes, landing so many of those, that was just nuts. Imagine not missing a single cannonball in this such of a high-stake, high-level game here, kid.
Yep, and this one was so close. I mean, Twisted Mind fans, they were hoping for the finishing blow, but 90, unfortunately, even though he got the catch, the backup was not enough because 90, like Clean, Shanks, the main damage dealers, they were done for.
They were done for indeed, and look at the final fight right here. All the members were equally marked. Look at Shren. He immediately marked the Dharma, the only thing that could make Muchi's life miserable. And aside from that, the front to back was won by the side of Nova Esports.
Yep, it's not just about your win conditions, it's also about your opponent's win conditions. And when you lock 90 down, there is no truth mantra, there is no turnaround chance for the side of Twisted Mind. So it's a clear understanding of how well you know your draft, but your opponent's draft as well. A beauty, a piece of work from the side of Nova.
It was such a beautiful game. I loved it. I was super happy about watching the top level. 2 teams that any of those 2 that could have gone to the upper bracket, I would have been actually equally happy because they were really, really, really close.
Exactly, and look at this. Both of the MKL teams, yes, they qualify. Well, BSC did the same. I gotta meet you in the finals so I can beat you and secure the slot myself to take revenge. Right now, they realize it, but for Twisted Minds, both games pushing Nova to such an extent, they will always had the lead. For Twisted Mind, I think their homework is maintaining the lead and making sure that they expand the lead in a better fashion moving forward.
Yeah, so in the HOK, as we always know it, right, you either win or you learn, and this time for Nova, they win. And for the side of Twisted Minds, another lesson that you have to learn in pain.
They need to learn just by looking at the data, man. Like, they need to understand in which moments of the game it was like the moment where they needed to push a little bit more or maybe just not engage that much. I'm telling you, I do believe that that last Tyrant fight was not necessary. That Tyrant was about to re-aggro and they could have just pushed back and wait for the Tempest Dragon. But that's just my opinion.
Well, for me, it's definitely down to all these split-second decisions. That's what top teams are for. If you have all these top teams, you gotta figure out all these ways to tackle all these high-stakes situations, these down-to-second situations. But let's check out the chart real quick. We look at some interesting items here. Muji, he knows if he goes for the full crit build, he's gonna be extra squishy here. What does he go for? He Spark Sports into Doomsday, into the Curious of Savagery, making him extra beefy so he doesn't die to one of Clean's or 90's instant engages.
Yep, and Wendy took a huge risk. He went for the magic build. He didn't go for tank build, right? So take a look. He actually, with the damage he offered, that's why they were managed to clean out players like Clean. They managed to take out players like Shanks. And when you don't have the damage dealers anymore, it doesn't matter if you don't have any health. You're not in fear of getting killed.
It was such a good choice because at the end of the day, if it comes down to the little details, to the little differences, that kind of surprise might mean the difference between winning and losing.
Yes, so guys, if I build magic build on my Yuhuan, do not blame me.
Please,
I'm learning from Wendy.
No. Let Wendy do his own, and you can just keep doing your own, Ken. It's totally fine.
It's totally fine.
Okay, but of course, this one was fun as well. That gold swing, my goodness, this game, I mean, if there's any team you want to look at to learn how to be calm, composed, and really just concentrate on how to win the game, Nova is the team for you to look at. The way they played this, look, it was a very difficult position. Did they have an easy time at all?
No, they did not. All 3 turrets, inner turrets were down. There was no turrets at all for Nova Esports. The final fight, all 3 lanes, Vanguards, Overlords were just marching down. And in the end, Nova still came out on top with a beautiful and composed team fight.
Yeah, oh my goodness. I mean, there were so many things that could have gone wrong. The amount of balls that Hai Lang really put down, it was scary. Okay, yeah. Majority of the time he did not catch anyone, so maybe that was one of the win conditions that happened. Of course. But still, there is clean, he's jumping all over the place. There's 90, he slams you against the wall. So many win conditions, and still Nova was so calm.
It was a multi-core coming in from their opponents that they were able to just guard properly. Let's wait and see what the players have to say about this. Let's go with Mara.
From Nova Esports, here with me is Xuan. Congratulations. That was a very exciting match. Now, coming into this match, a lot of people expected your team to dominate, given your reputation. But there were a lot of moments there in Game 1 and in Game 2 where your opponent was controlling the pace of the game. What exactly happened there? Is it being too overconfident? Was it the communication?
我觉得，因为刚来到这个赛场嘛，就是可能我们还没有适应，然后都有点紧张嘛，就第8打的。接下来可以好好调整一下，就是熟悉这个赛场。
So this is our first time to play in this venue. So maybe I think that we haven't get used to it. We will come back and then adjust a bit after this match. Yeah.
How were you able to turn the game into your favor? Was it a particular person that was speaking in the comms to make sure that everybody calms down so you could play at your own pace, your own way?
他的意思就是说，就是在逆风局当中，是不是有谁就是负责就是操控这一个局面，就可能在沟通上面，或者是在什么上面去稳定军心这样。
我觉得5个人都有做到互相去提醒、互相去沟通这种重要的信息吧。然后主要还是要相信队友吧，就是5个人都做好自己分内的事情，好好，只要不要太紧张吧。 互相理解一下大家的心情。
So what Xuan is saying is, we didn't have any particular person to take part on it, but we will believe in each other, and then we talk more and then communicate more, and then we will try to this game to get to win.
Now, a lot of people have their eyes on you. You seem to be the team to beat in this group stage. What do you have to say to all the other teams that want to bring you down, that's preparing to bring Nova down?
就大家都觉得我们会是拿小组第1的，每一个队伍都就是我们是一个劲敌，想要把我们就是拉下来。那对于这样子，你跟其他的战队有什么话要说的吗？
我觉得我们自己也不敢保证吧，就是我们还是觉得最大的对手是自己吧，就是我们只要做好自己该做的，成绩应该都不会算太差，所以我们也不会在乎外界怎么看啊什么的。
So we will try our best, and then we think that our biggest opponent is ourselves. It's not any other teams. So we will try our best to dominate the game and also keep improving, and also and then we will not nervous in the next game. So I think we can do better.
And we can't wait to see Nova Esports in their best form. It's going to be very exciting. Thank you so much. Once again, congratulations. And now we're going to head back to our casters. Lead the gorge.
Thank you very much. Nova Esports is going to move into the upper bracket, but let's talk about Twisted Minds before we just keep the spotlight over there. You know what? Twisted Minds played such a well-designed game. They came in, they were really, really close, but they were just stopped right over there on their breaks by the MVP of the day. The MVP for this match is going to be Wendy on that Yuhuan. You guys were talking about it. That Yuhuan with that gamble over there, not going for the defense, but actually going for the attack, completely different.
This is the style of Nova Esports. Wendy was never known as a utility mage player. He's always the secondary damage or primary damage coming into the draft. Yes. So him building the full magic build onto Yuhuan perfectly makes sense because he trusted his mechanics. He trusted his capability to dish out damage when needed. So that is the full game plan here. Look at the damage now. 31.2% damage now on this Yuhuan.
There's a lot of confidence, a lot of damage as well. Wendy, I think, you know what, end of the day, we need to trust the professionals as well. And as Nova has already said just now, as a team, they trust each other. Even though, look, the KDA may not be beautiful, but it's really less about the KDA. It's about your efficiency and how effective is your play in that particular moment. And with Wendy's performance in this game, I think I have to say, number one, I'm very impressed. Number two, I'm so inspired. I'm going to play more Yuhuan in mid.
You're going to start playing Yuhuan a lot more?
With mid, with full damage items, guys. Do not blame me.
Is that what we're going to expect when we go back to the hotel and we have our 5 casters rank of the day?
You know it. And we're going to win our ranked games. Trust.
We'll come back with that and we'll tell you tomorrow how did that go. So please, Sagi, help us out with that.
Well, if I have to carry that, I have to carry it, right? Just like any other MKL teams, we gotta carry, we gotta carry.
I love it. It was so nice. We had so many amazing matches today. It was a great day. It was an amazing. We had A first. We had Group A going in. They had amazing performances yesterday. You can see Blacklist International, they lost to Pulse Gaming, and Gen.G Esports took the victory over Boom Esports. What about we go group by group, just showing everyone how is it going to look like?
Yeah. So if we look at this group right now, PKL Finals re-happening once again, but it's a best of 5 in the bottom stage here. So PKL fans, you gotta be worrying. Which of your representatives are gonna be going to face on Gen.G or Pulse? The loser will be facing you in the lower bracket finals.
Yes, and look, Blacklist International against Boom Esports. The last time the Boom got the win, it was a best of 7, but this time it's a best of 5. So will the fates and destinies of these two teams be changed because we're playing lesser games?
We're going to see that as we move into Group B. The Group B had a different performance. It had Team Vitality winning 2-1 over Dominator Esports, and it had Alpha 7 Esports moving into the upper bracket by taking it 2-1 against Loops.
Okay, this one's a big one for me because Team Vitality against Alpha 7. Obviously, there's a lot of love between the junglers, right? Danny as well as Zanq, the Mok and the whatever stuff. But I think both teams have improved tremendously over these few months. So I want to see what the result of those training and those growth is. At the same time, we also have Dominator against Loops.
This is a regional battle. Chalk BR versus IKL. Whoever wins in this gets the bragging rights here. It's gonna be interesting for our Chalk BR fans and IKL fans. So these two teams, these two series are the series to watch.
Definitely.
All of this information from yesterday, right? And today we had Group C and Group D that they had action. Let's start from Group C, because we just saw Nova Esports take a 2-0 victory against Twisted Minds, and at the same time before that, we saw Black Shrew Esports against Kagendra, 2-0 victory for BSE.
You know what, Kin? When I told you that it was going to be 2-0, I didn't know it was going to be this close. Seriously, this is one of the closest games so far.
I like that.
Exactly.
It was 2-0, but it was extremely, extremely close.
Exactly. We gotta keep it humble. We gotta give credit to wherever it's due. But definitely Nova Esports and Black Shrew Esports. MKL fans rejoice as both our representatives will pace on towards the upper bracket finals here.
Okay, I love a good rematch as any fan that we have seen, right? BSC against Nova Esports, this one I'm super excited to be able to cast and watch at the same time as well. But we also have another exciting moment, which is the Twisted Minds against Kagendra. This is also a regional battle, but let's take a look at the next group.
Group D is going to be Alpha Gaming. They already took the victory against A.C.T. 2-1 was that game. And OG Esports completely annihilating Nongshim Red Force 2-0.
Yeah, a complete annihilation. I think that's a perfect way to describe it. OG Esports going up against Alpha Gaming. A little bit shaky on APG's side, but OG with so much strength. Can Alpha Gaming manage any fight against this OG team?
We gotta find out tomorrow or the day after, right? But definitely, I want to put some spotlight onto A.C.T. Esports Club. This team came out really surprising to me today. Lucayo was insane.
Yes.
A lot of people thought that was going to be a complete stump, right? But it was not. A.C.T. really came in and they showed why they made it all the way until Saudi Arabia. They were not here invited just for free, just for them to travel. They came here to compete,
tomorrow we're going to come back with a lot of action. We're going to start at the exact same time, and we're going to have 4 amazing games.
Yep, it's going to be Blacklist against Boom. There's no other way to start this series of the day. This is the one that we want to watch. After that, we're going to have Pause Gaming going up against Gen.G. And of course, we have our Vitality against Alpha 7. And our last series of the day, Dominator against Loops. Another regional battle. All of the things are coming to start to piece this puzzle as we look for that #1 champion in KWC 2025.
It is going to be an amazing day because we know that tomorrow, after tomorrow, in 24 hours, we're going to have 2 teams that they're going to be qualified directly to the Kings Group, and there's going to be other 2 teams that they're going to have to say goodbye to the KWC 2025.
Yeah, all of the difficult moments are going to present themselves. This is where you have the chance to struggle to be the top, and you have to be happy with struggle because now you're given that chance to get stronger, to learn, to adapt, to get power, because it's not given to you, it is taken by force.
Taken by force, well said. Stakes are high. Whichever team performs tomorrow, it is the time to perform indeed.
It's going to be do or die. We're coming to the next part of our whole story. The groups done, and we're moving right now into sudden death. You want to stay, you need to win. You know what? Today has been an amazing day. We had 4 amazing performances, but at the same time, we got to say goodbye. We'll see you tomorrow at the same time, same place. But before we leave, enjoy the Qiddiya top plays of the day. Tomorrow is going to be day 3 of the KWC 2025. I'm Isaac Peña, and I hope that you're going to have a good night.